Chapter 1, Rebirth. Has the end of the world already happened? In the morning, the blinding sunlight made Jiangwen open his eyes, and he was dazed in the luxurious and comfortable big bed. Feeling the gravity and smoothness on his body, Jiangwen woke up completely. The silky white skin that was exposed outside the quilt seemed to be emitting a hazy light. Thinking about last night's unbridled joy, Jiangwen felt a sense of emotion in his heart. This is such a great day. He gently patted the warmth, feeling the wonderful touch on his hand. Jiangwen said softly, "Yuan Jing, let's get up and go have breakfast." It was a beautiful face with a pale complexion and a slight blush, intellectual, elegant, and pure. Yuan Jing opened her eyes slightly, listlessly. She felt more tired last night than when she first had sex with Jiangwen. After all, Jiangwen had done it more than once last night. And each time was longer than the last. "I still want to sleep a little, can I get up later?" At this moment, Yuan Jing, who usually has the image of a virtuous older sister next door, was a little coquettish and her voice was annoying. Jiangwen was a little surprised for a moment, as this was rarely seen in Yuan Jing before. "Then you get some rest. I'll ask Sisterly to prepare breakfast for you and I'll go work out. The shelter is hiring today, so I need to get ready." Yuan Jing nodded dazedly, rolled over, and closed her eyes again. This was not a scene from some luxury hotel, but Jiangwen's life in the end times. Everything started a few days ago. "God, you're playing with me." A tragic cry rang out. Jiangwen looked outside at the pouring rain and the dark sky with no sun. He looked at the date on his phone again, 10 a.m., June 23, 2025. At this moment, Jiangwen really wanted to die again. Why again? Because Jiangwen had already died once. In his previous life, Jiangwen remembered very clearly that it was June 20, 2025. Suddenly, the whole world started to rain blood-red rain. Because the rain came so suddenly, many people got wet. Getting wet wasn't the worst thing, but the people who got wet soon contracted a terrible virus. They became hideous, bloodthirsty creatures, fearless of pain, biting anyone they saw, and contagious too, almost like the zombies in movies. Although Jiangwen's former life was not bad, at 1.75 meters tall, he was a bit handsome. But this thing cannot be eaten for dinner. I'm broke. As the saying goes, money isn't everything, but what is closer to being everything than money? Although money can't solve all your troubles, it can solve 99.9% of them. Don't worry about having no friends in the future. With money, you'll naturally have a girlfriend. Jiangwen doesn't even have a close friend, let alone a soulmate. He rarely participates in gatherings and activities, and staying at home has become the only option. This also made Jiangwen very lucky to escape the virus rain and survive for nearly 2 years in the end of the world. Although he started off much luckier than others, after nearly 2 years of living in the end of the world, Jiangwen has lived a life even worse than a dog. At the beginning of the end of the world, there were still a lot of supplies in the city, and morality had not yet fallen. Jiangwen could still survive by searching for supplies. Later, supplies became increasingly scarce, and there were more and more zombies. In order to survive, many survivors had no choice but to stick together and form survivor bases of varying sizes. Inside the survivor bases, those with weapons, abilities, and resources lived a life above others, a life more carefree than before the apocalypse. The average survivor, the prettier women reduced to sex objects, while the others risked their lives every day to find supplies for a ham or a pack of instant noodles. And most of the supplies they found had to be handed over to the shelter. The survivors who went out to find supplies resorted to all kinds of unscrupulous means in order to survive. They used their companions as bait, abandoned them when in danger, and even killed them directly to take their goods. In the 2 years of the end of the world, Jiangwen has seen too much. Jiangwen has also been very careful to protect himself. Although he has not harmed anyone, he has always guarded against others harming him. Who would have thought that despite all precautions, because he was not gregarious and refused to bully newcomers, they teamed up to push him out to be responsible for attracting the zombies and becoming cannon fodder. At that time, Jiangwen knew that he was definitely going to die. How could someone who spent every day starving survive among the zombies? He didn't even have the ability to die with dignity, even though he hated those who had caused his death. But when death really came, Jiangwen didn't feel much reluctance, but more relief. He thought that he had lived a hard life before the end of the world because he had messed up. But this damned end of the world, living is 100 times harder than before the end of the world, and dying early is not a bad thing. But I didn't expect that I would be reborn. This kind of treatment that only the male protagonist in a novel has actually happened to me. But what is different from the end of the world rebirth in novels is that Jiang Wen's rebirth did not start with the spatial ability that the male protagonist needs, and he did not have a net worth of hundreds of millions or billions to buy millions of tons of supplies. What is even more tragic is that Jiang Wen did not even reborn before the end of the world. There were no years or months to prepare a safe shelter, sufficient food, and weapons to kill everyone. None of that. Because the end of the world began on June 20th, Jiang Wen was reborn on June 23rd, which was the third day after the end of the world. Jiang Wen remembers that it was also today that the bloody red rain that had fallen for 3 days suddenly stopped at 12 noon. Just as it had come suddenly 3 days ago, it stopped just as suddenly. Once the rain stopped, the survivors could go out to look for food. In his previous life, Jiang Wen also went out to look for food after the rain stopped. Because the family did not have a refrigerator, Jiang Wen cooked for himself, but the family did not have much food stored. They ran out of food yesterday, and Jiang Wen did not even have breakfast today. Unfortunately, none of this was of concern to Jiang Wen. Just like Jiang Wen's scolding at the beginning of the article, he has finally been reborn. But not only does he have no spatial ability, he also doesn't get to be reborn before the end of the world. Instead, he is reborn 3 days after the end of the world. What's the point? The end of the world has already happened, so what's the point of being reborn? Jiang Wen remembers that the end of the world is nothing like what is written in the novels. The zombies have crystals in their heads, and the survivors can awaken their superpowers. These are all lies, there is nothing. So what advantage does being reborn give you? It doesn't feel like there's any advantage. You can't be reborn just to relive the miserable 2 years of your previous life in the end times, can you? Or to go and get revenge on the people who killed you, and then die again? The problem is that the shelter where you were in your previous life hasn't even been built yet, so you can't find them even if you wanted to. And before you died, you swore that if there was a next life, you would never join any shelter again, and that you'd rather build one yourself. Ding, the host's thoughts have been detected. The conditions for activating the post-apocalyptic shelter system have been met, and the system has begun to activate. The system has been activated, and the host can view the system content by silently reciting it in their mind. Warm reminder, the host must select an initial shelter territory within 1 hour. If the time limit expires, the system will automatically unbind from the host. This is the only mandatory condition for binding the host to the system. In the future, all system operations will be decided by the host themselves, and the system will no longer interfere. Chapter 2, the Post-Apocalyptic Shelter System. Just as Jiang Wen was about to cry, a mechanical female voice suddenly sounded in his head. My thoughts? System activated? What was I thinking just now? Post-apocalyptic shelter system? Could it be related to what I just wanted, to build a shelter? But no matter what, I finally have the standard equipment of a reborn person. Although it is not a spatial ability. Nor is it to allow myself to be reborn a few years before the end of the world. But having a system is also good. Checking the system. Jiang Wen couldn't wait to learn about the system. This was the key to whether he could live a good life in the future. Information about the system immediately appeared in Jiang Wen's mind. Doomsday Shelter System. Host, Jiang Wen. Vitality, 0. Functions. 1. Territory unbound. The size of the territory can be upgraded. Level 1 territory is 300 meters in diameter. Level 2 territory is 600 meters in diameter. 2. Wall not activated. The wall of the first level territory is 5 meters high and 1 meter thick. The wall of the second level territory is 10 meters high and 2 meters thick. 3. Warehouse not activated. First level warehouse, 300 cubic meters. Second level warehouse, 600 cubic meters. Note, the warehouse function is similar to the space ring. It cannot collect living things and has the function of permanent preservation. 4. Defense not activated. First level defense, automatic arrow tower 4 plus automatic Galanti machine gun 1. 5. Resident management not activated. Level 1 shelter, with a limit of 30 full residents. Level 2 shelter. Note, full residents of the shelter. The host can view their loyalty information to the host. 90 or above is diehard loyal, 80 or above is loyal, 60 or above is friendly. Full residents of the shelter, and cannot do anything that endangers the director of the shelter. 6. Medical not activated. Level 1 territory medical treatment, can heal 3 seriously injured people and 6 lightly injured people every day. Level 2 territory medical treatment can heal 6 seriously injured people and 12 lightly injured people every day. 7. Sub-territory not activated. The main territory is upgraded to level 2. You can then open a level 1 sub-territory. And the 2 territories are equipped with a portal function. 8. Director protection room not activated. For each territory, you can set up a director protection room. Just leave the director's blood. When the director sacrifices himself, he can be resurrected in the protection room. 9. Customization not activated. Customize themes such as infrastructure, farms, pastures, weapons factories, etc. 10. Zombie buster body not activated. Level 1, valid for 3 hours a day. Level 2, valid for 6 hours a day. Note, zombie buster body, during the effective time, all zombies will not attack the host. First bind to the system. Free activation of level 1 territory. Free activation of the director's protection room. Free access to a gene potion. The host is required to bind the territory within 1 hour. Other function activations require the use of the sanctuary's vitality points to redeem, and all function upgrades also require corresponding vitality points. After reading the introduction to the system, Zhang Wen's mouth almost watered. Several of the system's functions are very powerful. If he were to activate and establish all the functions of the system himself, then he would definitely be living a very comfortable life in the end times. Although many of the system's functions require the so-called vitality points to be activated. But Zhang Wen is not disappointed. At least the system is very considerate. It saves him the initial shelter territory and the vitality value of the director's protection room. He can directly select a place to activate it. These 2 items are what Zhang Wen values most, and they are the most basic for developing the shelter. Let's not talk about territory. Without a bound territory, all other subsequent development is empty talk. And the director's protection room is also very important. Now that there is a system, Zhang Wen of course values his life above everything else. Things like fences, warehouses, food, etc., are not important for the time being. But the director's protection room can give you an extra life. You must have it. Although Zhang Wen has lived in the post-apocalyptic world for 2 years, he has also accumulated some survival experience. However, there is always danger in the post-apocalyptic world, and it could be zombies, people, etc. In the previous life, he was able to survive until 2 years later. But in this life, it is possible that he will just go out. He may encounter danger to his life, because the time of going out is also impossible to be exactly the same. Now that there is an extra life insurance, Zhang Wen's heart is very secure. The most urgent task now is to confirm the territory of the shelter system first. After all, there is only 1 hour. If it is not confirmed within an hour, the system will be gone. Then, I may really have to start all over again the miserable life of my previous life. The scope of a first-level territory is 300 meters in all directions. This is not a large territory. Because even a slightly larger middle school is larger than this area. But it's not small either. Especially compared to Xinsha City, where Zhang Wen is located. Before the end of the world, the housing price per square meter was so high that it was prohibitive, not to mention such a large piece of land. After thinking about it, Zhang Wen decided to build the shelter territory right here at his residence. Of course, if possible, Zhang Wen is sure to find a better territory than his own. For example, around a large supermarket, around a large farmer's market, or a villa area with a beautiful environment suitable for living, and so on. Unfortunately, the system must bind the territory within 1 hour. And the bloody rain outside will probably stop in more than an hour. At this time, Zhang Wen dares not take any risks and go out. He must hide. Moreover, the place where Zhang Wen lives is not bad. He probably thinks back to the 300-meter radius. There is a medium-sized supermarket, as well as restaurants, convenience stores, fruit shops, hardware stores, gyms, etc. To be specific, you need to go there to see for yourself. As long as you can get your hands on these resources, it will definitely be enough for Zhang Wen in the early stages, and he will be able to live a long life. Of course, these supplies alone will definitely not be enough. Because Zhang Wen's shelter will definitely not be just for him. Although it is still not certain what the system requires for vitality. Zhang Wen suspects that it must be related to people. Therefore, in the future, there will definitely be a lot of people in the shelter, and with more people, there will definitely be a need for more food and supplies. So sooner or later, they will still have to go out and find supplies. They cannot just sit around and eat up the supplies. System: the shelter territory is set here where I live. Is it confirmed that the shelter territory is the 300-meter radius around the host's location? Confirmed. Zhang Wen confirmed. The system began binding the territory. 302 zombies were detected in the territory, and all have been cleared out of the territory. The initial shelter territory has initial protection, and no zombies will enter the shelter territory for 48 hours. After 48 hours, the host will have to resolve the situation themselves. 26 survivors with signs of life have been detected within the territory. As the number of residents has not exceeded the upper limit for a level 1 shelter, the host must decide for themselves whether they should stay or go. For 24 hours, the survivors will be unable to leave the building where they are living. After 24 hours, the restrictions will be lifted, and the host must decide for themselves what to do. The system has successfully bound to the territory. Congratulations to the host on successfully binding the system and receiving the initial gift pack, a gene potion, and 1000 vitality points. In the future, all system items or functions will require vitality points to be redeemed, and the system will no longer give anything away. The shelter director successfully activated the protection room. Please choose a place as soon as possible to set up the director's protection room. Only the host has the authority to enter or operate the director's protection room, and no one else can enter or operate it. Yes. Zhang Wen couldn't help but cheer in joy, as the system had finally settled down. And when the system confirmed the territory, it also thoughtfully cleared out all the zombies in the territory. And it also gave him a 48-hour novice protection period. The system must be praised. Although it was only 48 hours. But before the walls and defensive weapons were activated, this obviously greatly facilitated Zhang Wen. It allowed Zhang Wen to patrol the territory without danger and collect territory supplies, etc. It can only be said that the system is really considerate. Compared to the online novels Zhang Wen reads, the system that requires the host to complete certain difficult tasks at any time is simply much better. Otherwise, there will be punishment. As for the living people in the sanctuary territory, there are only 26 of them. Once again, Zhang Wen has seen the cruelty of the end of the world. No wonder someone later calculated that the end of the world was the most difficult for the first 3 days of the devil. Of the tens of billions of people before the end of the world, basically only 1/10 is left. Among the 26 people in his territory, Zhang Wen must also screen them. Not just anyone can join his shelter. First of all, men definitely can't. As for women. As for the standards. Anything that doesn't look good. Anything that doesn't look good. Anything that doesn't look good. Just don't take any of them. I'm the master of my domain. I'm the standard. The system is also very considerate, limiting the scope of activities of the survivors, which saves Zhang Wen a lot of trouble. Please host name the shelter. Let's call it Wunshan Shelter. Chapter 3, Shopping is free. Next, it was time to activate the director's protection room. This was incredibly important. Zhang Wen took the hammer from home and smashed the lock on the door of the next room. It was the end of the world anyway, and everything that could be obtained would be taken by whoever had the power to do so. Then the director's protection room was placed in the next room. The moment it was successfully placed, the originally ordinary room next door immediately changed drastically. All the household items in the room were gone. The white walls had turned into a sci-fi-esque metal wall, and the entire room was just a crystal table. On it sat a square crystal box, inside of which was a blood-drawing needle. Following the prompts, Zhang Wen picked up the needle and drew a tube of blood and placed it in the crystal box, finally completing the life-saving procedure. He exited the director's protection room. The smashed iron door had long since been replaced with a metal door. And it was not locked. Zhang Wen could only open it and enter through the system. With the most important director's protection room in place, Zhang Wen returned to his own room. It was soon 12 noon. Just as he remembered, it had been pouring with rain. But as soon as it hit 12, the rain stopped and the sky brightened. Zhang Wen decided to take a good look around. This was his own shelter. Although Zhang Wen had lived here for quite some time before the end of the world. But before, he only belonged to this city, a passerby on this street. He always hurried home, where would he care about anything else? But now it's different. Now the 300-meter radius around his room belongs to him. And he can expand it in the future. And there are no zombies in the shelter for now. Survivors are not allowed to leave the residential buildings either. Only he can move freely. He can take whatever he wants. Shopping for free, just think about it and you'll be happy. So happy. The entire shelter is stocked with supplies that belong to him, and just thinking about it makes him even happier. Even if Xiangwen had lived in the post-apocalyptic world in his previous life, and had spent 2 years there. All the supplies, including a ham and a pack of spicy noodles, were fought over by countless people. It's nowhere near as fun as just taking whatever you want now. Unfortunately, Xiangwen doesn't have any spatial abilities, and the shelter's warehouse function has not yet been activated. Otherwise, Xiangwen would hate to wait and would immediately collect all the supplies in the shelter in the warehouse. Especially the perishable food in the shelter. Such as meat, fruits, and vegetables. Due to the bloody red rain over the past 3 days, the temperature has dropped, and it is basically only a few degrees. So even though the end of the world has passed 3 days ago, Xiangwen knows that the food has basically not yet gone bad. But that's about it for today. Now that the rain has stopped, Xiangwen knows that the temperature will quickly return to the normal temperature of the previous life. This perishable food. If it is not stored properly right away, it will soon be all gone. Fortunately, the warehouse in the shelter also has the function of a space ring. It can permanently preserve the freshness of the food. Xiangwen secretly decided that the activation of the system warehouse would be brought forward. He would have to plan carefully. Before going to patrol the territory, Xiangwen took out the genetic medicine rewarded by the system. Looking at the light blue medicine in his hand, Xiangwen felt a little emotional. He remembered his previous life. For a long time after the beginning of the end of the world, many people desperately killed zombies to find crystals. Or they waited for their psychic powers to awaken. Unfortunately, that was only something that existed in novels. It was destined to disappoint everyone. It wasn't until after a while of struggling that the major bases or forces gave up. Instead, they began researching genetic medicine. Because the end of the world was not only a virus reign, but also some unknown disasters, causing power outages and network outages all over the world. Even advanced thermal weapons could not be used, basically returning to the era of fighting the world with force. Therefore, genetic medicine that can increase a person's strength or potential was naturally favored by all forces. However, Xiangwen also heard that basically all genetic medicines have major flaws. And they are also extremely expensive, so ordinary people can't even use them. Let alone see them. Xiangwen made up his mind. If the genetic medicine given by the system also has major flaws, he would rather not use it. Now Xiangwen cherishes his body very much. The good life has not yet begun. Who is going to risk their life for you? The perfect type LL genetic medicine can comprehensively improve personal physical fitness 3 times after use. There will be some pain for about 5 minutes while the medicine is being absorbed after use, and there are no other side effects. After reading the description of the gene medicine, Xiangwen was pleasantly surprised. It only hurts for 5 minutes after use. There are no other side effects. It is indeed a perfect gene medicine. Since there are no side effects, Xiangwen didn't think much about it and opened the gene medicine and poured it into his mouth. Ah! As soon as the medicine entered his body, Xiangwen felt a warm current flowing through his body, heading towards his 4 meridians and 8 channels. Then a sharp pain struck, and he couldn't help but let out a scream. The next 5 minutes were the most painful 5 minutes of Xiangwen's life. I've seen online that pain can be rated on a scale, and it is said that giving birth to a child is rated at the ceiling level. Xiangwen wanted to say that his pain was definitely not worse than that. After 5 minutes, the pain disappeared. Xiangwen, who was drenched in sweat, felt that he had finally come back to life. After resting for a while, Xiangwen, who felt 100 times better, immediately felt the difference in his body. Xiangwen's physical fitness was a bit poor, and he basically rarely exercised. And he always stayed up late, feeling listless all day. Now his former potbelly is gone, and although his belly is not defined by 8 abdominal muscles, it is very strong. And he feels full of strength. Think about the genetic medicine, which can comprehensively improve personal quality threefold. This is awesome. For example, normally he could only lift 100 kilograms. Now he can lift 300 kilograms. Usually it takes 15 or 16 seconds to run 100 meters, but now it only takes 5 or 6 seconds. You should know that the world champion also takes about 9 seconds. What's more important is that if you usually can only do a certain sport that men love to do for about 20 minutes, now you can do it for an hour without any problem. Just thinking about it makes you a little excited. In the end times, especially for someone like myself, a successful person with a shelter. Without a good body, how can I take care of those poor beautiful young ladies? Chapter 4: Seafood Restaurant. Unfortunately, there is no one around to experiment on right now, and I don't know if the system is reliable or not. If it's not reliable, I'll definitely have to go back to the system. What happened to the promised 3 times? I can put up with anything else, but not this. If it's promised to be 3 times, it has to be 3 times the time. I can put up with it, but I don't think the little lady can. Of course, you can only think about that stuff when you're full and warm, so Zhang Wen decided to go eat first. He had just been reborn from the end of the world, and he hadn't eaten breakfast in this world either. Zhang Wen felt that nothing could stop him from eating now. After closing the door and finding a fire axe, he went downstairs and looked around at the somewhat quiet surroundings. Although there were only 48 hours left, in his previous life he had to face the threat of zombies all the time. It was really good to be able to have 2 days of absolute safety now. Zhang Wen went to the seafood restaurant called Yufu Xian, which was not far from the apartment he was staying in. From the name, you could tell that the restaurant mainly served seafood, as well as beef and other dishes. In his previous life, when Zhang Wen went out to eat, he basically went to fast food restaurants, where he could get a meal for 10 or so yuan. Occasionally, he would improve his diet by eating at some ordinary small restaurants, where a meal would cost a few tens of yuan. Once, in his previous life, Zhang Wen had gritted his teeth and entered this restaurant, determined to have a good meal of seafood, but in the end, he was dissuaded by the balance on his phone. Armed, Zhang Wen cautiously entered the seafood restaurant. Although there were no longer any zombies, there were still survivors. Most of the current survivors probably still retained the kindness they had before the end of the world, because the end of the world had only just begun, and no one knew how long the disaster would last. However, there were always bad people, especially in the face of such a catastrophe. The evil and darkness in many people's hearts were more likely to be released. Zhang Wen has experienced this once, so even though the end of the world has just begun, he will not trust any survivors unless he can obtain confirmation from the system. The restaurant appeared to be in chaos, with bloodstains and broken dishes all over the floor. The tables and chairs were also toppled over and lying on their sides. However, no survivors were seen. Zhang Wen walked through the restaurant hall and headed towards the kitchen. He was just about to pull open the kitchen door when his hand paused again. Now that his body has been enhanced, his abilities in all aspects have been greatly improved, including his hearing. Zhang Wen remained calm and then used his fire axe to push open the kitchen door. He quickly ducked behind the wall. Damn it! Just as Zhang Wen pushed open the kitchen door, a loud shout came from behind him, followed by the figure of a huge man swinging a cleaver. However, he soon realized that there was no one in front of him. He had been tricked. The man quickly reacted and tried to retreat back into the kitchen. But Zhang Wen had been waiting nearby and was much faster than him, quickly swinging his axe. At the same time, he got a good look at the man across from him. He was a fat man in his 30s, relatively tall and strong-looking, with a fierce expression. This fat man was obviously also a good fighter. Although he was in a hurry, he still reacted quickly and swung the cleaver in his hand to defend himself. Bang! There was a loud sound as the axe and cleaver collided, and the enormous force caused the cleaver in the fat man's hand to fly out of his hand. Moreover, his hand was in severe pain, obviously pulled. The fat man was secretly shocked. He had absolute confidence in his strength, otherwise he would not have been the first to strike. However, he did not expect that the man in front of him had much greater strength than he did. This fat man is called Wu Gang. Before the end of the world, he was a driving school instructor. On the day the end of the world began, he was here having dinner with a few students. Later, they were trapped in a private room, and the restaurant hall was full of zombies. They used tables and chairs to block the door of the private room, and they survived by chance. But they could not get out at all. At first, they survived for a day by eating leftovers, but by the next day, there were almost no leftovers left. One of the guys said it was because he had eaten too much. Wu Gang was already a grumpy and selfish person, so he took a stool and killed the guy on the spot. After the murder, Wu Gang was not afraid, but instead felt a trace of excitement. And thinking that there was no turning back, he killed the other 2 people as well. This not only saved food, but also meant that when the time came, he could throw the bodies to the zombies to eat, and no one would know that he had killed anyone. In this way, relying on leftovers, Wu Gang has persisted until today. He was about to despair, but today all the zombies suddenly disappeared. He was ecstatic and immediately removed the obstruction blocking the private room, then went to the kitchen to get something to eat. But before he could start, he saw someone enter the restaurant. Thinking that the bodies in the private room had not been disposed of, and that there seemed to be only one person entering, and that he was not a government official, Wu Gang decided to kill him again. After all, his secret must never be revealed. But he did not expect the person who came in to be a king, even more powerful than himself. "Brother, I'm sorry, I thought a zombie had entered the room again, so I acted." What a misunderstanding. Wu Gang had no weapons and no advantage in strength, so he was thinking of finding an excuse to calm Jiang Wen down first. But before he could finish speaking, Jiang Wen swung his axe again. Wu Gang was thinking of making peace first, but he didn't expect Jiang Wen to be so decisive and not follow the rules of martial arts. He tried to dodge, but Jiang Wen was too fast, and he was hit in the head before he could react. He didn't even have time to scream. Warm blood splattered out, and the fat man was completely silent. If the fat man had said something, Jiang Wen, who had not experienced the previous life, might have believed him. But Jiang Wen, who had been reborn, would not believe a single word. The reason for considering himself a zombie was barely acceptable. But after that, before he knocked his cleaver out of his hands, he had the opportunity to explain, but he didn't say anything. It wasn't until he was on the losing end that he spoke. A misunderstanding? Even if it was a misunderstanding, Jiang Wen didn't want to treat it as such. Because Wu Gang was a man, and a strong-looking man at that, with good physical skills, he was a threat. And Jiang Wen had seen plenty of fat men like him before. It was the beginning of the end of the world, so they might have done bad things, but they wanted to disguise themselves as good people. After finishing off the fat man with 2 axe blows, Jiang Wen continued to check the restaurant. He made sure there were no other survivors, but in a private room, he saw 3 corpses. They weren't killed by zombies, but by someone. Jiang Wen guessed that the fat man did it, but he didn't care if it was him or not. Anyway, they were all dead, and he wasn't the savior here to mete out justice. Chapter 5, The First Meal After the Apocalypse. If there is no danger, hurry up and eat. Jiang Wen is also starving. There are definitely no waiters or chefs to serve themselves now, so everything is DIY. However, Jiang Wen has decided that in the future, the shelter must not lack a good chef. After all, the apocalypse is just about those few pursuits. Eating is definitely one of them. In the past, Jiang Wen was lucky if he didn't starve to death. There was no choice in the food he ate, let alone the taste. In this life, Jiang Wen must let himself live the best life. When he arrived at the kitchen of the restaurant, Jiang Wen was delighted to see that the seafood kept in the fish tanks was still very fresh, and there was also a lot of beef, chicken, and other food in the kitchen's refrigerator. Jiang Wen remembered that more than a year after the end of the world in the last life. At that time, there were fewer and fewer foods that had not gone bad, especially seafood, various meats, vegetables, etc. It was practically a luxury among luxuries. In the poorest slums, a packet of instant noodles or half a caddy of grain could get you a pretty girl to spend the night with you. A packet of ham could get a pretty girl to show you all the skills she had been practicing for years. The rich, on the other hand, were buying up pre-apocalyptic supplies at high prices to improve their quality of life. A caddy of meat could be exchanged for 100 caddies of grain, and a packet of furong wang for 50 caddies of grain. If there is fresh seafood, and you meet a generous boss, you can exchange a few thousand pounds of grain. Don't you say that there is not enough food in the end of the world? That is only the people at the bottom. How could those at the top of the base or the big powers not have food to eat? Not to mention that there are so many supermarkets, vegetable markets, food bureaus, etc. in every city. How many large and small grain silos are there in the whole country? And towards the end of the world, the relatively stable bases have already begun to conduct small-scale cultivation of grain, vegetables and fruits indoors or in some special places. But what does that have to do with ordinary survivors? Ordinary survivors will always have to fight for a mouthful of food or give up their dignity. Looking at the many ingredients in the restaurant, Jiang Wen's resolve to activate the shelter's warehouse grew stronger. After thinking about it after dinner, he realized that eating was still the most important thing. Although there was no electricity, the water was still usable. However, the restaurant had gas, and there was bottled water and mineral water. So it didn't take long for Jiang Wen to quickly prepare a home-cooked meal. steamed sea bass, spicy crab, braised chicken drumsticks, boiled beef, stir-fried vegetables, and a big pot of rice. Although Zhang Wen didn't have the skills of a restaurant chef, the ingredients were good and he was really hungry. This hunger was not only from not eating this morning, but also from the longing for food during the past 2 years of the apocalypse. It was a hunger that had been imprinted in his bones. So the amount of food for 4 or 5 people was finished off by Zhang Wen alone. Of course, this was also due to the genetic medicine, and Zhang Wen could clearly feel his increased appetite. He was full and satisfied. He mentally checked the system to decide what to do next. Doomsday Shelter System. Host, Zhang Wen. Vitality, 1000. Citizens, 030. Functions. 1. Territory, Wenshan Sanctuary Level 1 Territory 300 m. 2. Wall not activated. 3. Warehouse not activated. 4. Defense not activated. 5. Resident management not activated. 6. Medical not activated. 7. Sub-territories not activated. 8. Director's protection room established. 9. Customization not activated, customize themes such as farms, pastures, weapons factories, etc. 10. Zombie buster body not activated. Because the system has been officially activated and bound, you can also view more detailed information after each function option. For example, the extra citizens show 030. Does that mean only 30 people can live in the entire shelter? And there are 26 people in the territory of the shelter, why is it showing 0 people? It turns out that the previous statement that the number of residents in a level 1 shelter must not exceed 30 people refers to the official residents of the shelter. It's like the city of Xinsha before the end of the world. The total population was over 10 million, but only 4 million had household registration in Xinsha, and the rest were all floating population. So what is the difference between a formal resident and an informal resident of the shelter? The difference is huge. The first difference is the resident management function. Resident management can only manage the formal residents of the shelter. The host can use resident management to view a resident's specialties, loyalty to the territory, etc. at any time. In addition, at any time, a full resident cannot do anything to harm the shelter director, otherwise they will be automatically punished by the system. In short, full residents of the shelter can basically be trusted absolutely, because they cannot do anything to harm Zhang Wen. Of course, in order to become a full resident of the shelter, one's friendship level with Zhang Wen must be above 60. As for non-full residents, they are the floating population. The floating population cannot be managed by Zhang Wen through the system, and they may also do things to harm Zhang Wen. Of course, as long as they are in the shelter, the system can display the friendliness of that person towards Zhang Wen. Green represents friendly, yellow represents neutral, and red represents malicious. And how is vitality gained, for example? Vitality is generated by all survivors in the shelter. The main factors that determine it are the number of survivors, loyalty, and friendliness. All survivors here do not only refer to official residents, but also include the shelter's transient residents. As long as you are in the shelter, you can generate vitality points. The number actually depends on whether your shelter is prosperous or not. Loyalty is only for official residents, and the friendship level is displayed for the floating population. Every morning, the vitality points from the previous day are settled. There is one interesting point. Official residents of the shelter, with the same loyalty friendship, generate 10 times the vitality points of the floating population. What does this mean? For example, in the shelter, one official resident has a loyalty level of 60, while another transient resident also has a friendship level of 60. The official resident can generate 30 vitality points a day, but the transient resident can only generate 3 vitality points a day. The system is messing things up. It forces you to be nice to official residents. This will make him treat the official residents well, greatly improving their welfare. But Zhang Wen likes it, and that's what he thinks. After all, he's not an angel, not here to save the world. In the future, whoever is loyal to him, and whichever little sister satisfies him, will be able to become official residents and live a good life. After the end of the world, it's not that complicated, it's just that simple. If you want to survive, you must have something to give and be of value. Chapter 6, 2 Goddess-Level Beauties. Zhang Wen checked again all the functions that had been activated, as well as the vitality points required for upgrades. Walls, 200 vitality points are required for activation, and 2000 for upgrading to level 2. Warehouses, 300 vitality points are required for activation, and 3000 for upgrading to level 2. Defense, 300 vitality points are required for activation, and 3,000 for upgrading to level 2. Resident Management, 300 vitality points for activation, 3,000 for level 2. Medical Care, 500 vitality points for activation, 5,000 for level 2. Zombie Killer Body, 600 vitality points for activation, 6,000 for level 2. Territory Division, 600 vitality points for activation, 6,000 for level 2. Director's Protection Room, 100,000 vitality points to activate, no upgrades. Custom functions depend on the activated functions. Zhang Wen coveted each of the above functions, but unfortunately he didn't have enough vitality points. He only had 1,000 points, so he could only activate 3 minor functions at most, and he would have to wait to activate the others. Before, Zhang Wen had roughly prioritized the functions according to his own thoughts. Walls Defense Resident Management Warehouse Zombie Killer Body Medical Sub-Territory Customization Director's Protection Room. Of course, Zhang Wen only roughly prioritized according to his own ideas, and the actual situation can be changed later. For example, Zhang Wen placed the Director's Protection Room last, not because it is unimportant. Rather, the system stipulates that there can only be one Director's Protection Room per territory, so if you want to get another one, you must first enable sub-territories. Moreover, the vitality required for the Chief's Protection Room is a bit scary. With the current situation of having a Chief's Protection Room, Zhang Wen of course wants to use the vitality to the places that need it first. But if one day, Zhang Wen uses the resurrection chance of the current Chief's Protection Room. For insurance, Zhang Wen must prioritize and continue to get a Chief's Protection Room out. But that was the previous idea. Now, the order must be slightly changed. Zhang Wen decides to activate the shelter warehouse now. Originally, Zhang Wen's idea was to focus on the early stage. Activating the 3 functions of city walls, defenses, and resident management in the early stage costs exactly 1,000 vitality points. With these 3 functions, as long as you stay inside the shelter and don't go out to die recklessly, basically no one can do anything to you. Of course, if you want to go out and die recklessly, you must activate the function of the zombie killer body. All the zombies won't bite you, which is pretty cool to think about. But without a warehouse, you'll definitely waste a lot of food and supplies. These resources will be extremely valuable in the later stages of the end of the world, and will have a significant impact on the development of the shelter. So after weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Wen decided to activate the warehouse first, and the other functions such as the walls, defenses, and others will be decided later depending on the situation. After spending 300 vitality points, Zhang Wen activated the system warehouse. Next came the time to reap the rewards. All the seafood in the restaurant, including crabs, shrimp, sea bass, grouper, etc., was collected in the warehouse. The warehouse also has a weighing function, which showed that there were more than 500 caddies of seafood. Then all the beef, lamb, pork, chicken, duck, etc., were also collected. The total weight of the meat was only a little more than 200 caddies, which was no surprise for a restaurant that specializes in seafood. There were also vegetables and fruits, which also weighed a few hundred caddies. After collecting the valuable items, Zhang Wen took the opportunity to collect all edible supplies such as rice, flour, cooking oil, seasonings, drinks, etc., and stored them in the warehouse. He didn't care about the exact quantity, as there was still a supermarket and a restaurant in the shelter, and he could collect everything later. Of course, there were also gas tanks, generators, cooking appliances, and knives. As long as Zhang Wen thought they were of good value, he collected them all into the warehouse. He would collect them first, and if the warehouse couldn't hold them all, he would find a place in the shelter to store them. After all, it's not a big effort to move things in and out. Zhang Wen finally understood why male protagonists in the end of the world have spatial abilities. It's really practical and convenient. After thoroughly looting the restaurant, Zhang Wen was finally satisfied. Leaving the restaurant, Zhang Wen was holding a chicken leg that he didn't finish eating just now, and he was walking towards the supermarket while nibbling on it. The supplies in the supermarket are the real deal. Just think about all the supplies in the supermarket, you can take whatever you want without paying. It's not like those male protagonists in post-apocalyptic novels, who spent money on fragrances before the end of the world. Handsome guy, over here, over here. Zhang Wen hadn't gone far when he heard a female voice, as if it was still greeting him. Zhang Wen looked around, and on his right-hand side there was a 3-story exquisite little villa, and on the second-floor balcony 2 women were looking at him. Zhang Wen slowly walked over, surveying the 2 young ladies upstairs. He had planned to collect the shelter supplies first and then deal with the residents of the shelter, but he didn't expect to meet 2 living people so soon. The buildings in this area are basically for rent, most of them are 7 or 8 floors high, and they are built in the style of ordinary rental housing. A small villa with exquisite decorations like the one in front of him is obviously for the rich to live in themselves. Zhang Wen remembered that this villa seemed to be inhabited by an elderly couple, but why had it become 2 young ladies? However, soon, Zhang Wen's mouth curled up into a smile, not because he was surprised to see 2 living people. Instead, he noticed that the 2 young ladies upstairs were really good looking, definitely goddess level. He never imagined that the 2 women he had just met after being reborn were both goddesses. Why hadn't he realized before that he was so lucky? The woman who greeted him was about 27 or 28 years old, and she was wearing a tight yoga outfit. A slender waist. A clearly defined six-pack. Long, slender, pale thighs. Full, round buttocks. And those basketball-like 36D breasts. I've confirmed with my eyes that this is the person I want. No, this is the type of person I really admire. After all, it's really not easy for other people to have such a fit body. Next to the 36D basketball, there was another woman. Although her figure was not as good as the 36D one, her face was really pretty. She was tall, with long, supple hair draped over her shoulders, crystal-like curved eyes, arched eyebrows, fair and flawless skin, and a beautiful face. She was wearing professional attire, a white blouse that accentuated her slender neck, beautiful, elegant, and with an air of nobility. According to the aesthetic views of the vast majority of people, this is definitely a goddess-level beauty. When she saw Zhang Wen walking over, the 36D beauty immediately spoke first with a smile. "Handsome guy, my name is Tang Xian, the beautiful woman next to me is Li Shui. Do you know why the zombies have all disappeared? Has the government already brought the situation under control? And we too don't know what's going on, the door won't open, we can't get out, can you help us? Or maybe you can help us buy some food and throw it up to us, we're really hungry, we haven't eaten in a few days, thank you handsome guy." Chapter 7, There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. It can be seen that the 36D basketball beauty, no, Tang Xian, is a talkative person, asking a bunch of questions. It's her next-door beauty Li Shui who never speaks, showing off her domineering beauty CEO style. To be honest, if I hadn't experienced the end of the world, and had these 2 beauties talking to me, plus my already loser personality, Zhang Wen might have long since lost his way and immediately gone to help others. Unfortunately, the 2 beauties were out of luck. "You want to eat?" Zhang Wen did not answer Tang Xian's question, but instead asked a question. Tang Xian was probably really hungry, and immediately nodded repeatedly, and her basketballs kept shaking. Even the intellectual beauty Li Shui on the side nodded lightly. Zhang Wen also didn't waste any words, and directly said, "I can tell you directly that the zombies have not disappeared, and they will not disappear in the future. As for whether there is any rescue, it depends on what you think." Then Zhang Wen shook the chicken leg in his hand and said, "I have food, a lot of it, and I can even guarantee that you won't go hungry in the future, but there's no such thing as a free lunch." There's no need to make things clear for adults, I'm sure they already know what Zhang Wen means. Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Wen finished speaking, this time it was Li Shui who excitedly said, "You're shameless, we don't want your food, just go." Unfortunately, she was too weak from hunger to say this with any authority. Tang Xian, on the other hand, was much calmer and still smiled, saying, "Handsome guy, you're being a bit too hasty. Even if you have a thing for us, let's get to know each other first, right? And there aren't any zombies around here right now, and even if we can't open the door, we can find food on our own once we figure out how to open it." Zhang Wen shook his head and said, "Suit yourself. When you know what food means in the end times, you'll also know how generous the conditions I'm offering you are today. And just look at you now, weak and hungry. If I were really shameless and simply wanted to get your people, do you think you would have any room to resist? Or do you think the end of the world will be over soon, and I would dare not do anything illegal? Then you just wait and see if the end of the world will be over. And although your house is relatively short and you can't see what's going on outside, you can hear the sounds of the zombies from not far away, right? What do you say? Do you need food? Just give me a word, and I'll leave if you don't need it." Zhang Wen pretended to be unconcerned as if nothing had happened. In fact, having experienced the end of the world, Zhang Wen did not lie to them when he promised to feed them well in the future. This was indeed what all women dreamed of after the end of the world, even the most beautiful ones. However, although there was no shortage of beautiful women after the end of the world, it went without saying what those women had been through. Zhang Wen still preferred to find his own from now on. Zhang Wen did not lie when he said he was leaving, but that did not mean he had given up on them. Although he did not plan to force them now, patience had its limits, and he definitely could not give up on something he liked. And if they refused now, then they would starve for another day, because they would not be able to leave anyway. You don't have to say anything else, we won't take your food. Li Shui gave Jianwen a look and firmly refused. Tang Xin, on the other hand, opened her mouth to say something, but then she swallowed her words and let out a deep sigh. Okay, I'll leave then. You guys think about it, and I'll come back tonight and ask. Jianwen didn't care and didn't waste any words. He waved his hand and walked away very nonchalantly. It's all in the pot anyway, so what's the rush? As soon as Jianwen left, Tang Xin immediately said anxiously, Shui, what should we do? If we don't eat anything, we won't last long. Besides, I don't think he was lying. It really seems like the disaster hasn't passed, and I don't know why there are no more zombies here all of a sudden. It turned out that Li Shui was a local, and this was her family's house. Her parents used to live here, and she had bought a villa near her company. Recently, her parents went on a trip, and she happened to have company business that required her to come here, so she simply went home to stay. Tang Xin was her personal fitness trainer, and when the end of the world came, he happened to come over to guide her in exercising at home. Although the two of them are considered to be in a semi-employment relationship, they have become very close as they spend a lot of time together. Li Shui knows that Tang Xin is not the kind of shameless woman who doesn't care about her appearance, otherwise, with her looks and figure, she would have married into a wealthy family long ago. Tang Xin is also starving, and there is nothing she can do about it. People who have never been hungry can never understand that feeling. It is true that it has been said online that a person can only live for 3 days without drinking water, but they can live for half a month without eating. But that's just about living. If you really go without food for a couple of days, you'll know that actually being alive can be more painful than being dead. Li Shui sighed and looked at Tang Xin and said, Xin, everyone has their own thoughts, and everyone has the right to pursue survival. If there is still no rescue at night, you can do as you wish, without considering me. Tang Xin let out a bitter smile. It's the end of the world, where is there any will of your own? Chapter 8, People in the Supermarket. Jianwen left the little girl and went to the supermarket. It was a fresh food supermarket in the residential area, about a few hundred square meters in size. The supermarket was quite well stocked, and Jianwen basically shopped here in his previous life. Just as he was about to step into the supermarket, Jianwen suddenly saw a car across the street. He slapped his head, wondering why he had forgotten about it. What Jianwen saw was a police car, not that Jianwen wanted to drive it. And behind that police car was a police station. What is the most important thing for survival in the end times? Food and weapons are always the two things at the top of the list. Now that he doesn't lack food for the time being, and the system defense function of the shelter has not yet been activated, it is definitely necessary to get some weapons first. And even if the shelter's defense function is activated, it will only be effective in the shelter. Outside the shelter, there are still other weapons. Jianwen immediately walked towards the police station, and after what happened to Tang Xin and Li Shui just now, Jianwen had figured out another function of the system. That is, Jianwen can display the location of all the people alive in the shelter inside the system, just like a navigation map. This way, it will no longer be like before, when the two little sisters called out to him before he noticed them. The system showed that there was no one at the police station, so Jianwen walked in without worry. The police station was not as messy as the seafood restaurant. After all, ordinary people did not come here often. After searching for a while in the police station, he quickly found a lot of individual police equipment in the warehouse. Police batons, electric shock batons, handcuffs, bulletproof vests, tear gas sprayers, high-intensity flashlights, first aid kits, walkie-talkies, stab-resistant vests, first aid kits, etc. These are all standard police equipment, so there are a lot of them. Jianwen thought for a moment. The shelter has not yet stabilized for the time being, so all dangerous weapons must be collected. There is still a lot of space in the system warehouse for the time being. After putting everything into the system warehouse, Jianwen put on the remaining set of equipment. First, he added a bulletproof vest. The vest was quite lightweight and not as heavy as he had imagined. Next, he put on a multifunctional police belt around his waist and hung handcuffs, a tear gas spray, a flashlight, a baton, etc. on the belt. I looked in the mirror and saw that I really did have a bit of an air of authority about me. I had fulfilled a little dream from my childhood. Now I just needed to get the most important weapon, but Jianwen knew that even in the police station, guns were kept very strictly. After rummaging around for a while, Zhang Wen finally found 4 second-hand pistols, as well as magazines and more than 300 bullets in another place. Fortunately, Zhang Wen had fired guns in a previous life, although only a few times, so he was familiar with them, and he knew how to use the guns he now had. After holding the guns and feeling them, Zhang Wen satisfiedly attached them to his multi-function belt. The other guns were stored in the system warehouse. After leaving the police station, Zhang Wen went directly to the supermarket. The shutter of the supermarket was pulled shut, and Zhang Wen tried it and found that it was not locked. However, Zhang Wen did not hurry to pull open the door of the supermarket. Instead, he took a fire axe from the warehouse that he had found at the police station earlier, held it in his hand, and then checked the guns and ammunition on his body again, attaching the gun behind his back. "Is there anyone inside? I'm here to rescue people." Zhang Wen took the fire axe and smashed the door a few times, then shouted outside the door. When checking the distribution of survivors in the shelter earlier, Zhang Wen found that there were the most survivors in the supermarket, as many as 8. So Zhang knew that there were people in the supermarket. And according to the system display, there were 2 people guarding behind the supermarket shutter. So Zhang deliberately scared the snakes and tried to find out what kind of people they were. Sure enough, as soon as Zhang's voice fell, there was a commotion inside, and then the 2 people guarding the supermarket door moved towards the inside of the supermarket. Zhang took advantage of the situation and immediately pulled open the supermarket shutter. At the same time, he mentally labeled the people inside as definitely problematic. Although he wasn't there to rescue anyone, the people inside didn't know that. In the face of such a disaster, shouldn't survivors immediately open the door and welcome the rescue team with excitement? Of course, this refers to the beginning of the end of the world, when most people still had illusions and their nature had not yet been extinguished. But in the later stages of the end of the world, people can sometimes be much more terrifying than the zombies. Trust between people has long since collapsed. The entire supermarket is in chaos, with bloodstains and discarded food everywhere, and even a few shelves have fallen over. But it has only just stopped raining today, and no one has come out to search for supplies. So although it looks messy, the supermarket supplies are basically still there. This supermarket only has 1 floor, and there are residential buildings above it, so it is quite large. Standing outside the door, you can only see half of the supermarket, and there is still a large part of it inside. The system displays 8 dots for people, all inside. Chapter 9, They Want to Kill You. Is there anyone? Zhang Wen pretended to be ignorant and asked again loudly. Someone. This time there was no more silence inside, and in the place where Zhang Wen could see, a person ran out. This was a young man in his 30s, not tall, and a bit thin. After the young man came out, he looked at Zhang Wen and did not come forward. "Why didn't you answer just now? And are there any other people inside?" Zhang Wen said unhappily. "Brother, we didn't hear you just now." The young man smiled and replied. Then he immediately asked, "Brother, judging from your equipment, are you a policeman? Has the government come to save us? How many of you are here? Do you have a gun?" Zhang Wen impatiently said, "What's the point of asking so many questions? Just tell me if there are any other people in the supermarket." The young man smiled and said with a smile, "Don't be angry, brother. I'm just asking. After all, if you have a gun, we'll feel safe and be able to believe that you're from the government and have the ability to save us. I don't have a gun, I'm not a cop, I'm just a community worker who's here to spread warmth." "No, I'm a community worker. Our leader seems to think there are fewer zombies in the community, so he told me to go out and contact the survivors who are still alive. Let's all unite to help ourselves." Zhang Wen smiled and said. The young man could not help but angrily say, "Buddy, it's this time of day, and your bullshit leader is still telling you to do this and that. He's even worse than Joe Boppy. Why do you still listen to him? It's so dangerous out there right now, so why don't you quickly find a place to hide?" Zhang Wen let out a bitter laugh and said, "There's no choice. It's a public institution, so I can only listen to my leader. Otherwise, if the disaster is over, I'll lose my job. I'm asking if there are any people left here. Call them all out so I can take a head count." Zhang Wen had already run out of excuses, and if they didn't come out soon, he was going to have to do it himself. "Yes, there are a few more people, including the leader. Let me confirm something. Are you sure you don't have a gun? We don't feel safe going out without one. That's why some of them don't want to leave here," the young man said. Zhang Wen pretended to be anxious and said, "Are you stupid? Guns are strictly controlled, How would an ordinary clerk like us be issued a gun? Even if I were given a gun, I wouldn't know how to use it. Besides, what's the point of having a gun when killing zombies? If you really shoot, you'll attract a whole group of them immediately, and you won't even know how you died. Where's the practicality in having a fire axe? Isn't that how it's played out in the movies? And for some reason, there are a lot fewer zombies around, otherwise I wouldn't dare to come out. The young man immediately said with a smile, "Don't worry, leader, it's okay without a gun. I'll go get everyone out." "Okay, I'll wait." The young man turned around and walked to the back of the supermarket. It wasn't long before 3 people, including the young man, came out. The one in the front was a middle-aged man in his 40s, relatively tall, and with a somewhat fierce appearance. There was also a man in his 20s wearing a supermarket overalls, with dyed blonde hair. Jiang Wen's eyes narrowed, because all 3 were armed, with fire axes, butcher's cleavers, and long steel pipes. "What do you want? Why are you all armed?" Jiang Wen asked, deliberately raising the fire axe in his hand nervously. "Oh, young man, don't get me wrong. We have been carrying weapons at all times before in order to protect ourselves." The middle-aged man with the fierce appearance immediately explained. Then he said, "Young man, my name is Li Wenbin. I heard what you said just now. It's really good that the government has come to save us. We will definitely cooperate with the government's arrangements. It's just that there is still one person injured here. Come and see how to deal with it. From now on, we will listen to you." "Where is the injured person?" Jiang Wen asked. He knew that there were 5 people inside, not just one. Li Wenbin pointed inside the supermarket. "She is inside, she is a woman, she is seriously injured, but unfortunately none of us know how to treat injuries, and there is no medicine in the supermarket. Fortunately the government has come and take a look at her." Jiang Wen said indifferently, "Okay, I'll go take a look." But his hands slowly reached behind his back. "Hurry, they are all bad guys, they are lying, they want to kill you." Just as Jiang Wen's hand touched the gun, a woman's voice sounded inside the supermarket. "Fuck, Huang Mao, didn't you gag the woman?" Li Wenbin heard this voice and immediately knew that it was going to be bad. He angrily yelled at the person wearing the supermarket uniform next to him. Huang Mao smiled sheepishly and said, "Brother Bin, I did tie them up and gag them, but who knows how they got free? I think they just lack education. After we deal with the person across the street, I will definitely double up on them." The sneak attack was no longer possible. Li Wenbin knew that there was no point in blaming Huang Mao at this point, but fortunately, the situation was still in his control. After all, there were 3 people on his side. "Okay, since you heard it, I won't pretend anymore. Little brother, do you want to join us too? As you can see, we have the supplies from the supermarket, weapons, and most importantly, there are 5 women inside, so you can play with them however you like. Isn't this 100 times better than being a street clerk? After all, no one knows if the end of the world will ever come. When will it end? How long will we live? Carpe diem is the most important thing right now, don't you think so, little brother?" Chapter 10, Cute Little Girl. Jiang Wen smiled and looked at the 2 people next to Li Wenbin. His brother was right. They were the 2 people you convinced, weren't they? Generally speaking, at the beginning of the end of the world, the vast majority of people still have a sense of humanity, or are still afraid of the law. But of course there are exceptions. For example, some people who have always done evil, or people who have been oppressed for a long time, or people who are living in particular poverty, without any hope or worries. These people can become corrupted very quickly. Li Wenbin stared at Jiang Wendao. "You weren't really convinced, after all, people only care about themselves, and I believe you should know what to choose. And you don't need to worry about being judged if the end of the world really does come. If the end of the world really does come, we'll just kill all the women and say they were bitten to death by zombies or killed by other villains. With so much chaos and so many deaths in the end of the world, who cares how a few people die? Don't you think so? That makes sense." If Jiang Wen hadn't experienced the end of the world once and had the shelter system, he might have joined them. After all, if he doesn't join, the 3 of them will definitely not let him go, but if he joins... "Bin, you really let this kid join? There aren't enough women to go around." Huang Mao muttered discontentfully from the side at this time. "Shut up, there is strength in numbers. If there aren't enough women, you can find more later. First, I'll give one of my women to my little brother." Li Wenbin gave Huang Mao a fierce glare, and then gave Huang Mao and the first young man who came out a wink each. The two immediately understood Li Wenbin's meaning, and first stabilized and controlled Zhang Wen, and then whether to kill or not, and whether to give the women or not would depend on Zhang Wen's performance. This was one of the previous plans. Unfortunately, the idea was very good. Just as Li Wenbin scolded Huang Mao and gave the two men a wink, Zhang Wen, who had been ready for a long time, immediately pulled out the pistol behind his back and aimed and fired. Bang! 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 Zhang Wen's first target was Li Wenbin. Of the three, he was obviously the leader and posed the greatest threat. Then came the young man and Huang Mao. In total, 6 bullets were fired, 2 for each person on average. Because the 92 pistol magazine can hold 15 bullets and it is semi-automatic, plus Zhang Wen has been able to use a gun for the past 2 years. He was able to give each of the 3 people on the other side 2 bullets in a very short period of time. Ah! The screams continued. The 3 people on the other side immediately fell in a pool of blood. Zhang Wen looked down, because he had intentionally shot them in the lower body. Therefore, Li Wenbin was shot in the calf and thigh. Huang Mao was shot only once in the thigh. As for the other young man, he was also shot only once, but the shot missed a bit and hit the heart, so he is now dead. It seems that his marksmanship is still not good, as he only hit 4 out of 6 targets, and that was at such close range. And his aim was not good either. Zhang Wen deliberately shot them in the lower body, not because he wanted to spare them, but because he didn't want to waste any bullets. Of course, don't get the wrong idea, Zhang Wen doesn't have any bad habits. He simply wanted to keep them around to see if they could increase his vitality, and there was a need to use them later. It's not too late to end their sinful lives after their mission is complete. Taking out 2 pairs of handcuffs from the system warehouse, Zhang Wen walked over and handcuffed Li Wenbin and Huang Mao's hands. Although they were injured by gunshots, it didn't mean they were out of danger. Having experienced the end of the world, Zhang Wen knew that one needed to be careful at all times. As for the other young man, he was already dead, so there was no need to trouble oneself. Ah, it hurts like hell, that dog shit Lao Zhang said he didn't have a gun. Huang Mao was clearly a coward who was afraid of pain, and he kept screaming and complaining. Li Wenbin, on the other hand, was holding back the pain, and a flash of ferocity passed through his eyes. Shut up, if you scream again, I'll give you another peanut to eat. Zhang Wen was a little annoyed by Huang Mao's screaming, so he directly threatened him with a gun. The effect was immediate, and Huang Mao was scared and immediately stopped making a sound. Little brother, I've lost this time, you're not even a staff member of the street office, are you? As long as you don't kill me, I'll give you all the supplies and women, and treat you as the boss, how about it? In this end of the world, even though you have a gun, you can't do anything without people. Li Wenbin looked at Zhang Wen, endured the pain, and said in a flat tone. The dog that doesn't bark is the one that bites the hardest. Zhang Wen didn't understand this truth. Shut up too, I'll let you speak when I tell you to. Zhang Wen was now too lazy to waste time arguing with him. They were no longer of any use. There were 3 conditions for joining Zhang Wen's shelter. You have to look pleasing to the eye. You have to look pleasing to the eye. You have to look pleasing to the eye. Of course, the right to interpret is all in Zhang Wen's hands. Today I don't like the way you look, but maybe I'll like you tomorrow. But what is certain is that in Zhang Wen's shelter, Zhang Wen doesn't like any man. Because in the end times, men's ambitions are much greater than women's, and they are never satisfied. Today you satisfy him with food. Tomorrow, when he feels he has reached his limit, he will want you to satisfy him with women. The day after tomorrow. Even if she is a woman, not everyone will want her. Although becoming a full-time resident of the sanctuary can generate more vitality points, Zhang Wen will not do something that goes against his conscience just for the sake of the vitality points. He will definitely not recruit just anyone into the sanctuary, let alone become a full-time resident. Zhang Wen, who has been reborn, will definitely not compromise himself again, there is no need to. Ignoring the 2 people, Zhang Wen went inside the supermarket. 5 people. 2 young ladies in their 20s, a young woman in her 20s or 30s, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, and a little girl of 5 or 6. The 2 young ladies were average-looking and had average figures, which meant that they could attract some attention if they didn't wear much clothing. The middle-aged woman was similar, a very ordinary housewife. Although the young woman in her 30s only scored 80 points for her appearance, she did have a good figure, at least 90 points, with all the right curves and bumps. Of course, compared to Tang Xian and Li Shui, whom he had seen before, she was still a bit lacking. Tang Xian's appearance was a 90, and her figure was at least a 99. Li Shui's appearance was a 98, and her figure was also probably an 80 or 90, but that would have to be measured. After all, Zhang Wen's gaze at that time was entirely focused on carefully studying Tang Xian's figure. It was so eye-catching that it was understandable that he overlooked Li Shui's figure. It was the little girl next to her, about 5 or 6 years old, who was very cute. She had a round, fair face with 2 cute pigtails. And big, clear, intelligent eyes that were particularly pleasing. Chapter 11. What happened at the supermarket? Zhang Wen did not have any particular preferences, but in his previous life, he had liked children very much, especially if they were girls. Unfortunately, even before he was reborn in the end times, Zhang Wen did not have any children. This was normal. At the bottom of society in the end times, people could not even support themselves, so how could they bear children? Seeing Zhang Wen walking over, and coupled with the previous gunshots, the 5 people who were tied up trembled with fear. Zhang Wen ignored them and first untied the rope that was tying up the little girl. Of course, Zhang Wen was not overflowing with compassion. First of all, not to mention a little girl, all the women here, including the men outside, could not harm Zhang Wen. After all, he had a weapon in his hands and had taken the genetic medicine. Previously, Zhang Wen had gone to a lot of trouble just to be more secure. The second reason was that it served another purpose. The little girl who was untied was very well behaved. Although her eyes kept looking at the young and attractive woman and she wanted to say something. Who was it that spoke to warn me earlier? Zhang Wen looked at the several people. Although they were all still tied up, their mouths were not gagged, so Zhang Wen was not sure who it was. However, Zhang Wen noticed some details. It was the 2 younger young ladies. Although they were also tied up, they were only casually tied up. It was the young woman with the good figure and the middle-aged woman who were tied up very tightly. Not only were they tied up very tightly, but their hair was messy, and there were obvious scars on their faces and bodies. It's me. The middle-aged woman answered immediately. No, it's me, sir. We were just trying to warn you, nothing more. Please don't hurt us. At this time, the young woman also spoke up. As soon as Zhang Wen heard the voice, he knew that it was this young woman who had spoken before. What's the matter? So many people are trying to make me thank you all. Maybe what's waiting for you is not thanks. Zhang Wen looked at the 2 of them. Mister, it really is me. Sister Li only took the blame herself because she was afraid you would hurt me. We don't need your thanks, just please don't hurt us. What's your name? Zhang Wen asked the young woman. Yuan Jing. The young woman said. Tell me briefly what happened in the supermarket. The young woman Yuan Jing dared not disobey and began to give a brief account. In fact, what happened in the supermarket was very simple. 3 days ago disaster struck, and because there were so many people in the supermarket, naturally there were more deaths. The survivors finally managed to close the supermarket doors, and in the end, only 13 people were left waiting for rescue. There were 6 men and 7 women among the 13 people. On the first day, everyone was highly nervous and at a loss, so nothing much happened. On the second day, the survivors, who had already recovered from the shock, began to have small thoughts. In particular, there was Li Wenbin. He secretly subdued Huang Mao and the young man, and then took advantage of the fact that the others were not on their guard to kill the other 3 men in the supermarket who did not obey him. Among the 7 women, 2 were the wives of the 3 men. Li Wenbin and the others were not at ease with them, so they defiled them and tortured them to death. Speaking of this, Yuan Jing still can't help feeling fear when she talks about it now. But this also allowed the remaining 5 women to escape yesterday. Today, Li Wenbin and the other 2 are going to completely turn the remaining women into slaves for the 3 of them. And the 3 of them have already divided them up. The 2 younger sisters, Huang Mao and the young man, each one of them, and the young woman Yuan Jing and her daughter all belong to Li Wenbin. The middle-aged woman, Li Dajie, is the maid. The 2 young sisters were too scared to resist yesterday, but Yuan Jing and Li Dajie did not give in, so they were severely beaten and deprived of food and other punishments. Originally, Li Wenbin had already run out of patience today and planned to use force directly, but he didn't expect Zhang Wen to come. Li Wenbin and the other 2 were very scared and didn't know how many people Zhang Wen had come with and what weapons they had. So there was the beginning of the scene. The young man went out to check the situation and keep Zhang Wen calm. Li Wenbin and Huang Mao responded accordingly, which included killing Yuan Jing and the others at any time. Zhang Wen looked at Yuan Jing. Quite pleasing to the eye. She can be taken into the shelter. Of course, since they were going to officially take someone in, the shelter's resident management function should also be activated and online. Of course, in Zhang Wen's original plan, the function that was activated first was also resident management. System, activate resident management function. Roger that, deducting 300 vitality points. Activation successful. Zhang Wen checks the system interface again. Doomsday Shelter System. Host, Zhang Wen. Vitality points, 400. Citizens, 030. Functions. 1. Territory, Wenshan Shelter Level 1 Territory 300 meters. 2. Wall not activated. 3. Warehouse, Level 1 300 cubic meters in size. Available supplies, 505 pounds of seafood, 209 pounds of poultry and meat, 600 pounds of vegetables and fruit. 3 pistols, 56 pairs of handcuffs. 4. Defense not activated. 5. Resident management, 0. 6. Medical not activated. 7. Sub-territories not activated. 8. Director's protection room, established. 9. Custom not activated. 10. Zombie buster body not activated. Chapter 12, First Resident. The resident management bar shows 0. That's because the number of residents is still 0. The resident management function can only manage the official residents who have joined the shelter, and does not include the floating population who have not joined. But there is another advantage to activating the resident management function. That is, as long as the people are within the territory of the shelter, Zhang Wen can view their friendship level. Zhang Wen immediately checked the few people in the supermarket. Yuan Jing is shown in light green. Li Daxi is shown in dark yellow. The little girl is shown in dark green. The other 2 little girls, one is light yellow and the other is light red. As for the 2 people outside, Li Wenbin and Huang Mao, they are both dark red. Zhang Wen cannot see the specific numerical value of their friendliness if they are not residents of the shelter, but he can roughly judge it by the color. First is red, which represents malice. Starting from light red, the darker the color, the greater the disgust. Above red is yellow, which represents neutrality. However, unlike red, the darker the yellow, the more friendly it is. Above yellow is green, which represents friendliness in the same way as yellow. Li Wenbin and Huang Mao both probably hate Zhang Wen enough to drink blood and eat flesh, so it's normal for their color to be dark red. The 2 young ladies, one is light yellow, which means they are neutral towards Zhang Wen and may betray him at any time, or they may have a good impression of him. It is the other one, a light red, that is worth noting. Although it is only a faint malicious intent, but it is malicious intent nonetheless. Their father is the one who saved you, so it's fine if you don't thank him, but you come and hate him? Of course Zhang Wen doesn't really care what they think, so he doesn't even bat an eyelid. Li's deep yellow color represents neutrality, but it is also a little more friendly. This is also quite normal. After all, before Zhang Wen came, Li Wenbin and the other 2 did something very cruel, and Li was also a victim. Before Zhang Wen harmed her, Zhang Wen was still her benefactor. Yuan Jing is light green, and the little girl is dark green, both of which are relatively friendly. In addition to the fact that Zhang Wen saved them, this is definitely also related to Zhang Wen's previous actions, which untied the little girl's ropes. Listen, I have established a shelter here called Wenshan Shelter. Do any of you want to join voluntarily? There is only one requirement for joining the shelter: obey all my orders. Of course, there is a reward for your efforts. You will be rewarded with food and a safe environment to survive the end times. After getting the general situation, Zhang Wen began to speak. Of course, Zhang Wen was only asking for their opinions. In fact, Zhang Wen had already made a decision about who could join the shelter and become a full-time resident and who could not. The 4 adult women present had not yet spoken. Instead, a small white hand was raised. Little Dut, what do you want to say? Zhang Wen looked at the little girl and smiled. It seems that the little girl has very good upbringing, and she must be a good student at school, as she knows to raise her hand to ask a question. Uncle, my name is not Little, it's Tong Yao. Can I join too? Tong Yao asked with big, lovely eyes. Zhang Wen looked at the little girl in front of him. He knew that a lot of the unpleasant things that happened in the supermarket yesterday either did not happen in front of the little girl's eyes, or her mother did not let her see. Otherwise, the little girl would not be so innocent. After the end of the world, Zhang Wen has seen too many children with serious psychological trauma. Little one, why do you want to join? And what can you do at such a young age? Jiangwen was in a good mood for some reason, and amused the little girl. The little girl pouted, obviously unhappy that Jiangwen still called her little one. But she said very seriously, because my mother and I need food, and if we don't have food, we'll be hungry. Even though I'm still young, I often help my mother at home. I can sweep the floor and wash the dishes. Okay, you're the first one to apply to join, I agree. Jiangwen nodded with a smile. At the same time, in Zhang Wen's mind, the voice of the system also sounded. Ding, Tong, you applied to join the shelter, do you agree? Yes, in order to become a full resident of the shelter, she must confirm herself, and Zhang Wen must also agree. Zhang Wen finally welcomed his first official resident of the shelter. Although she was just a little one, it was definitely something worth recording in the history books. What about you guys? Anyone else who wants to join, just raise your hand like the little one. I'll only give you 3 seconds to think about it, and I won't wait any longer. Zhang Wen looked at the remaining 4 people and said. In the end, Yuan Jing and Sisterly glanced at each other and both raised their hands. Yuan Jing had no choice. Her daughter had already joined. If she didn't join, it would definitely not work. Now if she asked her daughter to withdraw, it would definitely make Zhang Wen even more angry. Besides, she was truly grateful to Zhang Wen more than fearful. And Yuan Jing would learn later on what a wise decision her daughter had made for her at that moment. Chapter 13. My words are the rules of the shelter. As for Sisterly, although she was quite a tough person, she was also a very sentimental person. In the past few days, she and Yuan Jing have gotten along very well, and the two of them have helped each other. So Yuan Jing joined, and she naturally joined too, and she didn't dare go out alone. Well, congratulations, you have made a wise choice. Zhang Wen said to Yuan Jing and Li Dajie. At the same time, in the system, he agreed for them to become official residents. Now Zhang Wen's shelter already has 3 official residents. End of the World Shelter System. Host, Zhang Wen. Vitality, 400. Citizens, 330. Functions. 1. Territory, Wenshan Sanctuary Level 1 Territory 300 meters. 2. City walls not activated. 3. Warehouse, Level 1 300 cubic meters in size. Existing supplies, 505 caddies of seafood, 209 caddies of poultry and meat, 600 caddies of vegetables and fruit. 3 pistols, 56 pairs of handcuffs. 4. Defense not activated. 5. Resident management. Nursery rhymes 6 years old, specialty, singing and dancing, loyalty, 86. Yuan Jing 30 years old, specialty, management, loyalty, 80. Auntie Li 43 years old, specialty, cooking, loyalty, 69. 6. Medical not activated. 7. Territory division not activated. 8. Director's protection room, established. 9. Customization not activated. 10. Zombie buster body not activated. The other 2 young ladies on this side saw that Yuan Jing and the others had all joined Zhang Wen's shelter, and although they were a little anxious, they were not worried. After all, they considered themselves young ladies, and they were not as good as an aunt or an older lady with a child. However, one young lady could not hold her temper anymore and said, "Young man, my name is Lu Meiying. Can I ask you, do you need to take risks to find supplies to join your shelter? And what about the food and treatment?" Zhang Wen glanced at the young lady who spoke. She was not tall, wore heavy makeup, and had an ordinary figure. Of course, before the end of the world, even such an ordinary young lady would definitely have countless lickspittles around her. For someone like Zhang Wen, who had no money and no looks, he would not even be eligible to be a spare tire. However, Zhang Wen's standards had long since become picky, and he simply could not look at ordinary-looking people. But this young lady named Lu Meiying was the girl whose friendliness was a light red, and Zhang Wen did look at her a little longer. This glance made Lu Meiying misunderstand something, and she immediately beamed with a smile and continued, "Younger brother, seriously, thanks to you for saving us. Those people were really bad, and they even killed someone. You are obviously a good person. It's a pity that WeChat is not working right now, otherwise I would definitely add you as a friend." Zhang Wen ignored her self-talk and said in an imperious tone, "Okay, the time is up. For those who have applied to join the shelter, congratulations, you have now become official members of the shelter. Those who did not apply to join will automatically become informal residents of the shelter, that is, refugees. The welfare benefits and required payments for formal and informal residents of the shelter are different, and I will formulate detailed rules in due course. But what is certain is that the welfare benefits for formal residents will definitely be much, much better. There is one more thing that is the same: as long as you enter my shelter and are protected by it, you must unconditionally obey the rules of the shelter, and my word is the rule of the shelter. Oh, little brother, I didn't say I wasn't joining. Hearing Zhang Wen's words, Lu Meiying finally became a little anxious and stopped playing hard to get. She hurriedly said, "I'll do whatever you say, just let me go with you." Zhang Wen glanced at Lu Meiying and didn't say anything, but first took the little one to the small office next to them. There were some scenes that shouldn't be shown to children. In the snack area of the supermarket, they found a large salt-baked chicken leg and some snacks, and told the little one to eat by himself and not to come out without their permission. The little boy was obedient and really hungry, so he ate very happily. It seemed that Li Wenbin had not fed them for a long time. The only worry the little guy had was that his mother, Yuan Jing, had not eaten yet and wanted to eat with her. After Zhang Wen promised her that he would also feed her mother soon, the little guy immediately became quiet and obedient. Although she may not have seen some of the bad images in the supermarket before, being tied up in some of the conversations between adults made the already sensible little girl, under her mother's constant education, even more obedient. Zhang Wen got up and went outside the supermarket again. "Little brother, I didn't say I wouldn't join, just give me another chance." Lu Meiying didn't feel anything yet, and when Zhang Wen came out, she pretended to be pitiful and said. Her experience told her that men all eat this trick. Zhang Wen casually drew out the baton tied around his waist and smashed it directly and fiercely on Lu Meiying's back. Ah! Lu Meiying let out a scream. What she didn't expect was that the young man, who had just been fine and qualified to lick dogs, would turn his back on her. Even the other few people were a little shocked. Chapter 14. The most important thing in the shelter is to be obedient. After repeatedly whipping Lu Meiying with the baton, Zhang Wen stopped. Looking at the crowd, he said, "I will say this one last time. As long as you are in my shelter, you must obey the rules of the shelter. The most important thing is to be obedient. There is no room for negotiation. I said that your treatment is what it is. I said that you only have 3 seconds to consider whether to become a full member of the shelter. Of course, I said that the treatment of full residents and non-full residents is different, and so is the degree of freedom. Full residents have better treatment, but they cannot quit the shelter easily. Non-full residents, you are free. If you want to leave, just apply. If I agree, you can leave at any time. Also, I am the director of the shelter. In the future, full residents should call me director, and non-full residents should call me director." Lu Meiying, who had been suffering greatly, immediately whispered to Zhang Wen after hearing his words, "Little director, can we really leave at any time if we don't join?" At this moment, Lu Meiying felt that the pain in her body had eased a little, and she was even more grateful. Fortunately, she hadn't hastily agreed to join this bullshit asylum, and she wanted to leave here immediately. "Director, I haven't joined either, and I want to leave too." The other young lady, who had never spoken, spoke up at this time. She has been terrified since 2 days ago and has not eaten much. She really wants to go home now. Yuan Jing and Sister Li did not say anything, but their expressions were a bit complicated. Zhang Wen glanced at Lu Meiying and the other young lady and said indifferently, "You want to leave?" "Okay, I have cleared the zombies within a 300-meter radius around here, which is the range of our shelter. As long as you stay outside this range, you can go wherever you want. We are all Chinese, and I hope you can survive. What do you say? Do you want to leave now? I'll let you go now." Of course, Zhang Wen was just saying that to let them go freely. After all, there aren't many people in the shelter right now, and they still have to rely on them to earn their survival points. In the future, when there are more residents in the shelter, it is possible that this system will be implemented for the displaced people who have not become official residents. But definitely not now. As for saying that they can leave freely, Zhang Wen has ways to make them not want to leave. Sure enough, when a few women heard that Zhang Wen had cleaned up the zombies within a 300-meter radius by himself, they couldn't believe their ears. You have to know that initially, the zombies in this supermarket were driven out by closing the doors of the supermarket. The survivors experienced what a tragedy it was and what a great price they paid. It is still vivid in their minds. And Zhang Wen cleaned up a 300-meter radius by himself, which is simply unimaginable. Awesome. So awesome. No wonder there were no sounds of the zombies outside today. No wonder he easily dealt with the 3 of them after entering the supermarket. Before, they hadn't thought much about it. Now, when they think about it, they are terrified. What a fierce man. In normal times, someone like him might only be popular with rich women, but in the end times, it's different. Following him, they feel a sense of security that just overflows. The two young ladies who were just now screaming and thinking about leaving immediately stopped talking. Thinking about the tragic scene at the supermarket the other day, leaving? Leaving is like signing your own death warrant. Without any help or protection from a strong person, how can these two girls leave? How can they face the zombies alone? They can't just show their arms and thighs to the zombies, because the zombies won't fall for that. Director, my home is within 300 meters of here, what should I do? Lu Meiying's eyes twinkled as she immediately said pitifully. In fact, her residence is definitely more than 300 meters away, but the home of the other young lady is really within 300 meters. But that young lady saw what Lu Meiying said and wanted to ask the same thing, so she didn't open her mouth. That's easy. I'm not an unreasonable bandit. You can take whatever you have in the house or food. I won't touch your house either. If the end of the world is over, the house will still be yours. Zhang Wen said kindly. Lu Meiying didn't know what to say. You don't want to? Zhang Wen had previously told her with his actions what would happen if she didn't listen. In Zhang Wen's shelter, there was no room for bargaining. You could only accept or obey. And Zhang Wen was still much better than Li Wenbin and the others. Although he was also a bit overbearing and unreasonable. But if you think about it, he wasn't really that unreasonable. Zhang Wen had originally cleared the zombies from this area, so naturally he had ownership rights. Now he is letting them leave with their belongings, which seems very reasonable. Okay. The problem is, how can we leave? Can we leave? Director, I would like to stay in the shelter for a few days and see how it goes, is that okay? Lu Meiying had no choice but to play the pitiful card. Me too, Director. The other young lady also said with a sad face. Chapter 15, Follow me to the office. Zhang Wen ignored them and looked at Yuan Jing and Sister Li, saying, Yuan Jing, I now appoint you as the head of the logistics department of the shelter, and Sister Li will assist you. These two will work as temporary workers. You two go search the residential area supplies on the upper floors of the supermarket. Remember, all food, weapons, medicine, etc., and anything else you think is valuable, collect it and put it in the hallway on each floor. I will come up and deal with it when the time comes. And no one is allowed to handle any of the items on their own, or else they will be held responsible for the consequences. Yes, Director. Yuan Jing quickly responded, although she didn't really care about this so-called minister of the shelter for the time being, but since she and her daughter had already joined, she could only try her best to do a good job and protect her daughter. She was about to say something to greet Sister Li and the others to move out. Wait, Yuan Jing, you come with me to the office inside first. Zhang Wen finished speaking and walked towards the office. Until Zhang Wen walked into the office, Yuan Jing was still frozen in place. Her mind was filled with that sentence. Go to the office. What can you do in the office? If it were before the end of the world, Yuan Jing would not have thought much about it. After all, it is a society ruled by law. But in the past 2 days, Yuan Jing has experienced too much darkness to allow her to think less. Although her appearance cannot be described as goddess level, she is definitely a beauty, and her figure has improved even more after giving birth to a child. Otherwise, Li Wenbin, as the boss before, would not have picked her. It's just that she didn't let Li Wenbin get her. But Yuan Jing also knew that if Li Wenbin and the others had not raped those other women yesterday, and if Zhang Wen had arrived later, and Li Wenbin had tried to force himself on her, she, as a single woman, would not have been able to resist for long. But if the director did the same thing, and her daughter was still in the office? How could the director? Xiao Jing Li Jing saw Yuan Jing's dilemma and was about to speak. Yuan Jing immediately said, Li Jing, you guys wait for me for a bit, and we'll go upstairs to find supplies later. Yuan Jing didn't want Sister Li to get hurt again for sticking up for her, so she could only take things one step at a time. For the sake of her daughter, there was nothing she could do sometimes, as long as he didn't hurt her daughter. Overall, Zhang Wen gave her a much better impression than Li Wenbin and the others. The reason she was unwilling to go along with Li Wenbin was because she knew that they were animals, and if she followed them, there would be no guarantee of her daughter's safety. Mom, come quickly, the uncle gave me a lot to eat, and you can have some too. As soon as Yuan Jing walked into the office, her daughter ran over happily, carrying Yuan Jing's clothes and holding out a piece of bread in her small hands. She knew that her mother was also very hungry, and the little bit of food and water her mother had received from the bad guys before had basically all been eaten by her. Thank you, Yao Yao. Yuan Jing smiled and patted her daughter's little face. Then she looked at Zhang Wendao and said, "Director, what is Yao Yao holding?" She remembered Zhang Wendao saying that they couldn't take any supplies without permission. "The little one ate what I gave her, and I promised her that you would also get some food, so you can eat without worry." Zhang Wen looked at the little girl, as if he knew what Yuan Jing was worried about. Then he continued, "In addition, I asked you to come because the official residents of the shelter have the right and must be equipped with weapons. So I'm going to give you and Sisterly some weapons, and I'll teach you how to use them. In the future, you will teach Sisterly and even the new residents. Of course, this is only temporary. After all, you are still mainly responsible for logistics. When our shelter grows, there will be departments of public security and exploration, and so on. At that time, we will definitely find someone more suitable to train them." "That's it?" Yuan Jing looked at Zhang Wen blankly. "It's not what I expected. What are you doing? Eat first." Zhang Wen looked at Yuan Jing, who was frozen in place, and snapped at her. "Oh, okay." Yuan Jing blushed, and quickly led her daughter to eat. Zhang Wen noticed that Yuan Jing was really quite pretty when she was shy. Of course, she also had a mature charm that was a bit seductive. No rush, if your heart is moved, just take it. Monogamy is not popular in the end times, especially for capable men. Zhang Wen would not treat himself badly in this life. While Yuan Jing ate, Zhang Wen took out the weapons that he had equipped Yuan Jing and Sisterly with. Taser and tear gas launcher. These are the weapons Zhang Wen thinks are most suitable for women at this stage. The police taser is mainly composed of an integrated high-quality integrated block and a rechargeable nickel metal hydride battery. The taser is small and easy to use. There is generally an electric shock safety switch at the back of the taser, which, when pressed once during use, will produce a strong electric shock. The tear gas launcher, also known as police pepper spray, is a highly concentrated extract of chili peppers, and is also a powerful weapon against muggers. Both of these weapons can be quickly learned to use, and they are easy to use, requiring no great strength. After teaching Yuan Jing how to use the two weapons, Yuan Jing took along Li Daxi, who was also equipped with weapons. There were also two young girls full of envy of them going upstairs to search for supplies. Of course, Xia Tanjiu also followed her mother. Zhang Wen first locked up the two still alive Li Wenbin and Huang Mao in the office and locked the door. With two people who had suffered gunshot wounds and were still handcuffed, if they could still cause trouble like this, they were amazing. Moreover, Zhang Wen could check their location at any time in the system. The reason he didn't kill them immediately was that he wanted to reuse them later. After everyone left, Zhang Wen began to prepare to collect the supplies from the supermarket, which was also the reason he told everyone else to leave. Although there were many more abnormalities in the shelter in the future, especially the building of walls and the disappearance of supplies, which would definitely arouse the suspicion of others. But Zhang Wen knew the situation after the end of the world. There was no high-tech heat weapons at all, and there were no powerful shelters nearby. There was no need to worry too much. And with the improvement of his level, he didn't have to worry about these things at all. But it's still better to be careful in the early stages, and the best strategy is to hide up and develop in a wretched way. Chapter 16, Supplies from a Supermarket. After confirming that no one was around, Zhang Wen pulled the supermarket door closed. Then he began to loot. The entrance was the fruit and vegetable area. Grapes, lychees, apples, mangoes, and cantaloupes were on the shelves, but there were also boxes and boxes of them underneath the shelves, and he took them all. While he was taking them, Zhang Wen saw some of his favorite fruits and couldn't help but eat one. In his previous life, Zhang Wen had been reluctant to eat a lot of fruits because of the price, and now this kind of shopping for free was really great. The fruit was all collected. Next to it was the vegetable section. Before the end of the world, the price of vegetables was not much different from that of grain. But after the end of the world, vegetables can be considered a luxury. Looking at the supermarket full of vegetables, Zhang Wen felt the same way as people in the previous life when they saw countless gold. Spinach, green vegetables, tomatoes, broccoli, eggplants, cucumbers, etc., wherever Zhang Wen passed, the vegetables all disappeared. Then there was the food and beverage section. This includes canned meats, canned fruits, biscuits, ham, instant noodles, candy, chocolate, beef jerky. The end of the world is so cool, no need to read labels or prices. There are also all kinds of pure milk, yogurt, mineral water, and various drinks. Sometimes when Zhang Wen collects a box of mineral water, he thinks about how he used to desperately collect a bottle of mineral water in the end of the world. Collecting a box of instant noodles, he would think that in the future, a pack of instant noodles could give pretty young ladies in the slums hundreds of millions of little gifts. How many gifts does this box of instant noodles have to give young ladies? No, I don't know if the system still has genetic medicine in the future. If not, I have to exercise every day. Otherwise, there is no way. I often have to give gifts to those poor and starving young ladies. Of course, in this world, Jiangwen definitely will not go on giving to those little sisters anymore, because there must be many little sisters in his shelter who need his gifts. After finishing the food and beverage area, Jiangwen was excited again. Because when he got to the aquatic and poultry area, these were also like gold. He collected as many grass carp, crucian carp, shrimp, beef, lamb, chicken, duck, and pork as possible, not wasting a single bit. Next is the grain and seasoning area. Staple foods such as rice and flour are collected, as they are the guarantee of survival. Salt is also collected, as it is a precious commodity after the end of the world. Other items such as cooking oil, soy sauce, pickled vegetables, chili sauce, fermented tofu, and sugar are also collected. After this round, basically everything that can be eaten has been collected by Jiangwen and stored in the warehouse. Although Jiangwen's warehouse is currently only a first-class warehouse, it is actually quite large, despite its small size of only 300 cubic meters. To put it simply, the density of water is 1, so 1 cubic meter can hold 2,000 pounds of water, and 300 cubic meters can hold 600,000 pounds of water. If we also consider the density of pork, which varies according to fat content, an average of 1,800 pounds of pork can be stored in 1 cubic meter, and 300 cubic meters can hold 540,000 pounds of pork. In this way, we have a rough idea of how big the warehouse needs to be to hold the amount of supplies. So the amount of supplies we have now is nothing at all. After loading the supermarket, Jiangwen began to collect the daily necessities that would be needed in the future. For example, shampoo, toilet paper, laundry detergent, and shower gel. These things may not be necessities for many impoverished people in the end times, but if you want to improve the quality of life and live like a person in the end times, these things are necessary. Jiangwen's goal in this world is not just to survive, but to live a wonderful life. There are also some supplies, such as quilts, slippers, pots and pans, etc., which will also be needed in the future. But in order to allow the system warehouse to hold the most needed supplies, these things will not be received into the warehouse for now. Anyway, everything in the shelter is your own. This supermarket is also your own real-life warehouse. By the way, there are 2 more things that are not necessities in the end times, but they are also very expensive to trade for supplies. Those are cigarettes and alcohol. So Jiangwen walked over to the cigarettes and alcohol counter. Whatever the Baisha, Hongshuangxi, Zongnanhai, Jiaozi, Furanwang, and Zhonghua cigarettes were, whether they cost 10 or a few hundred yuan. And the wine, Maodai, Wolyangya, Luzhou Laojiao, and various red wines were collected from the supermarket. Jiangwen then started collecting from the supermarket warehouse. In fact, apart from vegetables and meat, many things in the supermarket warehouse are the main items. This is because the goods in the supermarket warehouse are stored in whole pieces or boxes, unlike the supermarket, where they are sold individually. For example, salt, various dried fruit snacks, various drinks and alcoholic beverages, various sweets, biscuits, and ham and sausages are all stored in the warehouse in full boxes, so it's not too bad to collect them. After collecting the goods in the supermarket warehouse, Jiangwen was happy and his mood was calm. This is the happiness of the end of the world. Shopping without looking at the labels or prices, and without spending money. And the young lady in the end of the world is very enthusiastic. As long as you have food, of course. Looking at the time, Jiangwen thought for a moment and decided to go upstairs and check on Yuan Jing and the others first. Then in the afternoon, he would go around his shelter and collect all the food and useful items from the stores on the street and bring them to the warehouse. As for the several residential buildings in the shelter, Jiangwen was in no hurry. There would not be many supplies in the residential buildings, and it would be time-consuming and laborious. After dealing with all the survivors in the shelter tomorrow, he would let them search. He had to do everything himself as the director, so why keep them on? It's not like I have a secretary to do things when there's nothing to do. I should get myself a secretary. What about Yuan Jing? Well, actually, the logistics minister and secretary are more or less the same, since they both serve me anyway, so I don't care about the details of the title. Jiangwen thought generously. The supermarket residential building can be accessed from the side entrance of the supermarket, which is why Yuan Jing and the others can go there. They have been unable to leave the building for the past 2 days. The building system showed that there were no other survivors, so they were relieved to let them go. Just as Zhang Wen was about to go upstairs, he had not yet seen them when he heard a clear voice. Sister Engying, Mom said that the things we find and the food we find cannot be eaten first. We have to wait until the director has seen it before we can eat it, otherwise he will get angry and scold us. This is the voice of Xiaobian. Zhang Wen could not help but slow down his pace to hear what was going on with them. P.S. I'm asking for support for my new book. Let's talk about the book first. The author himself has also been an old bookworm for more than 10 years. I've always liked to read about the end of the world, and after reading a lot about end of the world superpowers, stockpiling, and crystal upgrades, I just wanted to write about a simpler end of the world, without superpowers or crystals, like Resident Evil. In this book, in addition to developing the shelter, the male protagonist also has the ability to not be bitten by zombies. He goes out to find all kinds of supplies and beautiful women. This book is dark, harem, self-serving, etc. I originally wanted to write it even darker, after all, it is the end of the world. But reality won't let me, I know it all, so I've toned it down a bit. If you care about the male protagonist's dark style and harem, I hope you'll be merciful and not give it a bad review. I've already warned you. By the way, writing a book is really hard. Every day I type away at the plot, sometimes I'll stop to jot down a good idea while I'm eating. To be honest, besides being a hobby, I also hope to gain something from writing, so I hope everyone will support me a little. It doesn't have to be spending money to send gifts, just feel free to give a good review if you can continue reading. Of course, if there are big bigs who send gifts, it is even more of an affirmation for me. There are also free gifts and reminders to update faster on Tomato. In short, I sincerely ask the big bigs to do what they can according to their own situation. Those who have money can support the story with money, and those who have time can support the story with time. Thank you. Chapter 17, She will be the one you look up to in the future. You little brat, your vixen of a mother doesn't care about me, and you care about me? Get out of my way. This is the voice of Lu Meiying. Xiaoling, let's just forget it, let's not eat. If Yuan Jing really tells the director, we might get beaten up. This isn't Yuan Jing's voice either, it's the voice of another young lady. It seems that Lu Meiying has dragged her along to stir up trouble. She really thinks that the director is going to let her be the logistics minister. What kind of official is the logistics minister? I'm so scared. It's still Lu Meiying's voice. Xiaoling, we are all survivors who have survived together, and it is not easy to survive. I just want my daughter to survive, so I won't make things difficult for you, so don't make things difficult for me, okay? If you keep doing whatever you want, I'll really go tell the director. This is the voice of Yuan Jing. Okay, no need to listen. It seems that Yuan Jing still hasn't adapted to her role. Some people have also not accepted their fate. Then I will help them today and help them. Cough cough. Zhang Wen coughed deliberately and walked over. Director. Director. Director uncle. Everyone hurriedly greeted him, even little Dut, who sweetly called him uncle. Unfortunately, what happened next was not so sweet. I heard everything you just said, let me make a few comments. Don't worry, with the kids here today, I'll be very gentle. First of all, little friend little Dot, Uncle Director must give 100,000 likes. For those who did not execute Uncle's orders, firmly stop, but unfortunately limited ability, continue to make efforts in the future. Thank you, Uncle Director. The children in the nursery rhyme are, after all, just children. Hearing the praise from the uncle, they immediately didn't care that the uncle called them little dots again. Then there was Yuan Jing. Zhang Wen looked at Yuan Jing. I can only say that you have been derelict in your duties, Yuan Jing. I'll explain where exactly you have been derelict in your duties and what the punishment will be later. Yuan Jing bit her lip, looked at Zhang Wen, and lowered her head in some grievance. Then Zhang Wen looked at Lu Meiying. Lu Meiying shrank a little nervously, but forced herself to smile charmingly and hurriedly explained. Director, I have been trying to search for supplies, I haven't been lazy at all, it's just that I was so hungry that I ate a little bit. Zhang Wen smiled and said, Don't be afraid, I'm a reasonable person, and as I said earlier, I will be very gentle with you since there are children here. Lu Meiying just let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Wen continued, First, I'll give you some advice. Zhang Wen looked at Lu Meiying and said, Yuan Jing, the logistics minister, is really not that impressive. She will be someone you can look up to in the future. Lu Meiying, who had just let out a sigh of relief, began to feel nervous again. She also felt inexplicably uncomfortable, as if her heart was blocked. Yuan Jing, who had been silent the whole time, had misty eyes for some reason. Let's talk about the rules of the shelter. It's also my fault for not making them clear before, and they're not perfect yet, so I'll just explain them briefly. In the shelter, my word is the rule. Apart from me, the next highest status is that of a full resident of the shelter, followed by a temporary resident, and there may be a lower status than temporary resident in the future. Of course, full residents will also have many management positions, which I'll talk about later. What I want to say is that no one in the shelter can contradict their superior for any reason. For example, you cannot disobey me for any reason. Sisterly cannot disobey the orders of Yuan Jing, and you are even lower than Sisterly in terms of status. If you deliberately disobey, the consequences will be even more serious, and you will be expelled from the asylum after being punished. Of course, I am also a reasonable person, and I will set up a complaints department where you can report any excessive problems. And as I said, informal residents can leave if they want to. But if you don't listen, it's not as simple as just walking away. Director, I didn't know this rule before, so please forgive me this time. Lu Meiying was terrified, and she would be stupid if she couldn't hear Zhang Wen's anger. She was already a little afraid of Zhang Wen, and immediately begged for mercy. Zhang Wen took off a pair of handcuffs from his belt and looked at Lu Meiying and said, I told you before that this punishment would be very mild. After all, I didn't make it clear before, but now I've decided to punish you and the other young lady who ate the food as follows. First, I will handcuff you with the handcuffs and lock you in this room. You are the mastermind, and you will have no food or water from tonight until noon tomorrow. The other young lady can have a glass of water. Second, before noon tomorrow, I will listen to Yuan Jing's report on your performance and decide whether to evict you from the shelter. Third, I originally decided that the standard of food for informal residents of the shelter at this stage would be no breakfast for lunch, a bowl of rice, a little pickled vegetables and vegetable soup for dinner, a pack of instant noodles, 1 bottle of water a day, and of course, depending on the situation, there will still be occasional snacks. But in view of your performance, starting tomorrow, the above food rations will be halved every day until Yuan Jing considers your performance to be up to standard, and then the normal standard will be restored. Of course, if you still think about casually asking Yuan Jing to beg for mercy and let you off if she softens, then you can also try it, and Yuan Jing can also try it, and by then Yuan Jing and her daughter might both become irregular residents like you. Zhang Wen glanced at Yuan Jing and finally said slowly to Lu Meiying, Okay, I'm done talking about the punishments. By the way, you can't escape the punishment for the first one, but you might have a chance to escape the second and third ones. As I said, informal residents have freedom. You can apply to leave the shelter tomorrow. But if the two of them dared to leave, they would have already left. After being starved for another day, would they still have the courage or even the strength to leave? After Zhang Wen finished speaking, he threw the handcuffs to Yuan Jing. You go find a room to settle Lu Meiying down first, then come back to me to get a pair of handcuffs to settle the other one. In the afternoon, you, Sisterly, and Little Dot will continue searching for supplies. I'll decide on your punishment later. Don't let me down again. To those who don't listen, I'm not giving you weapons to use as decorations. Yuan Jing silently took the handcuffs and calmly replied, I know. I won't let you down again. At this moment, she had figured a lot out. The end of the world is cruel. Chapter 18, Shelter Hierarchy and Treatment. It's not that she is cruel to others, and others will be cruel to her and her daughter. She has always remembered her old friendship with Lu Meiying and the others, and has always followed the kind way of acting before the end of the world. But if it ends up being a miserable life for herself and her daughter, who will sympathize with her? She doesn't blame Zhang Wen for being strict with her. Zhang Wen saved her and her daughter from Li Wenbin's demons, and she has always been grateful to Zhang Wen in her heart. And Zhang Wen not only gave her the status of a formal resident of the shelter, but also a leadership position. Although before Lu Meiying, and even Yuan Jing herself, felt that this shelter and this status were like a game. But through Zhang Wen's words just now, Yuan Jing finally understood. As long as the end of the world has not ended, and as long as this shelter is still here, one's status is respected, and one's life will be as happy as it can be in the end times. Because even though Zhang Wen was so harsh on Lu Meiying, why did Lu Meiying not leave? Would she dare to leave? Women could be arrogant before the end of the world, but in the end they are destined to be the weak. What if it were you? Would you dare to leave? After giving Yuan Jing another pair of handcuffs, Zhang Wen left. As for what Yuan Jing will do next, we will just have to wait and see. If she fails, Zhang Wen will not give her another chance and will replace her. The reason Jiangwen is willing to give Yuan Jing a chance is that, apart from being human, Yuan Jing has a pair of big, basketball-like breasts and a ripe, peach-like scent. Of course, these are not the real reasons. The real reason is that Yuan Jing has a child. In the end times, mothers with children are the easiest to control because they have attachments. Moreover, Yuan Jing has a good personality and she and her daughter are highly loyal to her. With such people, Jiangwen naturally does not mind cultivating them as trusted subordinates. After going downstairs, Jiangwen once again began his simple and boring activity of collecting supplies. 3 convenience stores, 5 fast food restaurants, 2 fruit stores, 1 bottled water store, and 1 cake store. These stores are Jiangwen's focus of attention and also his source of joy. There are also hardware stores, barber shops, boutiques, and lottery stores. Jiangwen pays much less attention to these stores. Except for the food that must be collected, he will only take the supplies that interest him when he sees them. The rest can just continue to shine and prosper there. As long as they are in his shelter, he is not afraid that they will run out. Basically, all the supplies on the street have been collected, and the rest are the residential buildings. There is no rush for the residential buildings. Jiangwen decided to first improve the shelter's hierarchical treatment so that people who join the shelter in the future can understand their own position as soon as possible. Of course, it is also some motivation for them. Jiangwen brought a ballpoint pen and notebook from the supermarket and started planning and writing. First, the person with the highest rank and the best treatment is naturally the director, that is, Jiangwen herself, which is a must. Next is the director's wife. Jiangwen naturally doesn't mind giving his women the best life. It's just that Jiangwen's vision has become picky in this world, provided that they have the capital to become the director's wife. For example, a young lady like Lu Meiying, who has already passed the age requirement. Otherwise, even if she has a good appearance, figure and character, she would never be considered a suitable candidate for the director's wife, let alone a full resident. Under the director and the director's wife, Jiangwen plans to set up a shelter management committee responsible for the normal operation of the shelter. After all, if he has to manage everything himself, Jiangwen does not have the energy or interest. He only needs to grasp the general direction. Enjoying life is his main priority in life. The management committee Jiangwen plans to have 5 to 7 people, each in charge of 1 or more departments, and controversial issues will be voted on. These 5 or 7 people will be equivalent to the senior management of the shelter. The necessary condition for election is that they must be full members of the shelter and have rich management experience. Of course, their treatment will naturally be very high. Under the management committee are the officials of each department. For example, the minister and director of the logistics department. For example, the minister and captain of the security department. Personnel department. Officials in each department must also be full residents of the asylum. Next in line are the full residents of the asylum. Full residents are divided into probationary residents, first-class residents, second-class residents, and third-class residents. New full residents are third-class residents. Those who perform well or make outstanding contributions can be promoted to second-class or first-class residents. First-class residents who perform even better can become officials. What are the benefits? First, the welfare benefits of each class of resident are different, which naturally gives them an incentive to work hard. Second, if you make a mistake, not a major one of principle, when you are a first-class resident, if you are punished by being demoted, then you are still a second-class resident, at least you are still a full-time resident of the asylum. But if you were only a third-class resident and were demoted as punishment, then you would be stripped of your status as a full resident. Whether you could become a full resident of the sanctuary in the future, or when you could rejoin the sanctuary, was unknown. After all, the sanctuary would definitely have more and more people in the future, and more talent. Of course, Jiangwen was still a person who cared about old friendships, and she would not casually revoke her status as a full resident for not particularly serious mistakes. After all, Jiangwen had probably selected everyone who could join the sanctuary as a full resident. Someone like Miss Lu Meiying will probably never become a full resident of the shelter. The chances for the other young lady with Lu Meiying are also very slim. Jiangwen is more interested in quality than quantity, and there are only 30 places in the first-level territory. Below full residents are transient residents, or refugees for short. Of course, in the early stages of the end of the world, there is no stability, and people entering the shelter may not be able to move at all. Only when the late stage of the end of the world arrives, and large shelters or survivor bases are established, will it be possible for limited exchanges to take place between the various shelters, and only then will there be a real small amount of population movement. But Zhang Wen doesn't care about any of this, whether they can move or stay in their own shelter. As long as they are not official residents of the shelter, Zhang Wen calls them all refugees. Refugees are residents who can move. But if you can't move on your own, it's not my problem. Chapter 19, Worrying about the little girl so that she can eat. Of course, once you enter Zhang Wen's asylum, you will enjoy the safe environmental protection of the asylum, and you cannot just come and go as you please. That's why they are called refugees. But whether you want to come in or go out, there are definitely requirements or conditions, so I won't go into detail here. Refugee Zhang Wen plans to also be divided into 1, 2, and 3 levels, with similar functions to the official residents. Give them the motivation to work hard and room to advance. For example, first-class refugees can become prospective full residents if they behave well. After all, the end of the world is full of despair, so we should give people some hope. Otherwise, why would anyone work for themselves? No, work for themselves. The above is the general staff structure of the entire asylum. Of course, there are still many areas that need improvement. For example, the welfare benefits for each level must be properly improved and planned. Why does this need to be improved and planned? It's simple, the benefits for each level are definitely different. And welfare benefits include many things. For example, housing. Zhang Wen will definitely live in the best house in the shelter. The top of the committee will live in a 3-bedroom house, the minister will live in a 2-bedroom house, and the cadres will live in a 1-bedroom house. In the future, if there are more refugees, it may be a 6 or 8-person room. There are other benefits as well. For example, how much clothing and shoes will each level of person receive? How often will they be distributed? Of course, the most important thing about welfare is food. After all, surviving the end of the world is always the most important thing. Then the food that each class of people eats every day must be different, and a standard must also be set. For example, what Zhang Wen told Lu Meiying earlier. The current standard of food for the displaced is no breakfast, 1 bowl of rice for lunch, a little pickles and vegetable soup, 1 pack of instant noodles for dinner, 1 bottle of water a day, and depending on the situation, there may be occasional snacks. Note that Zhang Wen was talking about the current stage. That is, the early stage of the end of the world, because in the early stage, the entire city is still very rich in supplies, it's just a bit dangerous. So even for the displaced people, Zhang Wen naturally wouldn't give them a bad food allowance. Of course, the food for the official residents will definitely be better than the above, and much better. And in the later stage of the end of the world, as Zhang Wen said before, in the slums of many survivor bases, you can find a pretty little sister with a pack of instant noodles and give her warmth. So by that time, whether they are refugees or official residents, the food treatment will definitely decline. But no matter what, Zhang Wen's own treatment will definitely not decline, and it may even get better and better in the future. Moreover, Zhang Wen is judging this based on his past life experience, but in this life, he has such a great shelter. If the shelter develops well in the future, maybe everyone's treatment will get better and better. Looking outside, it was already getting dark, and Zhang Wen was also a little hungry. He was just about to go back and cook dinner. Then it suddenly occurred to him that Sister Li's specialty was not cooking, so he could save himself the trouble. Moreover, Sister Li was a full-fledged resident, and could not do anything to harm herself, so there was no need to worry about her poisoning the food. So even in the end times, he could rest assured and let Sister Li cook for him. After thinking about it, Zhang Wen took 2 caddies of beef, a fish, some pork and vegetables from the system warehouse, and had a simple meal for the evening. After thinking about it, Zhang Wen took out a few chicken legs and asked Li to make some marinated chicken legs to spice things up. In addition to being able to feed the little one, he had also promised the other 2 beauties that he would go see them again in the evening. Of course, if they were still not hungry, he would eat by himself downstairs. After all, Zhang Wen is a very frugal person when it comes to food. If others are not hungry, he can only eat it himself. Maybe by then, they will be hungry when they smell the aroma. He is really worried about them being able to eat. Zhang Wen carried the groceries upstairs while Yuan Jing and the others were still collecting supplies on the 3rd floor. The reason for their slow progress was that they were searching carefully, as could be seen from the supply items that filled the corridors on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Another reason is that although some rooms have their doors open, some are still locked, so they need to break the locks to get in and find supplies. Women have limited destructive power, so naturally they are slower. But Yuan Jing and the others are still very happy. After the end of the world, they can have an absolutely safe environment where they can slowly find supplies, and it might just be here with Zhang Wen. Zhang Wen probably took a look at the supplies. All the food, seasonings, daily necessities, bottled water, etc., as long as Zhang Wen specifically instructed, and they felt useful. They were all neatly placed together and roughly categorized, so although there were a lot of things, it didn't look very messy. Zhang Wen was still quite satisfied with Yuan Jing's ability to get things done. Although she had not yet completely adapted to the doomsday rules, this was only natural. Even Zhang Wen himself, in his previous life, did not dare to kill until much later, and only forced himself to be cold-blooded. Director Uncle. The little child Rhyme, who was trying hard to walk out of a room with a bucket of cooking oil, immediately saw Zhang Wen. Then Yuan Jing and Sister Li, who heard the sound, also followed. Director. The two greeted Zhang Wen. Originally, after the end of the world, the few of them did not wash much, and they worked hard this afternoon. The two adults and one child were all sweating and covered in dust. Chapter 20, Taking a Bath. Yuan Jing wiped the sweat from her forehead and reported to Zhang Wenwei, Director, we have roughly searched all the rooms on the second floor, and we have also found 2 rooms on the third floor. It's just that it's getting dark, and the whole building is now without power. After dark, we can only find a few flashlights from the supermarket for lighting, so the efficiency may be much slower. Zhang Wen waved his hand and said, that's enough work for today. Let's all eat first, get a good night's rest, and tomorrow there will be a lot of people. You won't have to do this work yourself tomorrow, so you can just supervise and keep track of the supplies. Sister Li, here's some food for you. From now on, you'll be responsible for my meals. Sister Li quickly took the pile of food Zhang Wen handed her, grinned, and said, don't worry, Director. I can't say for sure about the rest, but I'm pretty good at cooking. Good. Zhang Wen was of course more at ease. After all, the system had indicated that her specialty was cooking, so it must not be bad. By the way, Director, do you have any food restrictions? Or any preferences in terms of taste? And what kinds of dishes do you like? When it came to cooking, Sister Li immediately came alive and started talking a lot more. I don't have any food restrictions, I like spicy food more, so just make whatever you think is best. Zhang Wen was not a wealthy person in his previous life, so what could he be picky about when it came to food? Oh, by the way, you can make these chicken legs into braised chicken legs, which are more fragrant, and give them to our little one to eat. And make 1 or 2 dishes that aren't spicy, it's not good for children to eat too much spicy food. Zhang Wen looked at her with a smile, while the little girl was watching the many delicious dishes and salivating. The little girl's big eyes immediately brightened up, Uncle Director, can my mother and Aunt Li eat these dishes too? It's not strange that the little girl thought so. When they were in the supermarket, Li Wenbin and the others rarely gave them anything to eat in order to make them submit. If they didn't fear starving them to death, they probably wouldn't have given them anything at all. Yuan Jing's heart trembled. If Zhang Wen had just invited her to dinner, even if it was a feast of delicacies, she would have just thanked him, as if she were thanking him for saving their lives. But Zhang Wen had specifically asked his daughter to cook for him and even catered to her tastes. And her heart inexplicably fluttered. However, after the supermarket incident and today's events, Yuan Jing was able to control her emotions and also put herself in her place. Director, we won't eat with you. You mentioned the treatment at the shelter at lunch, and in fact the treatment is already very good. In the end of the world, many people may be either starving or fighting zombies, and we are already grateful to be able to live peacefully in your shelter. Alright, as I said, in my shelter, my word is final. Zhang Wen glared at Yuan Jing and interrupted her directly. And today is the day my shelter was established, so naturally it needs to be celebrated. And you are official residents of the shelter, so naturally you need to participate, otherwise it would be meaningless. As for tomorrow, your meals will be in accordance with the rules of the shelter. Of course, the meal I mentioned at noon today, the meal of Lu Meiying, is for those who are not official residents of the shelter, and yours will definitely be much better. After Zhang Wen said this, Yuan Jing naturally would not argue anymore, and could only say with emotion, thank you, Director. Xiao Tanya knew that there was good food, and immediately said sweetly, thank you, Uncle Director. Zhang Wen stroked Tanya's little head. In the end times, having a lively and well-behaved little girl around was still very soothing. But soon Zhang Wen frowned again. They hadn't bathed for several days, and after working today, the cute little thing was not only covered in dirt, but also had a rancid smell. How was he supposed to pet the child like this? Yes, before the end of the world, when people were bored, they would pet cats. Zhang Wen could only pet little girls. When Li Daxi came back with the groceries, she found a room with a gas stove and started cooking. Zhang Wen looked at Yuan Jing and asked, Yuan Jing, when you were cleaning the room, did you notice which ones had that kind of electric water heater that stores water? Yuan Jing immediately replied, yes, there are 5 on the second floor that store water, and the others are instant heating types. Because you told us that most of the tap water and even the water in the wild is contaminated with viruses and cannot be used, I paid special attention to the electric water heater tanks. In addition, I made a rough list in my notebook of the items in the rooms we searched, except for the supplies in the hallway that I think are useful and can be moved out. For example, computers, pots, refrigerators, sofas, tables, chairs, and maintenance tools. If you need to find any supplies, you can also tell me and I'll see if I have them. Very good. After listening to Yuan Jing's words, Zhang Wen was even more satisfied with Yuan Jing. This kind of employee not only completes the tasks assigned to them, but also works hard and can think for themselves to improve what they do. I'm afraid no leader would be dissatisfied with such an employee. Since you know where there is a water heater, find a room with one, and you and the little one can take a bath and change into some clean clothes. Uncle Director, can we take a bath? The little Ryan was even happier to hear about taking a bath. After all, the little one probably didn't understand the cruelty of the end times. It was indeed incredibly uncomfortable for someone who used to bathe every day in the summer to not bathe for several days. Chapter 21, Women Who Bloom Like Flowers. This is a process that everyone will go through, and they will get used to the end of the world. Most survivors of the end of the world will have to pay a high price for even drinking water, let alone bathing. However, as someone who has been through it, Zhang Wen knows that although water is precious in the end of the world, it is not that precious in relative terms. Because it will rain again in the future, and it is not rain with viruses. So as long as you survive the early stages of the end of the world, and then find some containers, you won't be short of water when it rains. But there are conditions, you have to be in a place where there is no danger. That's why there were so many shelters or survivor bases later. Only by establishing a base and having a land free from danger can you store a large amount of rainwater and even grow food. Director, water will definitely be very precious in the future. Taking a bath is too luxurious, so save it for drinking. As long as it is boiled, it is still drinkable. Yuan Jing immediately persuaded. Tong Yu, who had been impatient to take a bath, immediately looked dumbfounded, with a pouty mouth, but obediently without making a fuss. He could only cast his hopeful gaze on Zhang Wen. The little guy naturally knew that the person with the greatest status and the most authoritative voice right now was Uncle Director. Zhang Wen smiled and said, "You're quite right." The little boy was completely dumbfounded and his fantasy of a bath was shattered. But Zhang Wen then glared at Yuan Jing and said, "Unfortunately, I'm the unreasonable one. Hurry up and go and give me a bath. As an official resident of my shelter and a high-ranking official at that, if you're all dirty and smelly, then I'll be a complete failure, and who will trust my shelter in the future?" Yuan Jing wanted to say something else, but Zhang Wen had already given her no chance. He said, "I'll go and take a bath too, if there's any water in the house. And after this bath, I'll have to pay attention to hygiene. Even if you're a senior member, you can't take a bath every day, and you might not be able to for a long time to come. So in the future, you must pay attention to your image as a senior member of the shelter. Don't do any dirty, manual labor, someone else will do it tomorrow." Zhang Wendu had said so, and Yuan Jing could not refute it. And it was not unreasonable to think about it. After all, if even the senior management of a shelter could not live well, the people below would definitely be unable to get by and would lose confidence. Unless the director of this shelter was a very selfless person, all supplies were distributed equally, and blessings were shared and difficulties were borne together. But let alone the end of the world, even before the end of the world. It was just a beautiful fantasy. "The director, I'll take you there first, and then we'll go wash." Yuan Jing of course also wanted to take a bath. Which woman doesn't love beauty and cleanliness? In this regard, the vast majority of women care more than men, she is just more thinking about the future. "Yes, you can take a bath, Uncle Director, you're so nice." The happiest person was naturally Xiaotangjiu. Yuan Jing glared at her daughter in annoyance. However, Zhang Wen was very pleased, and it was still a good feeling to be praised by the little sprout. Yuan Jing took Zhang Wen to a room on the second floor, and she and her daughter went to a room across the hall. There was also a storage water heater there. Remember not to use the tap water, and also unplug the inlet pipe before adding water to the water heater, Zhang Wen reminded her. He was quite satisfied with Yuan Jing, and after spending time together, they had become familiar with each other. Naturally, he didn't want them to have any accidents due to negligence. Yuan Jing gave Zhang Wen a smile and said, "Understood, director." Zhang Wen couldn't help but swallow as he looked at the woman blossoming like a flower. No, my concentration is really getting worse. What's the rush? There are two more pretty and better looking young ladies waiting for me tonight. What a loser. But before, I didn't think so, but Yuan Jing is really quite pretty when she smiles, not inferior to those two pretty young ladies, especially that mature charm. It's simply itchy to the heart. Zhang Wen walked into the room. This was a two-bedroom, one living room house that looked relatively clean, with quite a lot of furniture and other things. Not bad, much better than the small single room he originally lived in. If he couldn't stay at the three-story small villa of the two young ladies Tang Xian and Li Shui that night, he would simply move here to live. As long as he got some new bed sheets and bedding from the supermarket, it would still be a qualified temporary residence. After all, the people in the supermarket must all live in this building, and it would be meaningless for him to go back to his own broken single room alone. So, without rushing to take a shower, Zhang Wen immediately went out to get the bed sheets and bedding. While passing by the supplies collected by Yuan Jing and the others in the hallway, Zhang Wen casually stored all the supplies in the system warehouse. After getting a few new sets of bed sheets and bedding, towels, and bath towels from the supermarket, Zhang Wen thought about it and went to a clothing store, where he stored all the men's and women's clothing in the warehouse. Especially the women's clothing, Zhang Wen himself can't use it, but some of the styles look good and quite pleasing to the eye. Well, it can be given to Yuan Jing or the two little sisters. Anyway, the people you like, where can they go in your shelter, so just prepare it first. It's just that I didn't see any children's clothes. Littled, it's not that Uncle Chang doesn't give you new clothes to wear. Chapter 22, I Don't Have a Husband. After fetching the things, I returned to the room upstairs. I took the things out of the system warehouse, otherwise it would be bad if I suddenly conjured them up in front of them. The main things were 3 sets of bed sheets and bedding, towels, bath towels, and a few sets of men's and women's clothing. I didn't take out too much, as it was convenient to keep them in the system warehouse. Director, are you done showering? Is there anything I can help you with? If not, I'll take Yao Yao to go help Sister Li cook upstairs. At this time, Yuan Jing, who had already finished bathing, came out of the house across the street with little Yao Yao. Seeing that Zhang Wen's room was not closed and Zhang Wen was in the room, she walked over. You guys are pretty quick, I haven't even showered yet. It's good that you're here, I just went downstairs to get 3 sets of bed sheets and bedding. You help me change 1 set for this room, I may stay here tonight. You can find 2 rooms for the other 2 sets, and you and Sister Li can use them. There are also clothes. You can take these women's clothes and wear them. Okay, then I'll send Yao Yao up and come back down to tidy up. The kid is clamoring to go up and see the stewed chicken legs. Yuan Jing looked at the clothes with a smile like a flower. It felt good to be valued, especially in the chaos of the end times. Okay, you can start by making up your room. I'm going to take a shower first. Zhang Wen nodded, then took a set of towels and bath towels and went into the bathroom. Zhang Wen came out of the shower. Yuan Jing was facing away from him, with her hips thrust out as she tucked herself under the quilt. At that moment, she looked very virtuous and gentle. But she also had a great figure. Feeling someone there, Yuan Jing turned around. Director, you're done showering, I'll get it ready for you in no time. Yuan Jing looked at Zhang Wen, who was wrapped in a towel, and her face flushed slightly. She was also a little nervous. Zhang Wen's throat moved, and against his will, he said, why don't you go up first, and I'll do it later. Yuan Jing straightened up and smiled slightly, it's almost done, so you can rest whenever you want. Zhang Wen didn't want to pretend anymore, and walked over. The gentle and soft beauty of an Oriental woman was perfectly embodied in Yuan Jing's body. As Zhang Wen got closer, a faint fragrance entered his nose. An atmosphere called ambiguity was permeating. Don't you know it's dangerous not to listen at this time? Yuan Jing did not argue, but only said faintly, I thank you, director. Just say thank you. Zhang Wen didn't want to pretend anymore. At this time, if I say, you're welcome, it's what I should do, I don't ask for anything in return. Zhang Wen himself despises himself. The fragrant body odor was like a catalyst, knocking on Zhang Wen's heart. I really didn't mean to threaten you, but I don't want to pretend anymore. I actually had designs on you, too, but I didn't think it would be so soon. I can feel your eyes. Yuan Jing said. Zhang Wen was surprised and said, then you still? Li Wenbin and the others, you would rather be beaten and starve, wouldn't you? Although Zhang Wen said, I can feel how good you are to Xiao Yao Yao, and I don't have a husband. Yuan Jing blushed. I understand, Zhang Wen stopped pretending. Next, Zhang Wen and Yuan Jing had a friendly and in-depth meeting in the room about the development of the shelter. The meeting lasted more than an hour. The meeting started with Yuan Jing talking about her personality, work, and some of her experiences growing up. The location of the exchange kept changing, from the living room to the bathroom and then to the bedroom. Later, Zhang Wen also talked about some things about himself that he could talk about, as well as the future development of the shelter. This probably made Yuan Jing so excited that at one point she almost cried hoarsely, and even screamed in a panic. Fortunately, Zhang Wen stopped her in time, so as not to disturb the upstairs sisters Li and the others. No one was disturbed. Time passed, and Zhang Wen experienced the benefits of the genetic medicine. Triple growth really works. After this exchange, Zhang Wen finally got to know Yuan Jing. After all, she will be an important member of the shelter in the future, and Zhang Wen must get to know her thoroughly. At the same time, during the exchange, she felt Yuan Jing's sincerity. And the meeting ended successfully. Zhang Wen didn't expect that she was still a young girl, which was a bit melodramatic. Although Zhang Wen, who had experienced the end of the world, actually didn't care about these things anymore, at this time, it was still like winning 5 million. Before, Zhang Wen didn't care too much. Zhang Wen just thought. Later, Zhang Wen learned that Yuan Jing had said that she didn't have a husband. It wasn't that Zhang Wen thought she was divorced. Rather, it was literally true that she had no husband. Her parents had passed away when she was very young, and her sister had taken care of her and raised her. Later, her sister got married and had a child, Xiaotanjia. But when Xiaotanjia was just 1 year old, her sister and brother-in-law died in a car accident. She never told Xiaotanjia about this, and she never got married for Xiaotanjia's sake. At this moment, Yuan Jing looked at Zhang Wen with gentle, soft eyes. She never thought. Chapter 23. Come back tonight. After resting for a while, Zhang Wen was immediately full of energy and in high spirits. It seems that the genetic medicine is really worth having. It is not a fake or shoddy product. Kudos to the system. I was thinking about continuing to have a meeting and exchange ideas with Yuan Jing. After all, she is my right-hand man, and it is always good to know more. And after the meeting and exchange of ideas, Zhang Wen will not be stingy. As the saying goes, you will get what you pay for. It's just that Zhang Wen's compensation is a bit excessive, well, it's measured in hundreds of millions. And there are other benefits, such as work clothes for meetings, which Zhang Wen, as the boss, must provide. Especially the high heels and black stockings. They really suit her. Yuan Jing also felt it, and immediately begged for mercy. Director, it's time to eat, and Sister Li and the others are waiting. Zhang Wen, of course, was not willing to give up, and said sternly, fine, and you still call me director? You should be punished. You should review the content of the meeting again, and not miss a single movement. Imagining the previous hour of communication, and the ever-changing location of the exchange. Yuan Jing's body suddenly softened, and her eyes became even more charming and moving. But she still said gently, Zhang Wen, can you temporarily not disclose our relationship? Although Yao Yao doesn't really understand the things between adults, I don't want her to feel that we are getting too close too fast. Zhang Wen nodded, naturally not refusing this request. However, Zhang Wen then said, what if I need to meet with you during the day? Yuan Jing blushed, when Yao Yao is asleep at night, I'll come and find you. Zhang Wen was satisfied, this was a good solution, so he immediately said, we can go to dinner now, but I feel that there were some things that weren't covered in the meeting earlier, so we must have a supplementary meeting tonight. Yuan Jing gave Zhang Wen a disgusted look. You're still coming tonight? This is different from what you said online. Are all nerds this scary? But Yuan Jing wouldn't nod, and Zhang Wen wouldn't let go. Yuan Jing herself was a little. Yuan Jing had to compromise and nodded slightly. After a brief cleanup and wash-up, when Zhang Wen and Yuan Jing, whose blush had not yet fully faded, went up to the third floor, Sister Li was already waiting for them with a table full of dishes. Little Tong Yao sat at the table, staring intently at the big chicken leg, his mouth watering. Director, you're here. Sister Li looked at Zhang Wen and Yuan Jing, with the expression of someone who has been there and done that. Yuan Jing, on the other hand, was much more shy and didn't dare to meet Sister Li's gaze. Uncle Director, Mom, you finally finished your business. Auntie Li has already prepared a delicious meal. Auntie Li said you were discussing something important and didn't want me to disturb you. At this point, Xiaotanjia realized that her mother had entered the room. She immediately came over to take the credit. She was very sensible, even though she really wanted to eat the chicken leg. But in order not to disturb her mother and uncle's work, she had been holding back. Yuan Jing's face turned even redder, while Zhang Wen was very calm and said with a smile, "Our little princess must be starving, why don't you eat first?" According to the relationship, isn't Tong Yao just like a little princess in the shelter? Yao Yao is not hungry, she will wait for director uncle and her mother to eat together, Tong Yao said understandingly. It was that look, occasionally glancing at the delicious food, that was very cute. Zhang Wen smiled and said, "You can eat now." Uncle director was talking about things and got hungry too. After saying that, Zhang Wen picked up a large chicken leg and handed it to Xiao Tong Yao, and he took one for himself and nibbled on it. Xiao Tong Yao looked at the fragrant chicken leg in front of her and swallowed. She looked at her mother again and found that her mother did not stop her. She happily took the chicken leg from the uncle and took a bite. It really smelled good. Auntie Li's cooking skills are really not to be trifled with, and what she makes is really delicious. The stewed chicken legs were fragrant, soft and mushy, melting in the mouth, and the taste was great. It was simply much tastier than what was sold in outside stores. Several people sat down to start eating, and this was the first hot meal Yuan Jing and the others had eaten since the end of the world. Although it had only been more than 3 days since the end of the world, these 3 days had given them a feeling as if it had been a lifetime ago. From the panic and danger at the beginning of the end of the world, to finally controlling the supermarket, and then the supermarket being taken over by the villains. Fortunately, Zhang Wen came. Although the end of the world has not ended, they seem to have a sense of belonging and security. Yuan Jing from time to time to Zhang Wen and Tong Yao serving food and vegetables, she is a gentlewoman in her bones. Sister Li is a little reserved. After experiencing so many things, she can only find her confidence in cooking. Zhang Wen and Tong Yao ate and drank, their mouths full of oil. Although the room is not big and the food is not a mountain of delicacies, it seems extra warm. Most of the chicken legs, which were originally prepared for Tang Xin and the others, also went into Zhang Wen and Tong Yao's stomachs. As for Tang Xin and Li Shui, they have character, so just give them some time to think about it. Zhang Wen is not in a hurry anymore. Sometimes, although the meat is delicious when it gets into your mouth, if it comes too easily, you will feel like something is missing. Having been reborn once, Zhang Wen now understands that life needs to be enjoyed and slowly experienced. Of course, Zhang Wen will never get tired of eating. For example, Yuan Jing may have done it out of gratitude, or to have someone to rely on, or to survive with her daughter. No matter what she was thinking at the time. Since Zhang Wen accepted her and she made him very happy, she is his woman. He will not let her and Xiatanjia suffer anymore. Giving will be rewarded. Especially for a woman he recognizes. After dinner, although it was still early, Xiatanjia was a little sleepy. These days, they haven't been able to get a good night's rest. Zhang Wen told the 3 of them to go rest. There was no electricity or internet, so there was nothing they could do anyway. They just received Zhang Wen's reminder in his eyes. When Yuan Jing left, her fair face turned red. Chapter 24, The Wall. Zhang Wen also returned to his room on the 2nd floor. Yuan Jing didn't know when she would come over for the time being, so Zhang Wen could only think about the shelter to distract himself. Since he had decided early on that survival was the priority, the wall must be built. In the early stage when vitality was limited, only a stable environment could allow for the safe development and construction of the shelter. Of course, once the shelter became more stable, the zombie killer body must also be activated. With this function, all zombies will stop biting themselves. Although it only lasts for 3 hours a day, you shouldn't go out too often to collect supplies. It's practically tailor-made for the end of the world. But you must remain stable in the early stages and get the wall up first. Just do it. System, activate the wall function. System acknowledged, 200 vitality points deducted. Activation successful. Zhang Wen checks the system interface again. End of the world shelter system. Host, Zhang Wen. Vitality points, 200. Citizens, 330. Functions. 1. Territory, Wenshan Shelter Level 1 Territory 300 meters. 2. Wall, Level 1 Wall 5 meters high and 1 meter thick. The wall is made of reinforced concrete. There are 2 automated steel gates of different sizes on the north and south sides of the wall, 3 meters by 3 meters and 1.8 meters by 1.8 meters respectively. In addition to opening the gates manually, the host can also remotely control the opening and closing of the gates through the system. Note, there is a camera with night vision, ultra-high definition, and ultra-stealth on each of the 4 sides of the wall that can rotate 360 degrees. These cameras can only be viewed and used by the host on the system interface. With these cameras, the host can view the situation within 10 meters around the wall at any time. At the same time, if someone or a zombie enters the range, the system will send an alert, and the host can choose whether to turn off the alert. 3. Warehouse, Level 1 300 cubic meters. Existing supplies, 6.8 tons of grain, 805 pounds of seafood, 2,209 pounds of poultry and meat, 2,000 pounds of vegetables and fruit. 3 pistols, 56 handcuffs. 4. Defense not activated. 5. Resident management. Nursery rhyme 6 years old, specialty, singing and dancing, loyalty, 89. Yuan Jing 30 years old, specialty, management, loyalty, 92. Auntie Li 43 years old, specialty, cooking, loyalty, 71. 6. Medical not activated. 7. Territory division not activated. 8. Director's protection room, established. 9. Customize not activated. 10. Zombie buster not activated. After reading the detailed introduction to the wall, Zhang Wen did not expect any more surprises. He had originally thought that it would just be a 5-meter-high wall. He did not expect that the system would be so considerate as to send 2 automated steel gates at the front and back. There are also 4 cameras attached, so he can check the situation around the wall at any time. The system must be given a big thumbs up for its thoughtfulness. Except for the wall. The warehouse has also changed a lot, with a large increase in the amount of food, and a lot more food in general. Of course, what most concerns Zhang Wen is the resident management column. Little Tong Yao's loyalty has increased by 3 points. Well, the chicken drumsticks are a nice reward. Sister Li's loyalty has increased by 2 points. Well, it seems that Sister Li really likes to cook. Yuan Jing's loyalty has increased by 12 points. Well, it really is that the way to a woman's heart is through her stomach, and Zhang Wen is in a good mood. Aren't men all about conquest? If a woman gives herself to you but remains indifferent and unconcerned, then it's a transaction without emotion. Although Zhang Wen knew from his previous life that basically all women after the end of the world are like this, Zhang Wen also thought that he was used to it. That's why he was so direct with Tang Xian and Li Shui during the day, because people after the end of the world are direct and don't have time for hypocrisy. That's why he didn't hesitate to eat Yuan Jing, because he knew he could give her what she wanted. This is habitual thinking. For example, if an ancient woman were to go to the present day, she would initially find it hard to accept the open-mindedness of modern women, and would also be surprised by their social status. Similarly, if a modern woman were to go to ancient times, it would be difficult for her to adjust her way of thinking for a while. Zhang Wen also had no intention of changing his own way of thinking, because he had said that he would not compromise himself in this life. Seeing a young lady he liked, although he would not resort to force, he would definitely find a way to get her. As for relationships, as long as time passed, naturally feelings would develop. Anyway, Zhang Wen was quite happy at the moment. If Yuan Jing could come and share it with him right now, he would definitely show her with his actions how happy he is. Unfortunately, Yuan Jing had not appeared for the time being. Zhang Wen could only continue to study the function of the wall. He called up the system and turned on the camera function of the wall. Immediately, 4 camera screens appeared in front of Zhang Wen, showing the situation around the 4 sides of the shelter. Although it was night and the sky had long since darkened, Zhang Wen could still clearly see the wall and the situation around it. The wall built by the system is grayish-green and 5 meters high, which looks very imposing. In addition, there are quite a few zombies wandering around the walls. There are the most zombies in the east, at least more than 100, and there are also dozens of zombies on the other sides. Most of these zombies should be zombies that the system has forcibly removed from the shelter. For 48 hours, they will not be able to enter the shelter unless Zhang Wen lets them in. After 48 hours, although there is a fence, as long as they hear movement or smell the scent of a living person, they will still attack. However, the fence is 5 meters high. As long as it does not form a large zombie tide, there will be no problem. Chapter 25, Feeling at Ease. And in the future, the shelter will have to add one more rule. No loud noises, including talking loudly and making a racket. In addition, there will be a bit more work. That is to regularly clear the zombies around the fence to control the number of zombies around. This also has the advantage of exercising their courage. After all, the people in the shelter cannot stay in the shelter forever, and they will definitely have to go out in the future. It's a good idea to practice with the zombies around the shelter first. After watching for a while, Jiang Wen exited the system. He waited and waited. Jiang Wen realized that his second-hand mobile phone had long since run out of power, and he had forgotten to find a few power banks in new mobile phones today. Otherwise, he could read novels, which were Jiang Wen's favorite. Tomorrow, let them collect all the phones, computers, and generators in the shelter. Copy all the novels, movies, and TV series on them. There are also books, chess, playing cards, etc. Although it is not the time to have fun and enjoy yourself, you can still relax properly every day. Otherwise, if you are highly stressed and depressed for a long time, your mind will easily have problems. As he thought about this, Jiang Wen, leaning back on the sofa, felt a little drowsy. He didn't know how long it had been. The door creaked open. Jiang Wen woke up a little, but didn't open his eyes. Someone approached in the darkness, carrying a familiar body odor. In the darkness, with the faint light, the person found Jiang Wen lying on the sofa. When he got closer. Asleep? That's good. The person muttered, and was about to leave. Oops. Suddenly I feel like I'm being hugged. It's not time for the meeting yet. In the darkness, the person stopped Jiang Wen from preparing for the meeting. Then a moving voice sounded. Wait a minute, Jiang Wen. Can't make it tonight. Yao Yao is a little afraid to sleep on her own, and she'll wake up as soon as I leave. I'm just using the excuse of going to the toilet to come and tell you that I'm afraid you're still waiting. Aren't you? Jiang Wen had to seriously criticize and educate Yuan Jing. We agreed to meet tonight, how can you just change it like that? If everyone is like her, do we even need to keep the company open? No, do we even need to develop the shelter? So some of them were not convinced, just pretend that you were a little longer in the toilet? You? I really can't today, but I'll make it up to you later, okay? I really have to go now. The woman shook her head gently. Her daughter was still her top priority. If Jiang Wen had acted according to his usual apathetic style, he would have ignored her. But then he thought about the woman's sudden surge of loyalty. In the end, Jiang Wen nodded and let go of the woman. The woman didn't expect Jiang Wen to let her go so easily, and unconsciously smiled in the darkness. She took the initiative to lightly kiss Jiang Wen on the cheek and turned to leave. After waiting half the night, she got a kiss. What a sin! Jiang Wen cursed, but for some reason, he felt a little relieved. Meanwhile, in a small 3-story villa not far from the supermarket, Tang Xian threw the tools in her hand onto the ground and then collapsed. Perhaps because of her perfect figure, in the face of extreme hunger, the 2 huge basketballs she was usually proud of had now become a burden. Li Shui, who was on the other side, also felt weak in her limbs. Even though she was not as well built as Tang Xian, she certainly did not have as much fat as Tang Xian, and she also had some minor physical problems from before. At this time, she already had symptoms such as dizziness and vomiting, and her face was also pale. However, even so, Li Shui still maintained her elegance and dignified and beautiful temperament. Sister Xian, don't waste your strength, otherwise you won't be able to hold on for long either. Li Shui whispered to Tang Xian, because she also didn't have any extra strength to speak loudly. Since the morning, especially after meeting Jiang Wen, she was sure that Jiang Wen could walk around outside without being attacked by the zombies. The 2 of them, who had been hungry for a few days, had no strength. Since they had not agreed to Jiang Wen's unreasonable demands, in order to save themselves, the 2 of them began to think of every way to escape from the villa. They smashed windows, doors, walls, etc. As a result, in addition to the physical exertion and increased hunger, there was no way to get out. It was also strange. You said that if you can't get in from the outside, it's fine, but now you can't get out of your own home. After tossing and turning for a few hours, the 2 had already given up. Tang Xian also pinned her hopes on Jiang Wen again. Faced with the prospect of starving to death, sometimes some persistence can be abandoned. Tang Xian has never been in love, but she is not some chaste maiden either. She just hopes to meet an outstanding man who can achieve her goals. But if they can't even survive, their goals can naturally be lowered. Unfortunately, after waiting and waiting, the 2 fell asleep and were woken up by hunger, and it was almost midnight. Still, they had not seen Jiang Wen's figure. The 2 felt that Jiang Wen had either had an accident and died, or had left for some unavoidable reason. If he was still in the vicinity, he had said he would come over at night, so it was impossible that he would not come. Not only did Tang Xian have confidence in her figure and appearance, Li Shui did as well. At the company, the men who pursued her every day were about to drive her crazy, so in order to avoid those annoying encounters, she had come to stay with her parents for a while. Li Shui also did not regret rejecting Zhang Wen at noon. Compared to agreeing to Zhang Wen's conditions, death was actually nothing. She just regretted a little, perhaps because her harsh rejection would cut off Tang Xian's only way to survive. Chapter 26, Vitality. When Zhang Wen woke up, it was already bright outside. There was nothing he could do about it. It had been a little hot last night, and he had tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The first thing Zhang Wen did on this new day was check the system, not to see if it was still there, but to see how much vitality it had increased. End of the World Shelter System. Host, Zhang Wen. Vitality, 228. Citizens, 330. Last night, 28 vitality points were added. Then Zhang Wen looked at the details of the increase. Yuan Jing, plus 20 vitality points. Tong Yao, plus 3 vitality points. Antli, plus 2 vitality points. Other survivors, plus 3 vitality points. The vitality points generated by official residents of the shelter are 10 times higher than those of the displaced. This is the reason why Zhang Wen wants to greatly improve the treatment of official residents. Look at those other survivors, there are more than 20 of them, but they have only generated 3 vitality points. It's just miserable. But what surprised Zhang Wen the most was that, judging from the vitality points generated by the nursery rhyme and Sister Li, even for a formal resident, the vitality points generated in a day would only be around 2 to 3. Even if Yuan Jing's loyalty is high, it shouldn't exceed 5. Where did the 20 vitality points come from? Zhang Wen looked at the system explanation, which was quite vague. Under special circumstances, such as emotional excitement, vitality points generated will skyrocket. Special circumstances? What did Yuan Jing do yesterday? Could it be that they applauded for love yesterday? No, I must find a chance to verify it again today. It should be noted that Zhang Wen is definitely not doing this for his own enjoyment, but for the development of the shelter. After a brief wash, he took some bread and milk from the warehouse and went to Yuan Jing's place, where Yuan Jing and the others were already waiting for him. Good morning, Director. Good morning, Uncle Director. The three of them greeted Zhang Wen immediately upon seeing him. Looking at Yuan Jing, who looked natural, he thought, women really are all actors. Director, you took the supplies yesterday, didn't you? Yuan Jing asked nervously. Although Zhang Wen had said yesterday that he would take care of the supplies by putting them in the hallway, the fact that all the supplies had disappeared in the morning still made the three of them a little nervous. If Zhang Wen took them, that would be fine, but if someone else did? Don't worry, I've already arranged for supplies, as well as supplies from the supermarket downstairs, Zhang Wen reassured them. You've also arranged for supplies from the supermarket? And all last night? You couldn't have done it without sleeping, could you? Although she was puzzled, Yuan Jing didn't ask any more questions. Come, let's have breakfast first. After breakfast, I'll arrange your work for this morning. Zhang Wen took out the milk and bread. The survivors in the shelter needed to be arranged before 12 noon today, so they would have to make do with a quick breakfast. After breakfast, Zhang Wen gave Sister Li some ingredients, including rice, flour, potatoes, cabbage, fish, and meat. Sister Li's task this morning was to cook. First, she boiled enough rice to feed about 30 people. Then she boiled a large pot of potatoes and a large pot of cabbage. These were in the form of rice, so she didn't have to worry about taste. She also stir-fried a few simple dishes, with meat and vegetables. Finally, she cooked carefully. This was for Zhang Wen himself, and it had to be prepared according to last night's standards. Zhang Wen arranged it like this. Li immediately understood. This was what the director had said yesterday, the shelter staff would be divided into different classes, and the food and treatment would be different. The problem is that the director seemed to know how many people could be found today. However, Li was not a nosy person. Now she had also fully accepted her new identity and immediately went to prepare the ingredients. As for Yuan Jing, Zhang naturally would not let her search for supplies in person again. So, Zhang took out the previously written document on the shelter's class treatment and asked Yuan to continue to improve it. And make a few extra copies, so that everyone knows when they are posted on the wall. Zhang Wen had already roughly determined the shelter levels last time. It was just the treatment that had been roughly determined in terms of food, and the other treatments had not yet been perfected. The food treatment roughly went from low to high as follows. 1. Refugees. Breakfast, none. Dinner, 150 grams of rice, 100 grams of vegetables. Other, a small bottle of water a day, and a snack if you behave well. 2. Full-time resident. Breakfast, 1 loaf of bread or 2 buns. Dinner, 300 g of rice, 100 g of meat, 200 g of vegetables. Other, fruit and snacks every 3 days, 2 bottles of water per day. 3. Resident cadre. Breakfast, bread, buns, or rice noodles. Dinner, unlimited portions of staple food, meat, vegetables, and soup, no waste. Other, fruit and snacks are delivered once every 2 days, and drinking water is provided every day. 4. Minister or senior staff. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The main dish and side dishes can be customized according to personal preferences, limited to 2 dishes and 1 soup. Other, fruit drinks and snacks are delivered once every day, and drinking water is provided without limit. 5. Shelter director's wife. Meals are specially prepared by a personal chef, and the quantity is unlimited. Note, apart from the director and his wife, the treatment of everyone else will be increased or decreased depending on their performance and the situation of the shelter supplies. Looking at the personnel hierarchy and food rations set by Zhang Wen, after experiencing so many things, Yuan Jing would no longer be naive enough to think that this is inhumane. People with abilities in the end times will naturally feel that the treatment of shelter residents is still acceptable, but the treatment of refugees is just like feeding the beggars, and it is even cruel. But for the weak and powerless, especially women, who have no way to deal with dangerous zombies and no way to deal with living thugs, being able to have a safe place to live in the end of the world, and having something to eat and something to drink, is already very happy. Although at first they, who have not yet adapted to the end of the world, may think that this happiness is too cheap, but after experiencing the cruelty of the end of the world, they will understand. If they don't understand now, Zhang Wen also needs her to understand that if they want to stay in the shelter, they have to obey the rules. Chapter 27 Survivors. Zhang Wen went to deal with the survivors in the shelter. There were 26 survivors in the shelter, excluding Zhang Wen. There were 8 people in the supermarket, including Li Wenbin and the others, 2 people in the small villa next door, Tang Xan and Li Shui, and 16 people Zhang Wen had never met before. However, Zhang Wen's shelter was not a large territory, and the system also monitored everyone's location in real time, so it was naturally very easy for Zhang Wen to find them. In a little over 2 hours, Zhang Wen successfully found all 16 people and had a friendly and pleasant exchange with them. Everyone firmly acknowledged that Zhang Wen had cleared the zombies within the shelter's range, and that his efforts were highly meritorious. As long as the end of the world did not end, Zhang Wen would have ownership of this shelter. After hearing that Zhang Wen would provide food at noon, everyone also gladly agreed to Zhang Wen's temporary employment. There were 16 people, 10 women, and 6 men. Among them were a couple in their 30s and 2 temporary couples in the end times. As for whether the women in the temporary couples were forced, Zhang Wen didn't care. After all, Zhang Wen didn't use violence when it came to men and women, but he didn't consider himself a good person either. As long as these people were not thugs like Li Wenbin, who enjoyed killing and torturing people for fun, Zhang Wen would not harm them at will, he just made them obedient by showing them the gun. Of course, Zhang Wen naturally doesn't really believe that they will be honest, especially not those men. Out of the 6 men, 3 have a light yellow friendship level, 1 has a light red, and 2 have a dark red. Especially those 2 men with dark red friendship levels. This is superficial obedience, but in reality they are looking for opportunities to get themselves killed at any time. If it weren't for Zhang Wen's current situation, with his personal strength having skyrocketed, as well as weapons and a system, he wouldn't worry about them causing trouble, and he would even keep them around for their usefulness. If it were his previous life, Zhang Wen would have solved them long ago. Of course, the main purpose is to keep them useful. Even without them, Zhang Wen might have to find someone else to do that task. But after using them up, Zhang Wen will definitely kill anyone who is hostile towards him. The end of the world is not like it was before. Sometimes if you don't attack others, others will attack you. Even if Zhang Wen is not a demon, he will not let any danger exist around him or near him. Therefore, in the future, not only will there be no men around him, but survivors nearby will also be expelled. The shelter and its vicinity must be under one's absolute control. Of course, even if it is temporarily useful to keep these people, Zhang Wen will not let them be in danger. Zhang Wen casually found an excuse and handcuffed their hands with handcuffs. There are quite a lot of handcuffs in the warehouse anyway. Then look at the friendship level of the 10 women again, 6 light yellow, 2 dark yellow, and 2 light green. This friendship level is much friendlier than the men's. This is also why Zhang Wen decided at the beginning that the shelter would not accept men, even if they were refugees. After all, Zhang Wen had no ambition to dominate, just to enjoy life and be content. Why get some men to cause yourself pain? Tell all the survivors to gather at the supermarket at 12 o'clock. Although they didn't understand why they couldn't go out now, they could go out at 12 o'clock, but on the surface everyone agreed very readily. After all, some people hadn't eaten in a long time, and Zhang Wen said that there would be hot food at the supermarket at 12 o'clock. Some people looked at the pistol Zhang Wen was holding and didn't dare to nod reluctantly. At 11:30 a.m., Zhang Wen went downstairs to the villa where he had seen the two beautiful women Tang Xian and Li Shui yesterday. The balcony on the second floor of the luxuriously decorated villa was empty of the two young ladies today. Not wanting to damage the beautiful villa gate and fence, Zhang Wen easily climbed up to the second floor balcony with his strength and agility. He pushed the door, which was unlocked. Zhang Wen walked in, and as soon as he entered the living room, two pairs of eyes immediately looked at him. On the sofa in the large living room on the second floor, Tang Xian and Li Shui were lying there helplessly. They had heard footsteps on the balcony earlier, but they had no energy to check. Of the entire shelter, these two were probably the ones who were suffering the most from hunger. Whether it was Yuan Jing and the others at the supermarket, or the 16 survivors just now. Some people actually had a lot of food at home, but they just didn't have the energy to cook. Some people had been hungry for a day or two, but it wasn't too serious. Only Tang Xian and Li Shui, the two of them. One was the beautiful president of a company, busy with her career. The other had high standards for her quality of life and didn't like the smell of cooking, so she never cooked. And in order to control their figures, they never ate snacks either, so there was basically no food at home. Stared at by two beautiful women, Zhang Wen was not embarrassed at all. Instead, he carefully admired the two beauties. Tang Xian's figure was really good, and the term curvy was the first time Zhang Wen had seen someone show it so perfectly and explain it so well. And Li Shui, with her snow-white, rosy skin, flawless face, and that unique, aloof temperament. Even Zhang Wen, who had seen the world after the end of the world, had to admit that these two were really criminal existences. Little brother, can you wait to watch it? Can you find us something to eat first, otherwise we'll all starve to death later, and you won't even have the chance to watch? Tang Xian said listlessly, lying limply on the sofa. Zhang Wen was increasingly fond of this girl Tang Xian. Not to mention her peerless figure, her personality was also unpretentious. Pretending to be serious, he took out 2 ham sausages from his trouser pocket, which he had actually taken from the system warehouse. Do you want some ham sausages? Zhang Wen looked at the two of them and said. Chapter 28. Dear younger brother, you are really dirty. Asking us to eat your ham is a disguised way of expressing what you want, right? Tang Xian looked at the 2 sausages in Zhang Wen's hand. Although she was hungry and her eyes were shining, she still couldn't help but complain. Li Shui, who was next to her, didn't really think much about it, but she still didn't want to eat Zhang Wen's food because she knew it would come at a price. Zhang Wen glanced at Miss Tang Xian and naturally understood the hidden meaning in her words. But I really just grabbed some food casually, and you can think of so much, I don't know who is dirty. Zhang Wen didn't explain, and laughed. So, are you guys still eating? Li Shui was about to say that she wasn't eating. Tang Xian had already said, don't you think we are too cheap? Are we only worth 2 ham sausages? What do you mean we are only worth 2 ham sausages? I'm not eating his food. Li Shui quickly spoke up. But this time, she did not refuse for Tang Xian again. Life is worth respecting. Tang Xian made some decisions for life, and she would not look down on Tang Xian. Of course, there is more than that. As I said, follow me, and I will never let you go hungry in the future. Here is something to tide you over and regain some strength. I have already asked someone at the supermarket to prepare a sumptuous lunch. It's up to you to choose. Zhang Wen did not argue with Li Shui, but looked at Tang Xian and said. That's more like it. You do have a conscience. Tang Xian smiled bitterly. At least he didn't sell her too cheaply. Zhang Wen smiled and handed Tang Xian the 2 ham sausage shells in his hand, which he had peeled off. Thank you, dear. Tang Xian took the ham sausages and quickly got into character, being very understanding. Tang Xian ate both ham sausages and finally regained some strength. Then she stood up with difficulty and said, Dear, I'll go to the bathroom first. Zhang Wen nodded. He wasn't worried about what Tang Xian would do either. Because from the moment he saw the two of them, Zhang Wen had checked the friendship value of the two in the system. Tang Xian was previously 65, and Li Shui was 60. Now Tang Xian's is 70, and Li Shui's is 62. The two of them did not hold a grudge against him for his own misdeeds towards them. On the contrary, they were a little grateful to him. The more successful and experienced people will understand one truth: there is no such thing as a free lunch. Even your parents are not obliged to give you anything, let alone complete strangers. Zhang Wen has never hidden his intentions since meeting them yesterday, but he has never forced them to accept, let alone this. Li Shui already admired Zhang Wen for this. At least, many men in the face of beautiful women like them, in such an environment, would definitely not be as calm as Zhang Wen. Unfortunately, Miss Li Shui did not know that she had a little too much faith in Zhang Wen. If it weren't for yesterday's meeting with Yuan Jing, and Yuan Jing's hard work, Zhang Wen would not have been so calm last night. He would not have waited until now. Honey, can you please get some paper towels? There are no paper towels in the bathroom, Tang Xian whispered. Zhang Wen is quite patient with his woman, and naturally doesn't mind this small favor. He took the paper towels and went to the bathroom next door, but saw Tang Xian leaning against the bathroom door with a smile on her face, not in the bathroom at all. Zhang Wen froze for a moment, about to speak. Tang Xian immediately placed her index finger gently against her lips to indicate that Zhang Wen should be quiet, then gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Wen looked at Tang Xian's friendliness, which had not changed, and walked over confidently. Seeing that Zhang Wen had come so obediently, Tang Xian smiled happily, then leaned in close to his ear and breathed softly, whispering, "Honey, you were just forcing someone, aren't you worried that they don't have good intentions towards you?" Zhang Wen sniffed the pleasant body odor and felt the itchy but comfortable feeling in his ear. If it wasn't for the fact that she had a good figure and was easygoing, she would be too seductive. Let's get down to business. You're not hungry, are you? The weather is dry lately, so be careful not to get burned. I'm afraid your body. Zhang Wen looked at Tang Xian and smiled. Cut it out, you straight man with no sense of romance. Tang Xian gave Zhang Wen a flirtatious wink. Then she whispered, "Honey, I want to discuss two things with you seriously. First, although I have agreed, I hope you can give me a few days to get used to the last step. Don't worry, it will definitely not take more than a week. Second, don't push Snow too hard. Just say that you are giving her some food because of me. I will help you make her accept you in the future, okay?" After she finished speaking, Tang Xian looked at Zhang Wen nervously. After all, she was not familiar with Zhang Wen, and she only knew that although Zhang Wen was lecherous, he had a bottom line. No problem, I'll agree to both. After all, they are both fish in the same bowl, so Zhang Wen really wasn't that anxious. Really? My dear, thank you. Well. Tang Xian was overjoyed and gave Zhang Wen a little kiss directly on the cheek. Beauty, just a reminder, sometimes it's not that I'm not giving you time, it's that you're the one who's provoking me first, so don't blame me. Zhang Wen looked at Tang Xian with a smile that hinted at a sneer. Tang Xian's figure slumped, and she lightly pursed her red lips. With a pitiful smile in her flirtatious eyes, she said, "My dear, I just think you're too good. This is a reward for you. You can't go back on your word, or else I'll be heartbroken." This demon, Zhang Wen swallowed his saliva. Good guy, although he knew she was deliberately acting pitiful, it not only didn't make people feel disgusted, but instead made her even more charming. However, Zhang Wen generally does not let people who provoke him off easily. Beauty has no privileges with him either. Otherwise, how could he, Zhang De, still be hanging around in the shelter? The rich, fragrant smell of perfume came at him, and the waves of it were astonishing, like the surging waters of a mighty river, one after the other, making one marvel at the danger within. Don't look at some people who talk quite openly, but their actions are very rusty. There shouldn't be too many of these kinds of people before the end of the world. They talk eloquently about many things online, but when they are actually asked to do something, they look confused. Zhang Wen has been in the end of the world for 2 years, and not only has he learned to deal with the zombies, but he has also learned a lot of life skills. It just so happens that he is also a good teacher and likes to teach those who are inexperienced. Zhang Wen and the rosy-cheeked Tang Xian returned to the living room. On the way, Zhang Wen took out 2 more cans of 8 treasure porridge, handing one to Tang Xian and the other to Li Shui. Li Shui glanced at Zhang Wen and refused. Her tone was very flat, but it was very firm. This is from Tang Xian's share, take it or leave it. Zhang Wen didn't indulge her either, and simply threw the 8 treasure porridge on the sofa. Chapter 29, Rebellion. After 12 noon, the other survivors in the shelter also gradually gathered towards the supermarket. This was the first time that everyone had left the building. They looked at the sunny sky. If it weren't for the bloodstained roads, the cars that had been abandoned in chaos, etc., they would have thought that they were still before the end of the world, because there were really no zombies outside. Soon everyone who came out saw the several-meter-high wall not far away. Everyone was surprised and opened their mouths wide. They knew this area very well, and there was definitely no such majestic wall here a few days ago. How did it suddenly appear after just a few days? Not to mention the end of the world, even before the end of the world, no matter how powerful the infrastructure, it would be impossible to build it in such a short period of time. Could it be an invasion by an alien civilization? Did aliens bring the zombie virus? Although no one gave them an answer, at this time they finally believed Jiang Wen's words a little. Living in his shelter was still very safe. However, there were some who rejoiced and some who were sad, because when Jiang Wen found them, he made it clear. All women could voluntarily choose whether to stay in the shelter. Those who chose to stay in the shelter would be assessed, and the best would become official residents of the shelter, while those who failed would become refugees. As for the men, they had no choice. Jiang Wen's request to them was, Jiang Wen would temporarily provide them with some food to regain some strength, and then they would need to provide labor for Jiang Wen. After a day or two, when they have recovered somewhat, they need to leave the shelter. At that time, some of them did it for food, and some listened to Jiang Wen's words that the shelter territory was not large, plus Jiang Wen had weapons, so naturally no one objected openly. But now, all but the 16 survivors, including Yuan Jing and Tang Xin, quickly arrived in front of the supermarket. Some of them were so weak from hunger that they had difficulty walking. Some people still looked rosy and healthy, just like before the apocalypse, and had even been living more comfortably in the past few days. The 16 people who knew each other gathered in groups of 3 or 2, while others waited quietly on their own. 2 of them were the most eye-catching, because they were wearing handcuffs. Fuck, there's such a high fence here, no wonder he told us to leave so he could take over the place and these women. One of the young men in his 20s in handcuffs whispered to the other man in his 30s. Damn it, he definitely didn't build this fence, but he just said it was his because he saw it first. And he didn't let us stay here, he even handcuffed us so everyone could watch us like monkeys. And since I knew I couldn't stay in here, even my wife won't go with me now. That bitch, she was so lowly when she asked me to feed her before, but as soon as I haven't left yet, she's fucking changed her mind. The man in his 30s also cursed fiercely. The young man in his 20s sneered, come on, bro, your wife, no one knows, but I know what's going on, isn't it just that you threaten people and force them? You still want her to be with you forever. The man in his 30s also laughed and said, Nima, you're still talking about me. You're just a kid, but you've also got one, and she's even older than you. How could you do it? The young man in his 20s sneered, unimpressed. You don't know. Men get horny after a while, and all women look good to them, especially men my age. It's so hard to find a girlfriend these days. The ones who sell sex are either too expensive or unsafe. I haven't had meat to eat in a long time, so it's good if I can use it. The young man in his 20s was called Li Dongping, and the man in his 30s was called Wang Tong. Both were also poor losers before the end of the world. After the end of the world, the two used different methods to get a woman each, and they also found a lot of food. So when Jiang Wen found them, these two were also the two who were most hostile to Jiang Wen. Unfortunately, Jiang Wen had a gun in his hand, and they were just ordinary people, so they didn't have the courage to resist in person. Damn, there are quite a few good-looking ones here, don't you have any ideas, kid? Wang Tong looked at the 10 or so women around him. Although there were no beauties of Yuan Jing's caliber, nor goddesses like Li Shui or tempting temptresses like Tang Xin, there were still quite a few good-looking ones compared to the woman he had previously secured. Therefore, Wang Tong didn't really care that the woman had now distanced herself from him. However, his heart itched for these even more beautiful women. At the same time, he felt even more angered. Why should he leave this treasure trove and let that son of a bitch enjoy it? Although Wang Tong didn't do well before the end of the world, he was full of thoughts. He had done a lot of sneaky and immoral things. He now had a rough idea of how to deal with Jiang Wen. How could his father not have an idea? Li Dongping couldn't help but glance at a girl in school uniform from time to time. She whispered angrily. You think I want an old woman? Who doesn't like a young one? I haven't even tried it yet. Unfortunately, the guy has a gun. What can we do? Wang Tong whispered at this time, although that shit director has a gun, he has committed a major taboo, so we still have a chance. Li Dongping immediately asked, what major taboo? Eating alone. Eating alone? Li Dongping was a little confused. What does this have to do with us? Wang Tong smiled confidently, if the guy named Zhang Wen has people under him and is powerful, then it's fine for him to eat the whole pie, and we have to bow our heads under the same roof. But apart from us, it seems that there is only one man in this shelter, Zhang Wen, and he wants to eat the whole pie and kick all of us men out. Not to mention the two of us, the guy next to him has a wife, and there are 3 other men. Do you really think they would be willing to be kicked out? You have to know that there are no walls outside, and if we go out then, we might not survive. But inside, there is food and beautiful women, and there is almost no danger. What do you think they will choose? If we unite and secretly get some weapons, preferably long-range weapons, even if Zhang Wen has a gun, the 6 of us together are not necessarily afraid of him. If we can take advantage of his lack of defense and attack him by surprise, the success rate will be even higher. Li Dongping became more and more excited as he listened, and as soon as Wang Tong finished speaking, he immediately said, "Brother, what you said makes perfect sense. Since we are all in danger anyway, we might as well fight it out." Wang Tong smiled and said, "Good, since you agree, let's quickly contact the other men quietly. And even if they are unwilling to take risks, they shouldn't betray us, since they can't stay in the shelter anyway." "Okay, brother, I'll do as you say." Li Dongping nodded quickly, then walked over to a man next to him. Wang Tong also walked towards another man. Soon, the 2 men had communicated with the remaining 4 men. Unfortunately, only one of them was clearly willing to follow them in their rebellion. The other 3, although they found what they said very tempting, hesitated when they thought about Zhang Wen having a gun. Wang Tong told Li Dongping not to rush, to find opportunities to continue persuading them at any time, and to act according to the situation. Chapter 30, Trouble. Before Zhang Wen arrived, Yuan Jing and Li Dongping, along with Xiao Yaoyao and the 2 young ladies, Lu Meiying and Guan Yang, who had been locked up all night, carried the prepared food downstairs together. The survivors immediately became excited. Some people were starving and saw so many delicious foods. Some people did not lack food. They were attracted by the beautiful Yuan Jing, who had a plump and fair figure and a slightly charming temperament. They had never imagined that there was such a charming woman here. At this point, Wang Tong and Li Dongping and the others were even more determined in their thoughts that they must occupy this place. Even the 3 who had previously been hesitant also quietly contacted them. If they could find a good opportunity to attack, they would be willing to follow them. "Beauty, when do we eat? We're starving." Basically, everyone agreed to rebel, and they took another step towards their goal. Wang Tong was full of enthusiasm and took the initiative to approach Yuan Jing, who was busy working, and struck up a conversation. He really liked this woman, both her figure and her looks, and even her temperament. She was his ideal type. At this moment, even if it was dangerous, Wang Tong had to take a chance. Yuan Jing ignored Wang Tong and said to everyone, "Everyone just wait a little longer, the director is here, we can start eating." This is the rule of the shelter. Li Dongping also liked beautiful women like Yuan Jing, but he was not obsessed with her. Now that all 6 men were rebelling, his fear of Zhang Wen had diminished. Hearing what Yuan Jing said, he immediately couldn't help but complain, "Fuck, it was the director who told us to come out to eat, and now he's not letting us eat. Does that mean we're just going to wait here all day if the director doesn't come today? Hurry up and start serving, or I'll do it myself." Before Yuan Jing could say anything, Sister Li, who was straightforward and had a short temper, rushed up with a stun gun. "I'll see who dares to move. There are rules in the asylum, and you can't contradict your superiors at will. See these 2 young girls next to me? They were punished by the director for this yesterday and were made to go hungry all night. This is because they were considered to be ignorant of the rules and were first-time offenders, otherwise it would have been more serious. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Do you want the same thing?" Yuan Jing also took her weapon in her hands. She was taught a lesson by Zhang Wen yesterday, so naturally she would show no mercy. Hearing Sister Li's words, all the women did not say anything. In times of peace, women can be lawless and fearless, but once order and law are gone, they are more timid than anyone else. Unfortunately, men are different, especially men with a rebellious streak. Li Dongping was not at all intimidated by Sister Li's words, but instead cursed and said, "Who are you trying to scare, you old woman? I'm going to eat now, and see what you can do about it." Wang Tong cursed inwardly, thinking that he had promised to secretly contact everyone and then wait for the right moment to strike. Sorry, leader, my brother must really be starving, he's lost his mind and is talking nonsense, please don't mind. Wang Tong quickly stepped forward and pulled Li Dongping back, gave him a sneaky glare, then smiled and apologized repeatedly to Sister Li and Yuan Jing. Yuan Jing said expressionlessly to everyone. I'll say it again here, the food in the shelter is not owed to you. Those who don't want to eat and don't listen to me will bear the consequences. I now announce that he will get no food today, and the specific punishment will be discussed when the director arrives. Damn it! Hearing Yuan Jing's words, Li Dongping was about to explode again. However, he was hit hard on the head by Wang Tong. Then he whispered in his ear. Damn it, be quiet. If you keep this up, Zhang Wen will be watching us all the time, and it will be hard to sneak up on him. Think about all these beautiful women, you must hold back now. Li Dongping heard this and realized that it made sense. Just now, everyone had the thought of rebelling, and he had thought that they were about to succeed. He had gotten a little carried away. It wasn't long before Zhang Wen arrived with Tang Xan, and Li Shui was so hungry that she didn't have the energy to walk. Their arrival attracted even more attention than when Yuan Jing had brought food. First of all, because they had all met Zhang Wen before, and when Zhang Wen visited them, he wasn't very friendly, and his aura was still there. The other reason was that Miss Tang Xian was really eye-catching. If Yuan Jing before only attracted the attention of men, Tang Xian is a hit with both men and women. Not only do men like her figure, women are also jealous. It's like when a man sees someone who is good-looking, he thinks that's about it. After all, sometimes when you look in the mirror, you feel pretty good-looking yourself. But when you see someone who is good-looking and has an extremely perfect figure, you can't help but be jealous. Why is the world so unfair? My dream is to become someone like that too, but unfortunately reality is. Uncle Chang. Xiao Yaoyao was still the most innocent person, and immediately greeted Zhang Wen. Yuan Jing paused when she saw Tang Xian by Zhang Wen's side, but quickly calmed down. She had long been mentally prepared for this situation. Zhang Wen didn't look like a cat that doesn't steal fish. In the end times, she had learned to adapt and accept it. After greeting calmly, Yuan Jing briefly described what had just happened in her punishment of Li Dongping. After listening to her, Zhang Wen immediately brought up the system and looked at the friendliness of the survivors. There wasn't much change on the side of the 10 women, maybe some people's friendliness had increased a little bit, and some had decreased a little bit. But overall, none were below yellow. But there was a big change on the men's side. Of the 6 men, the friendliness of 3 was originally light yellow, 1 light red, and 2 light dark red. But now it had directly changed to 3 dark red, 2 light dark red, and 1 light red. Damn it! I haven't even unleashed my big move yet, and you've already changed so much just from having a meal together? Zhang Wen remained calm and composed, and first praised Yuan Jing and Sister Li, you've done well this time. If there's anything you want, just tell Yuan Jing, and she can let me know. Yuan Jing has also improved, and I'll reward you separately in due course. Thank you, Director, this is what I should do. Sister Li calmly said that life in the end times was already very good, and she was content. Yuan Jing naturally heard the underlying meaning in Zhang Wen's words, and she was still a little upset. So she gave Zhang Wen a cold stare and didn't even bother to say thank you. Zhang Wen didn't care, and then looked at the 6 men among the survivors. Originally, he had wanted to keep them at the shelter to do some work for a few days to make things easier for the women. Then he would let them set an example for the women and conduct some drills or something. As for whether they could survive by setting this example, it would depend on their luck and strength. Of course, those few men who were already hostile would definitely not survive. Now it seems that they don't want to live a few more days. Then just set an example for the women in the shelter, and increase the difficulty. Okay, Yuan Jing, you first explain the shelter's hierarchical treatment and rules. So Yuan Jing took out a notebook and started reading. The hierarchical and food treatment was what Zhang Wen had written before, and there were some other treatments that Yuan Jing had added, which were not yet perfect. But the main idea is the same. In the shelter, if you want to live well and have privileges, you must be a full resident. Chapter 31, Choosing to Stay or Go. As for the rules, Zhang Wen has temporarily set 3. First, the orders of Zhang Wen in the shelter must be obeyed. Second, you must not contradict your superiors. Third, you must not make loud noises. After Yuan Jing finished speaking, Zhang Wen continued, addressing everyone. I won't lie to you. In the early days of the shelter, supplies were limited, so the assessment for official residence was very strict. Basically, men could not stay in the shelter in the early days, and whether women could become official residents of the shelter depended on luck and hard work. Of course, even if women can't become official residents, they can still stay in the shelter and become refugees, and they will still have a chance to become official residents in the future. After a pause, Zhang Wen continued. Of course, I'm not a rogue bandit, I won't force you to do anything. All the women who don't want to stay at the shelter can choose to leave with them. I now give all the women 30 seconds to make a choice, and once you've made your choice, we can start eating. As soon as Zhang Wen finished speaking, the women among the survivors immediately started whispering among themselves. Tang Xin giggled next to Zhang Wen, honey, can I make a choice too? Zhang Wen glanced at the two large basketballs on her chest. What do you want to eat? Tang Xin gave Zhang Wen a dirty look, saying that he was vulgar. Zhang Wen laughed, I do look quite stocky and vulgar. Tang Xin was defeated and didn't want to talk to Zhang Wen anymore. Hello, I'm Tang Xin, his darling. Tang Xin suddenly walked over to Yuan Jing and smiled, holding out her hand. Hello, I'm Yuan Jing, the logistics minister of the shelter. Yuan Jing reached out and shook her hand. It's no fun. Tang Xin could probably guess Yuan Jing's relationship with Zhang Wen, and was about to cause Zhang Wen some trouble. She never expected Yuan Jing to react so calmly. Hello, beautiful auntie, I'm Tong Yao, you can call me Xiao Yao Yao. Xiao Tong Yao heard everyone introduce themselves, so she immediately came up and participated. Oh, what a cute little sister. Tang Xin doesn't have any children of her own, but she has always wanted to have children when she gets older. Unfortunately, she hasn't found the right person to make that dream come true. So when she saw the cute Tong Yao, she immediately started chatting with her. Okay, time's up. Raise your hand if you want to leave the shelter with them. Zhang Wen looked at everyone and said, as for whether the time is up or not, the details don't matter. After a few seconds of silence, two little girls finally raised their hands. One was the woman in the couple, and the other was Lu Meiying. Zhang Wen was not surprised. And they were still so naive. Did they really think they could just leave and stay at the shelter as they pleased? Did they think they could just take the food? They didn't have to be forced to stay. Instead, they begged to stay. Zhang Wen didn't say much, and turned and walked into the supermarket next door. When he came back out, he was holding a pistol in one hand and 4 pairs of handcuffs in the other. He walked up to them, threw all 4 pairs of handcuffs on the ground, and then said to the 4 men who were not handcuffed, I was very angry about what happened just now, but you still have work to do, and you won't be able to stay in the shelter for long. I won't hold it against you, but for the safety of the members of my shelter, you must wear handcuffs at all times except when you are working. Of course, I will untie you when you leave. Yuan Jing, you start arranging dinner for everyone. Okay. Yuan Jing agreed and started making arrangements with Sisterly. Why do we all have to be handcuffed? We're not criminals. Exactly, what if you do something to us while we're handcuffed? Exactly. Zhang Wen's actions drew collective protests from the men, none of whom wanted to give in. On the other side, Wang Tong was secretly excited. He was already in handcuffs, so it didn't matter to him. And the more Zhang Wen did this, the more determined everyone would be to get him. Although it was possible that everyone would be handcuffed, since Zhang Wen needed men to work, there would be times when they were unfastened, and there would always be times when he was negligent. Zhang Wen didn't waste any words, raised his hand and pointed the gun at the air above the men, and fired a few shots. Bang! Bang! Ah! The men, and even some of the women nearby, had never felt the sound of gunfire so close before. They immediately screamed in fear. Zhang Wen immediately shouted, Shut up, have you forgotten the rules of the shelter? No noises allowed, the women who just screamed so loudly will not get any lunch today. Of course, no matter how loud they were, they definitely couldn't make the sound of gunfire louder. However, Zhang Wen knew that the zombies could not enter without his permission. Moreover, the shelter was his own biggest, and his words were the rules. There was no saying that Zhang Wen should set an example in some matters. Then he looked at the men who had been scared silly. I'm telling you to put on the handcuffs, not bargaining with you. If I wanted to do you harm, do you think I would bother to make you put on the handcuffs? The men didn't know if they thought Zhang Wen was right or if they were afraid to resist anymore, so they quickly picked up the handcuffs on the ground and handcuffed themselves. Zhang Wen nodded with satisfaction, then looked at the women, the person who just called themselves stand forward. No one spoke. At this time, Xiaoyao, with a sad little face, stood up. Uncle Director, just now Yao called. Report, and I am also here. Another little girl in school uniform with a round face also nervously stepped forward. Zhang Wen looked around, but there was no one else? No one spoke. Yuan Jing, is there anyone else? Zhang Wen naturally didn't believe it, because although he hadn't paid attention, he had heard quite a few voices. And her. Yuan Jing pointed at the other two women. Zhang Wen looked at Xiaotanjiu and said with a smile, our Xiaotanjiu was the first to admit her mistake voluntarily, so not only will she not be punished, she will also be rewarded with an extra chicken leg for lunch. Xiaotanjia immediately smiled happily, thank you, Uncle Director. Zhang Wen then looked at the middle school student and said to Yuan Jing. She was the second to admit her mistake, so she will be rewarded with the same lunch as a full resident, and she will be given 10 extra points in the assessment to become a full resident. The middle school student was a bit timid, but she immediately whispered, thank you, Your Honor. My little man is quite individualistic, Tang Xian said to herself in a low voice as she watched Zhang Wen handle things. As for those who did not admit it voluntarily, they would not get any lunch and their food would be cut in half for dinner. Zhang Wen made the decision with one stroke of the hammer and then said, okay, everyone, let's eat. Chapter 32, Practical Exercise. Today, the rules of the shelter were announced, and Yuan Jing did not announce Zhang Wen's relationship. So she, along with Li Daxi and Xiaotanjia, the few official residents, sat together and ate. Zhang Wen ate with Tang Xian. The others gathered together to eat separately. The food the survivors ate, apart from the rice, was barely enough to fill them up. The other dishes, such as the potatoes and cabbage, were not only small in portion, but also had no seasoning apart from a little salt, so they didn't taste very good. On the other hand, Yuan Jing, Li Dajia and Tong Yao had meat, vegetables and soup, and Tong Yao was even munching on a fragrant chicken leg. Zhang Wen and Tang Xian's meals were even better, with not only braised beef but also seafood. The survivors were struggling to eat the plain rice in their bowls while drooling over the delicious food on the other side. The women who had decided to stay in the shelter secretly vowed that they would work hard to become full-time residents. The men were also gritting their teeth and secretly swearing that they would get rid of Zhang Wen, so that they could have all the delicious food and beautiful women in the shelter for themselves. The two women who had been punished were the unluckiest of all, as they got to eat nothing. They had been hungry for more than a day before they arrived, and if they hadn't seen so much delicious food, they might have been able to hold out. But now they were hungry and greedy, and they really couldn't hold back anymore. Report, Your Honor, I want to report. Before you came, I heard the men discussing conspiring to murder you. One of the women plucked up the courage and walked up to Zhang Wen's table and said. The atmosphere suddenly quieted down. This is a major event. Are you serious? Zhang Wen hadn't spoken yet, and Yuan Jing had already stood up and walked over, nervously. If it were before last night, she would not have been so nervous. At that time, she was just grateful to Zhang Wen for saving him. Although Zhang Wen would be sad if something happened to him. But now it's different. Zhang Wen is her man now, and the support for her and her daughter. She absolutely will not allow anyone to hurt him. Zhang Wen did not react much. In fact, he had already guessed. Director, it's true. I also heard a little bit at the time, but then they deliberately lowered their voices, and we didn't dare tell you because we didn't hear the specific plan. The other woman who had been punished by having her meal taken away also came forward to testify. Zhang Wen slowly finished eating the rice in his mouth and stood up. Looking at the several men who were too scared to eat, Zhang Wen said, Don't you have anything to say? Don't be a victim of injustice. Officer, I didn't. Officer, they're just talking nonsense. Officer, it wasn't my idea. Everyone was scared, and they weren't people of principle. Some denied it. But some hastily disclaimed responsibility. Which meant that it was representative that there was something going on. So that's how the term pig teammate came about. Yuan Jing then took out the weapon on her person and walked over to Zhang Wen, saying, Zhang Wen, we have no ill will, but we must never let any threat remain in the shelter. Zhang Wen looked at Yuan Jing and smiled. She had grown up quite quickly. Director, please don't kill me, I'll leave the shelter immediately. Director, I'm reporting that it was Wang Tong and Li Dongping who threatened us to harm you, and we didn't agree to it. Yes, it was Wang Tong and Li Dongping's idea. Director, it was Wang Tong who instructed me. Li Dongping immediately agreed, and now there is basically no room for resistance. He doesn't want to die. As for the mastermind Wang Tong, there is nothing to say or argue. What can you do when you encounter a few pigs? He said he wanted to keep a low profile, but someone else heard him. It must be the pig Li Dongping. And before that, Cindy, who was tired and didn't want to talk anymore, let's destroy it. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Zhang Wen finally spoke. But to the men, it was heavenly music. Yuan Jing looked at Zhang Wen with some confusion. After getting along with him, her man didn't seem like such a pushover. Zhang Wen smiled and shook his head at Yuan Jing, indicating that she should not be impatient. Moreover, the two women who are willing to go with you, including you, can all leave the shelter today, and I don't need you to work anymore. Zhang Wen continued. At this moment, not only Yuan Jing, but also Sister Li and even Lu Meiying looked at Zhang Wen. When did the director become so kind? Lu Meiying even wondered if she still needed to leave. Before, she wanted to leave because Zhang Wen was not the dog licker she wanted, and she had offended Zhang Wen, so she was sure she would not have a good time at the shelter. However, in order for you to survive after leaving the shelter, and to give those who remain at the shelter a little bit of experience in surviving the end of the world, you need to cooperate with a practical exercise. Do you have any objections? Zhang Wen concluded. Your Honor, I will cooperate. Me too. Although it was very strange to have to do some kind of exercise, no one dared to say no in order to survive. Zhang Wen rewarded the two young ladies who had been punished with a little food. Zhang Wen's rewards were still clear, and he could not blindly punish with high pressure. After everyone had finished eating, Zhang Wen took out 3 pairs of handcuffs again. He told the two young ladies who had been punished to handcuff each of the 6 men, 1 foot each, and 2 people shared a pair of handcuffs and were tied together, forming a total of 3 groups of people. Because they were handcuffed, and the 2 women who came up to operate were obviously not taken seriously, it was useless to even grab them as hostages. So although they didn't know what Zhang Wen wanted to do, and they were a little scared, no one dared to resist. After the 2-person team handcuffed their feet, Zhang Wen ordered the 2 women to use the key to unlock the handcuffs on their hands. Everyone was confused. What was the point of taking off the handcuffs and putting them back on the feet? Having their hands freed only to have their feet cuffed again, did that mean they would be required to work with their hands next? Zhang Wen, of course, didn't need to explain. Then Zhang Wen told Yuan Jing to take someone to lock all the doors of the residence buildings in the shelter, as well as the shop fronts and the supermarket. Next, Zhang Wen began to set up the venue for the practical exercise. The address of the exercise Zhang Wen chose was in front of Li Shui's villa. There was a spacious flat area, and the view from the villa's balcony was excellent. Zhang Wen took everyone there. Then he looked at everyone and said, "Now I will announce the details of this exercise. This is a practical exercise, and everyone in the shelter must participate. Of course, the main character of this practical exercise is the people who are going to leave the shelter. The outside world is very dangerous. The goal of this exercise is to prepare you for the outside world in advance and increase your ability to survive after you go out. Of course, I am not that great. The main purpose of this exercise is still for those who stay in the shelter. Those who choose to stay in the shelter, Tang Xian and Yuan Jing, you will take them to the balcony of the villa to watch the exercise. This is a valuable opportunity to learn from experience. Everyone must watch carefully, otherwise you will regret it in the future. Here, I announce the rules of the exercise. Anyone leaving the shelter must stay within this flat area and not leave for an hour. After an hour, if you are still alive, I will give you weapons and some food to leave the shelter. Also, everyone watching from the balcony must not speak or scream at any time. Do you all understand?" "Yes." Everyone answered. "Okay, let's begin." Chapter 33, A Real-Life Drill. At Zhang Wen's order, Tang Xian and Yuan Jing led the men into the villa and went to the second-floor balcony to watch. 6 men, as well as Lu Meiying and another woman, stayed put. Zhang Wen thought about it and went to the supermarket again, taking out the 2 men who had not yet died, Li Wenbin and Huang Mao. He literally picked them up, 1 in each hand. This made everyone who saw it secretly marvel at Zhang Wen's great strength. It turned out that the director had not only a gun, but also such terrifying strength. There were 8 men and 2 women. Zhang Wen went over the rules again with Li Wenbin and the others, saying that as long as they survived, they could also leave the shelter. Li Wenbin and the others had originally thought that they were going to die for sure, and had not expected to have a chance to live. Naturally, they endured the pain and gathered their strength. It looked like everyone was almost ready. Jiang Wen was the last to enter the villa, and then locked the door. He found some collected weapons from the system warehouse, including fire axes, kitchen knives, iron bars, and so on. When he arrived on the balcony, a dozen women and girls were already waiting for Jiang Wen. Even Li Shui was there, and she seemed to have recovered quite a bit, probably from the food Tang Xian had brought her. When Jiang Wen came up, Yuan Jing was telling everyone about Li Wenbin. This gave all the women a new understanding of the hearts of people in the end times. This was Yuan Jing's goal. She hoped that in the hearts of the people who remained, Jiang Wen would still be very good. Jiang Wen didn't care about this, and threw the weapons he was holding one by one into the open space downstairs where Wang Tong and the others were. Everyone chose a weapon they wanted, and the drill started immediately on my order. At this time, whether it was downstairs or upstairs watching, everyone seemed to understand Jiang Wen's meaning a little. The director is telling them to kill each other, and then the living can leave? Because the living are definitely the strongest, and they will definitely be able to survive outside. But they have already reached this point, no matter what the people upstairs think. The people downstairs definitely hope that they can survive to the end. So they immediately started grabbing the best weapons. However, some of them were injured, and some were handcuffed together, which made it difficult for them to move, so they didn't fight with each other. After everyone had a weapon, Jiang Wen performed some operations in the system. First, Jiang Wen used the cameras on the walls to look at the distribution density of the zombies, and then opened a small door and let in almost 20 zombies, and then immediately closed the door again. After entering the shelter, the zombies smelled the blood and breath of the living and immediately started running towards them. The people below were ready, as the practical exercise was about to begin. Jiang Wen did not want the people below to end up too quickly and immediately reminded them. The people below thought they were about to start fighting each other and immediately looked nervously at everyone except themselves. Now everyone was an enemy. The two women, on the other hand, stood leisurely and far away. They had no intention of getting involved, and no one would dare to lay a hand on a woman, right? Even Lu Meiying felt that this method was quite good. The person who won in the end would definitely be very powerful, and if they followed him out, they would not be afraid of danger. Hooray! Hooray! The people downstairs kept waiting for Jiang Wen to yell start. But they heard a different kind of sound. Zombies, so many zombies. Fuck, the zombies are here, run. There was panic downstairs, and even the people upstairs were a little scared. With such a high wall, how did the zombies get in? How many got in? And just then, Jiang Wen looked down and shouted. I declare the practical exercise to begin. Listen, people below, you are breaking the rules by leaving the open space. Even if the zombies don't bite you to death, I will kill you, so you can only resist. And there aren't many zombies this time. As long as you have the courage and skills, what is the point of these zombies? If you can't even handle this small number of zombies, how can you take the women out to survive? At this time, everyone truly understood the meaning of Jiang Wen's practical exercises. They also understood that they were not being told to kill each other. Instead, they were really being allowed to get used to the zombies outside in advance, to improve their chances of survival after they go out. However, how did the director know that zombies would come in at this time? And how did the zombies climb over the wall? Did the director arrange it? At this moment, Jiang Wen was not only powerful in the eyes of the people in the shelter, but also increasingly mysterious. Everyone, run! The zombies are coming. We can't run, we're handcuffed. We can't outrun the zombies, let's fight them. Sir, please shoot, please help me, I don't want to die. Even though it had been 3 or 4 days since the end of the world, for many people it was the first time they had faced a zombie. So they were very panicked and scared. Some people, however, had already killed zombies before, so they weren't too scared. However, they were all tied together in pairs, and if they couldn't work together, one person would choose to run while the other would choose to fight to the death, risking being dragged down by their companion. Although the zombies usually looked like they were wandering slowly, if they smelled the blood and breath of a living person, they were still very fast, and soon a zombie caught up with the survivors. And chaos ensued. There were the excited roars of the zombies, the screams of the people, and the cries of terror. What most caught Jiang Wen's attention were two people, one was the injured Li Wenbin, and the other was Wang Tong. They were the two most composed people among these people, and they had a fierce energy about them, killing the zombies without mercy. Unfortunately, one of them had a gunshot wound and his strength was limited. The other one was slowed down by his pig teammate, and Li Dongping, who was tied to him, only wanted to escape. Of course, this was their own fault. Although Zhang Wen had also thought of letting these people conduct an exercise a few days later and then letting them leave the shelter. However, the drill Zhang Wen had planned was not as difficult as this, and most people would have survived. More and more zombies came over, and casualties soon appeared. However, this also made some people who only wanted to escape had to resist with weapons in order to survive. Unfortunately, they had never faced zombies before, nor had they practiced how to kill them. In a panic, their lethality was really limited. After just a few minutes, 20 or so zombies were dead, but so were 7 or 8 survivors. 4 had already died, and there were still an unknown number of injured. Chapter 34, A Lesson in Education. Zhang Wen looked at the women upstairs, all of them with terrified expressions on their faces, and said, "Everyone, pay close attention. This practical exercise is not meant to scare you, but to let you experience the end of the world and the zombies, as well as the zombies' methods of attack, their speed, and the survivors' reactions to the zombies, their methods of counterattack, and so on. Although you are in the shelter, you are safe for the time being, and you may not come into contact with the zombies for a short period of time. But that doesn't mean that all of you will always be in the shelter. If you don't get used to it now, that will be your fate." Seeing everyone trying their best to stay composed, Zhang Wen added, "Today's practical exercise will conclude with a lesson where I will personally teach you how to kill the zombies." As soon as Zhang Wen finished speaking, Yuan Jing immediately panicked and hurriedly said, "Zhang Wen, there are still so many zombies down there, it's too dangerous." Tang Xian also said at this time, "Yes, there were so many of them before, but now several of them are dead, and the remaining ones don't have much fighting power either. But there are still so many zombies left, it's too dangerous for you to go down there alone, don't go, okay?" Zhang Wen reassured them, "Don't worry, I still have a long life ahead of me, how could I possibly joke about my own safety?" This is really not Zhang Wen's arrogance. In the last 2 years, he has accumulated a lot of experience killing zombies, and now his strength has increased several times, so there is really no danger. In addition, even though there are many zombies, many of them are feeding and have no intention of attacking new prey, so it is actually safer at this time. Finally, and most importantly, there is no absolute thing in the world. But Zhang Wen has 2 lives. This is his real strength. Yuan Jing still wasn't at ease and said, "Why don't we all go down with weapons? There's safety in numbers. One person can kill just one zombie. Count me in." Tang Xian also said, "I'm in." But some of the women immediately looked scared when they heard they had to face the zombies. Zhang Wen shook his head. He didn't want his women to risk their lives against those filthy zombies. As for the other women, there was no rush. If they were sent now, there would definitely be heavy casualties. Right now, the shelter is still in a stage where it lacks manpower, and it can't afford to squander it like this. Besides, this drill is meant to give them some experience, not to get them killed. Alright, all of you just watch from upstairs with peace of mind and see how I deal with the zombies. Zhang Wen didn't give Yuan Jing and the others the chance to refuse, and he turned directly and headed downstairs. The reason why he had to personally take action was that this was also one of the other purposes of Zhang Wen's arrangement for this practical exercise. First, it was to let them see how powerful he was. Second, to make them realize the dangers of the end times, so that they will not dare to think of leaving the shelter again. Zhang Wen left the villa with a fire axe in his hand. Sure enough, many zombies were now focused on eating and did not pay any attention to Zhang Wen at all. However, one zombie that was close to Zhang Wen noticed him and immediately came over. The woman upstairs in the villa was suddenly very nervous, and Yuan Jing and Tang Xian were even more worried. Zhang Wen, however, was unruffled, and instead shouted loudly, "Pay attention, the most important thing when dealing with zombies is to stay calm. First, observe the situation. If there are not many zombies and you can handle them, then kill them. If there are too many zombies and you cannot handle them for the time being, or if there is danger, then temporarily retreat." Then he continued. Next, the choice of weapon. When facing zombies head-on, it is best not to use a pistol. First of all, the sound of a pistol is too loud when fired. The zombies have extremely poor eyesight, and can be said to be blind. They rely on hearing and smell to find food, and the sound of a gun will attract the vast majority of zombies to attack you. In addition, the accuracy and firing speed of a pistol. You should also not choose short and lightweight weapons such as daggers and fruit knives. Zombies are not afraid of pain, and these weapons have limited killing power on them. The best weapons for killing zombies are fire axes, crowbars, etc., which are powerful and have a suitable length. Just as he was talking, the zombie was already close at hand. Zhang Wen swung the fire axe fiercely, slashing towards the zombie's head. Under Zhang Wen's tremendous strength, the zombie was headshot in one blow. Zhang Wen continued, the only vital part of the zombie is the head, so don't panic when killing a zombie, because if you panic, you may subconsciously attack randomly, or you may not be accurate enough. When attacking, you must be strong, otherwise your weapon may get stuck. If the weapon gets stuck, don't panic, first make sure the zombie is dead. If the zombie is dead, try to pull out the weapon, but if you find it difficult to take out, don't dwell on it and give up immediately. Seeing that Zhang Wen was not at all panicked, and killing a zombie was no pressure at all. Influenced by Zhang Wen, the women upstairs also calmed down and listened carefully to Zhang Wen's teaching. At this time, 3 more zombies surrounded Zhang Wen. Zhang Wen then said, no one is faster than a zombie, so when you find that there are too many zombies and you can't handle them, you can selectively retreat, find a safe place to hide, or use their distance to defeat them one by one. Of course, you must pay attention to the fact that when you choose to retreat, you must not panic and be disorderly. Zombies are not faster than you, but if you fall down. Of course, if you are strong enough, there is no need to retreat, just kill them directly. Zhang Wen actively charged forward, his axe flying continuously, headshot after headshot, killing zombies one after the other. Looking at the director, who was killing everything in his way while explaining, and thinking about the performance of the men before. All the women were starry-eyed. The director was really handsome. And with the director protecting the shelter, they felt a sense of security that completely extinguished their desire to leave the shelter. Next, Zhang Wen defeated the zombies one by one, and soon all the remaining 10 or so zombies were killed. Chapter 35, Husband, Please Spare Me. After the zombies were killed, the survivors downstairs also suffered heavy casualties. There were 5 people who were bitten and eaten by the zombies, including Li Wenbin and Miss Lu Meiying. As for the other woman, she was lucky to have survived. There were also 4 men who were not dead, but they were in a sorry state, and some even had injuries on their bodies. Zhang Wen looked at the 4 men and 1 woman who were not dead, and then said to all the women upstairs. The last lesson is that when you are safe after killing the zombies, if you have any teammates alive, then you must make sure that they do not have any wounds left by the zombies. If they are bitten by a zombie, they will become infected within a few minutes for serious wounds, and within 10 minutes for minor wounds, and then they will turn into zombies and attack their companions. There is no medicine for now, so anyone who is injured must be killed or isolated in time. As soon as Zhang Wen finished speaking, the people who had survived immediately panicked. Director, I am not injured, don't kill me. I'm not injured either. Officer, you can check, I really am not injured. The few people who had barely survived naturally didn't want to die, and they quickly said aloud. Zhang Wen said to the women upstairs. This is another reminder for the class, whether you are injured or not, you cannot listen to the person themselves. Instead, the living should check each other, or even multiple people checking each other, because sometimes letting one person go may lead to the destruction of the entire team. As for you. Zhang Wen looked at a few people and said. It's up to you whether you want to be checked. I'm a man of my word, and I'll let you go later. If someone gets hurt and doesn't say anything, and then attacks you, don't say I didn't warn you. Okay, Chief, you're doing this for our own good. Let's check each other. Immediately, a man said. We'll be going out soon, what's the point of checking? I'm not hurt. Right, I'm not hurt either. Some people don't want to. If you don't want to be checked, does that mean you're hurt? Fuck, you're the one who's injured, you're cursing at me. But whether some people wanted to or not, they immediately forced those who did want to be checked. Even that woman was no exception. Fuck, this son of a bitch is really injured, he wants to get us killed. I accidentally injured myself with a weapon, not a zombie. Fuck, this is obviously bitten out, you say it's from a weapon? Do you think we're all stupid? Yes, hurry up and get rid of him, stay away from us. How do we get rid of him now? Just kill him, otherwise we'll die too. Zhang Wen didn't care what they did with themselves. Zhang Wen glanced at the remaining few people. It seemed that Li Wenbin, Huang Mao, and Wang Tong, Li Dongping, and the others who either had to die or who had the most malicious intent towards him and started the trouble were already dead. That was good, so he didn't have to do it himself. Zhang Wen didn't care about the rest, and would just throw them out when the time came. Whether they could survive in the end times would depend on their luck. There was also a reason for letting them go, rather than just killing them. Ah! A scream sounded, and it quickly died down. Okay, you all get ready. I will give you the keys to the handcuffs later, and then I will let you know how to leave. Jiang Wen left a message and was about to return to the villa. At this time, the woman who survived suddenly ran in front of Jiang Wen and said excitedly, "Director, please let me stay in the shelter. I will do whatever you tell me. I will definitely listen to you." Jiang Wen looked at the woman in front of him. She was of average appearance, and her figure was a bit plump, but it was far from Jiang Wen's standards. What interested him was that it seemed the woman had a husband, and her husband had also survived. Sure enough, among the 3 men still alive, Jiang Wen saw a man full of anger, but he did not dare to lose his temper. In fact, it did not matter whether the woman was kept or not, keeping her could also serve as a warning to the others in the shelter. However, Jiang Wen was not going to agree directly, so as not to make the woman self-sentimental. And also to prevent other women in the shelter from thinking that they have made a mistake, and then selling their pity, or agreeing to some kind of sexual favors, and then everything will be fine. Jiang Wen took the woman into the villa and then to the balcony. Jiang Wen pointed at the woman he brought up and said to Yuan Jing, "You should have heard about her wanting to stay in the shelter. The management committee of the shelter has not yet been established, so you official residents should discuss this kind of thing first, and then you, Yuan Jing, can make the decision directly. I will not be involved." Then he said to Tang Xin, "Tang Xin and Li Shui, you two come and check for me to see if I'm injured. In the future, when people in the shelter kill zombies, afterwards, there must be at least 2 people to check whether the participants are injured." Tang Xin gave Jiang Wen a look. "With the mighty, handsome, and swift actions you just performed, and with more than 10 pairs of eyes staring at you the whole time, do you need to be checked for injuries? You must be thinking of something nice again. Otherwise, why would you tell yourself and Li Shui to do it?" Tang Xin also knew that Jiang Wen had a point in setting the rules. Everyone had to be checked, including the director. Li Shui's feelings for Jiang Wen had also increased, but they were not yet intimate. Although she didn't want to go, Tang Xin still dragged her up there. After enjoying a few minutes of a full-body touch examination by the 2 beautiful women, Jiang Wen was in a good mood. Yuan Jing also made a decision after discussion. Of course, it was actually said to be a discussion among the official residents, but look at the current official residents of the asylum: Yuan Jing, Sisterly, and Xiatanjia. What's there to discuss? Just say that Yuan Jing has decided. In fact, Yuan Jing already has some understanding of Jiang Wen's temperament. Although this woman may not be Jiang Wen's type, and she can stay or not. After all, the shelter is still short of staff. Since Jiang Wen has brought her up, she has the intention to stay. It's just that Jiang Wen is letting her decide, which also establishes her authority. And Jiang Wen doesn't want to imply that nothing has happened before. So Yuan Jing said, "Director, after discussion, we have decided that she wants to stay, and has 2 requests. First, she must discuss it with her husband, after all, in principle they are still husband and wife. Second, even if she can stay, initially the benefits and so on will definitely be lower than others, and depending on her performance, it will be decided whether to restore them to the same as everyone else." Jiang Wen smiled and said, "I said you decide, I don't care." Yuan Jing flirtatiously gave the man a look, "I don't believe you. If I just agree and don't punish you, you'll never let me go." The woman heard Yuan Jing's request and immediately shouted to her husband downstairs, "Honey, I'm going to stay at the shelter. Take care of yourself." The husband couldn't hold back anymore and cried out in pain, "Honey, how could you do this? We agreed to get out of here together. We're husband and wife. How could you stay here alone?" Thinking that Jiang Wen would be the only man at the shelter, and that his wife might be. The man would suffer even more. When Wang contacted him before, he had also thought about having multiple wives, but when it came to his own woman, he still couldn't accept it. The woman remained indifferent, saying, "It's too dangerous out there, and I'm a woman, I can't help you much, and I might even get you into trouble. Just go by yourself." The man was not giving up hope. While fantasizing, he reassured his wife, "Don't worry, honey. I just killed a zombie too. When we get out of here, we'll find a safe place to hide." The woman did not let the man finish. She already cried out, "Honey, just consider me in debt. I'll pay you back in my next life. Please let me go. I want to live." Chapter 36, Recruiting People. This time, the man had nothing to say. Even upstairs, many people who originally looked down on women were silent. Yes. Women just want to live, to survive. Is there anything wrong with that? If you were her? After experiencing so many people dying from the zombies, would you still have the courage to go out with a man? At the beginning, the woman did not choose to stay in the shelter, but chose to leave with her husband. This shows that at the beginning, the woman still had the heart to share weal and woe with her husband. Unfortunately, reality is just as cruel. Not everyone can remain true to their original intentions when faced with death. The hottest time of day is between 1 and 2 in the afternoon, when the zombies are least active. Jiang Wen kept his word and let the 3 men who survived leave the shelter. Letting them go was not just to show that he kept his word. It was also to show the people who stayed in the shelter, and it also had a little bit of a side effect. Whether they can survive depends on themselves. I hope they don't let me down. After all, they did eat a meal. Then Jiang Wen returned to the villa. Jiang Wen called Yuan Jing, Tang Xian, and Li Shui together. At Jiang Wen's request, Tang Xian and Li Shui applied to join the shelter and become official residents. Tang Xian was dumbfounded and smiled bitterly. "Dear, you already have someone, why do you care about this verbal admission?" Li Shui's eyes lit up, and she looked at Jiang Wen and said, "If you want me to join the shelter, fine, but I'm not your woman yet, and you have to give me a position." This domineering president showed no reluctance to be a vase and was extremely career-minded. But it was exactly what Jiang Wen wanted. There were not many people who could be used in the shelter right now, and even if Li Shui didn't say anything, Jiang Wen would have done it anyway. After all, there was no shortage of post-apocalyptic survivors, but capable ones, and women at that, were treasures. After Tang Xian and Li Shui were admitted to the shelter by the system, Jiang Wen looked at the system's resident management. Resident management. Tong Yao 6 years old, specialty, singing and dancing, loyalty, 89. Yuan Jing 30 years old, specialty, management, loyalty, 92. Li Daijie 43 years old, specialty, cooking, loyalty, 72. Tang Xian 27 years old, specialty, fitness instructor, loyalty, 86. Li Shui 26 years old, specialty, company management, loyalty, 70. Jiang Wen had already guessed at the specialties of Tang Xian and Li Shui, and what he wanted to see was their loyalty. Not bad. Li Shui is not tall, but it is also within expectations, and it is not too low. After all, the time they have spent together is still too short, especially intimate contact. There are only 5 official residents, which is still too few. The others still need to be assessed before they can join, and Jiang Wen doesn't want the official residents to become cheap. Even if everyone joins, there will only be a dozen or so people. So Jiang Wen looked at the few people and said, "At this stage of the shelter, there are 3 things that need to be done as a priority. First, the shelter needs to recruit a large number of people. Second, search for supplies throughout the shelter. Third, set up various departments to keep the shelter running normally." Yuan Jing is now used to following Jiang Wen's arrangements and didn't say anything. Tang Xian is not good at management and doesn't care much about this. Only Li Shui raised her hand and said, "Director, can I give my opinion?" Jiang Wen smiled and said, "Of course, if we were outside, naturally we couldn't have an opinion, we could only execute. But now we are having a meeting, naturally we can give good opinions, otherwise what's the point of having a meeting?" Li Shui nodded and said, "Director, I feel that the most urgent task at the moment is, first, to find a way to contact the outside world and collect information from the outside world to see if the disaster has been brought under control and whether order has been restored. If order is about to be restored, then there is no need to do anything, just wait for help to arrive. If order is not restored, then our priority is to search for supplies and see how long the supplies in the shelter can last us, and then we can consider recruiting people." Jiang Wen nodded and smiled, saying, "That makes sense." Li Shui's delicate face broke into a smile. "Humph, don't look at what I used to do." But then she heard Jiang Wen say, "Next, I will continue to talk about the personnel arrangements for the 3 things I mentioned above." Li Shui's smile froze on her face. She gritted her teeth and glared at the abominable man across from her. It was the first time she had been toyed with and ignored like this by a man. "So you think what I said makes sense? But you just ignored it." Put. Tang Xian, who had been pretending to listen attentively, was also amused by Jiang Wen's miraculous reversal. Yuan Jing was quite calm, having already experienced it before. In fact, Jiang Wen really felt that Li Shui was right. If he hadn't been reborn and knew the plot of the next 2 years, he would definitely have followed her advice. Jiang Wen ignored them and continued. "Regarding the first point about recruiting people, this is what I think. Although we can't go out and actively look for survivors for the time being, we can let the survivors come to us. Our walls are so high that there must be many survivors nearby who have seen it and want to come in. Yuan Jing, later, you arrange for someone to find some large white cloths and write the message about recruiting people for this shelter in big red letters. Recruitment requirements: female, healthy, no male family members, under 40 years old, and those with skills can be appropriately relaxed to 45 years old. Then there is the method of entering the shelter. Every day from 1 to 2 p.m., arrive at the 2 designated small doors before and after our shelter, and enter in groups of up to 5 people at a time. Okay, I've written it all down, I'll go arrange it right away. Yuan Jing obviously resolutely carried out Zhang Wen's instructions, and as Zhang Wen spoke, she took notes. And Li Shui then said, although this will attract a lot of people, there are also many hidden dangers. For example, what if there are too many people here, attracting a lot of zombies? And what if an enemy deliberately sends spies to find out what's going on? What if there are even evil men disguised as women trying to sneak in? Zhang Wen nodded, that makes sense. The 3 women collectively gave Zhang Wen a dirty look. Again? Zhang Wen looked at them and said with justification, what's wrong? I feel that Li Shui's words make sense, and I also have a solution. Oh, then tell us how you would solve it. Li Shui spoke first. She wanted to see what Zhang Wen's solution was like and whether he was capable. Zhang Wen said, first is the problem of attracting too many zombies, which I actually thought of as well. Otherwise, why would I set the time to 1-2 p.m.? It's because there are the least zombies in the sunlight at this time. And why do I want to control a maximum of 5 people at a time is to minimize the noise that will be made when there are too many people. Chapter 37, Be absolutely careful. After a pause, Zhang Wen continued. Of course, we are inside the shelter, and there is no way to maintain order outside, so that they can all come quietly and in groups of only 5. They may also not listen. So, let's write it clearly again with a cloth strip. We hope that they can discuss among themselves the order in which they will enter, and remain quiet. If, due to their chaos or other reasons, a large number of zombies follow them, we will not open the door to the shelter. Li Shui nodded. This method is indeed good, although it may be a bit cold-blooded, because if the door is not opened, a large number of people will definitely die. But this is the end of the world, and the most dangerous thing is to be soft-hearted. And Zhang Wen also said in advance that it was their own inattention that attracted the zombies, so it is not considered cheating. Zhang Wen continued, as for the spies and the villains sneaking in, it's really all the same thing, as long as we can control them when they enter. We can deal with the villains on the spot, and we'll see how the spies behave. And if the spies are not allowed to leave once they're inside, how can they become spies? Li Shui grasped the point and said. So when they enter, we must first control the people who come in, and then interrogate them before letting them move freely. But didn't you say there were 2 doors for people to enter? If 2 people recruit people at the same time, and there's a door you're not watching, I'm afraid there's a danger if a villain really enters. And even if it's just you, if 5 people enter at once, and if the villain has a high level of makeup skills, and there are multiple villains at once, you will also be in danger. Therefore, my opinion is to open 1 door at a time, and let 1 person in at a time. Zhang Wen smiled and said, you're right, but you'll be entering too slowly this way. After all, it takes time for the people inside to communicate with the people outside. And if the person entering is a powerful character with a gun, there's really not much difference between 1 person and a few people. The women were a little nervous when they thought about Zhang Wen's performance when killing the zombies today. Yes, if someone even more powerful than Zhang Wen infiltrates, it's true that 1 person can be worth dozens of others. Zhang Wen didn't let the girls worry for long, and continued. In fact, there is no need to worry. This is just the most extreme bad situation we have considered. And since I am going to recruit a large number of people, I will not let this happen. I will not put us in any dangerous situation. First, in terms of recruitment requirements, we require that the women who come into the shelter can only wear a small amount of clothing and not carry any luggage or weapons. Verification will be carried out before entering the shelter, and the door will not be opened if these rules are not followed. I have a way to verify them without opening the door, so don't worry. Second, there is a shop that makes stainless steel anti-theft doors and windows in the shelter. I will have 2 sturdy stainless steel frames processed, and then weld one side of the frame to the small door of the shelter, and make the other side a door that can be opened and closed and locked with a lock. Every time a woman is let in, as long as she passes through the small door in the wall, she will first enter this stainless steel frame. If we don't unlock it, there is no way for them to get out. At this time, we can conduct a full body check on them again. If we find any abnormal personnel, or those carrying weapons, we can temporarily handcuff them before letting them out. In fact, Jianwen did not tell them that he could not only see the number of people and whether they were male or female through the cameras in the shelter before they entered. And as long as they enter the shelter, they can see their friendliness. So as long as they are in this stainless steel frame, whether they are spies, villains disguised as women, or people with other intentions, as long as her friendliness is abnormal, then Jianwen will nip the danger in the bud. In fact, Jianwen is so careful, apart from being afraid of really sinking in the gutter, the main reason is to consider the women. After all, Jianwen has 2 lives of his own, and they don't. Jianwen can care less about the lives and deaths of other women in the shelter, but Yuan Jing and Tang Xian have already taken an important place in his heart. In his previous life, Jianwen could take care of the young ladies with instant noodles, and they only talked about food, not emotions. But in this life, he doesn't want to lose Yuan Jing and the others. Li Shui and the others heard Jiang Wen's thoughts, and although they lamented his exaggerations and wild ideas, they had to admit that although it might be a bit troublesome at first, it was worth it in order to recruit people for the long term in the future. And in this way, the danger was indeed minimized to the lowest possible level. Of course, the danger is actually much lower than they think. After all, Jianwen cherishes the beautiful life in this world even more than they do. A man determined to bring his laziness to the extreme. Of course, being lazy in the early stages doesn't mean doing nothing. It just means being absolutely careful. Chapter 38 Trust. After discussing the recruitment, it was time to search for supplies in the shelter. Jianwen handed over the search, sorting, storage and distribution of supplies to Yuan Jing's logistics department. This also shows the importance and trust Jianwen places in Yuan Jing. Otherwise, in a normal company, such an important matter would never be handed over to one person. As for the search for supplies, Jiang Wen's requirement is to be fast. As soon as possible, collect and sort all the supplies within the entire shelter. The supermarket will be used as the shelter's supply warehouse. Jiang Wen did not put these remaining supplies into the system warehouse. They would be consumed every day anyway. In order to complete the task as soon as possible, Jiang Wen not only handed over almost all the refugees in the shelter to Yuan Jing's logistics department, but also gave advice and assistance. In fact, the main reason for the time-consuming search for supplies was that many room doors did not open easily. For this, first, you can go to each residential building and look for the landlord's office or residence, where there are usually spare keys for the rooms in the entire building. Second, for buildings where the key cannot be found, immediately send someone to count which doors are open and which are locked. Then Jiang Wen will take some time to open those locked rooms. After all, in the last 2 years of the end of the world, Jiang Wen has done a lot of this lock picking in order to search for supplies, and he is very experienced. Moreover, after taking the genetic medicine, it is even easier. The reason Jiang Wen didn't do it before was that he didn't want to do everything himself as the director. And he was going to let the men do the hard labor, but they were disappointing. Now, in order to prevent the supplies in the building from deteriorating, Jiang Wen had to do it himself. Then there was the last thing, setting up new departments. Jiang Wen said, although there are still not many people in the shelter, and most of them have been temporarily assigned to the logistics department, some new departments still need to be set up as soon as possible. For example, the Ministry of Public Security. Without a security department, if I'm not here and someone like those men who cause trouble before causes trouble, it's still Minister Yuan Jing and Sister Li who rush up. What's that like? And there's the personnel department. Right now there are no official residents in the shelter, and there will be new arrivals in the future. The personnel department needs to set standards for promotions and assessments. Then those who meet the requirements to become official residents will be reviewed by the minister and then personally by me. This is a very important matter, and in a short period of time I need 30 people to become official residents of the shelter. Li Shui said at this time. If you are at ease, the security department can be handed over to me, and Tang Xian can temporarily manage the personnel department. Of course, she will only be a nominal manager, and you can find a deputy with management experience to assist her. Jiang Wen looked at Li Shui with some surprise. I thought you would want to manage the personnel department? Isn't this what you're good at? Li Shui said, I was the president of a company before the end of the world, so naturally I'm good at managing personnel. But just because I'm good at it doesn't mean I want to continue doing it. I was tired of managing before the end of the world, and I don't want to do the same job after the end of the world. And in such an important department as personnel, all the leaders will find someone who is obedient and a member of their own group. I think Tang Xian is more obedient and more suitable than I am. In addition, I have studied martial arts, taekwondo, shooting, archery, etc. in the past, and with my management skills, I think I can handle the job in the Ministry of Public Security. Zhang Wen nodded. He is the president of a big company, and everything he says makes sense. So, to Li Shue's surprise, Zhang Wen said, "Okay, you'll be in charge of the personnel department and the security department." Li Shue looked at Zhang Wen angrily. She was really annoyed this time. Are you sick? Don't you understand what I'm saying? The personnel department is very important, and it must be given to the person I can trust the most. If you won't give it to Tang Xin, you can give it to Yuan Jing. What do you mean by giving it to me? Zhang Wen said, "That's what I mean. Isn't Yuan Jing busy enough? Tang Xin? Forget it, she'd better be my personal fitness trainer. I think she'd like that job better." Well, honey, you understand me. Tang Xin couldn't help but happily blow Zhang Wen a kiss when she heard this. She really wasn't interested in taking charge of personnel. Li Shue, who had been with her for so long, actually knew that too, otherwise he wouldn't have said to find her a capable deputy. "So what else do you want to say, Li Shue?" Zhang Wen suddenly took something out and put it in front of Li Shue, interrupting her words and saying, "You still manage the Ministry of Public Security, right? This weapon is for you. This is why I still let you manage the Ministry of Personnel." Li Shue was a little incredulous when she saw the pistol Zhang Wen put in front of her. Did he really believe in her that much? She understood the meaning of Zhang Wen's words. "Because I absolutely trust you, I can even give you a gun, so what's not to trust you to manage the Ministry of Personnel? Besides, since you know how to shoot, you can teach Yuan Jing and Tang Xin some other day. I will also give them guns. For now, I only have 4 guns, so each of the 4 of us will have one." Zhang Wen looked at Li Shue and said. Now, not only Li Shue. Yuan Jing and Tang Xin, who were a little jealous because Zhang Wen gave Li Shue a gun, were even more touched. Because Zhang Wen's words made it very clear that the reason I gave Li Shue a gun was not because I like her more and trust her more. It's because she can use a gun. As long as you learn to use a gun, I will give you a gun. There are a total of 4 guns, which represents absolute trust in all of you. In fact, Yuan Jing and Tang Xin were not at all interested in guns. They were not boys, and they naturally liked weapons. What they cared about was Zhang Wen's opinion and their position in his heart. Now they are satisfied. Chapter 39, Personal Fitness Trainer. After the meeting, there was a clear goal for the development of the shelter and the tasks that needed to be completed. At present, there are 17 survivors in the shelter in addition to Zhang Wen. Among them, there are 5 full-time residents and 12 migrants. Among the migrants, 3 have been punished. There is also the woman who originally wanted to leave with her husband but chose to stay. These 4 people will definitely not be allowed to become full-time residents in the short term. The remaining 8 people. Zhang Wen's request to Yuan Jing and Li Shue was, in the afternoon, arrange as much work for them as possible, and incidentally, design a few topics for them to test them. If they pass the test, they will become full-time residents today. Yuan Jing and Li Shue did not know why Zhang Wen was so strict with the assessment of the full-time residents of the asylum, but also so eager. But this is not a big deal, and naturally they would not object. Yuan Jing and Li Shue took a dozen women to work. Big Sister Li is still responsible for cooking for everyone, but this is only temporary. Big Sister Li is her own personal chef, so how could she keep cooking for everyone all the time? After a few days when there are more people, their own meals, the meals of the official residents, and the meals of the refugees, will definitely all be arranged for by their own chefs. Tang Xin didn't have much to do, so she volunteered to take responsibility for taking care of Xiaotanjiu and took Xiaotanjiu to the gym with her. Zhang Wen was itching to go, saying that he didn't trust her with the child and had to go along to see for himself. Li Shue was clearly also a fitness enthusiast, and not only had she hired Tang Xin as a personal trainer for a long time. There was also a dedicated gym at home with plenty of professional fitness equipment. Tang Xin wore a tight-fitting yoga outfit and led Tongyu through some simple yoga moves. But because of her great figure, even some simple moves made Zhang Wen beside her look distracted. Tang Xin gave Zhang Wen a smile. "Honey, do you want to come too? I'll teach you how to exercise, I'm your personal trainer." This femme fatale is not only in good shape, she's also pretty. Every expression and smile is seductive. Especially her graceful posture, which is even more eye-catching when exercising. Think about having Tang Xin personally guide you in your workouts. Buddha said, if I don't go to hell, who will? But I'll come find you for a workout tonight. Zhang Wen still left a sentence with great perseverance, then turned his head and left. For now, the development and construction of the shelter must be put first. Once the shelter is truly strong and stable, he will have no problem exercising with her every day. He left the villa. On the way, he met some busy women from the shelter. Everyone who saw Zhang Wen greeted him with great respect. After the morning's zombie incident, Zhang Wen was no longer just respected as the director. His strength also made all the women who stayed in the shelter admire him. Zhang Wen soon arrived at the stainless steel door and window processing shop inside the shelter. The reason Zhang Wen had such an idea was to get a stainless steel frame to isolate the people coming in. It was also the experience of the 2 years of the end of the world that even the craftsmanship of processing stainless steel and installation was learned at that time. In the shop, he first found a cutting machine, an oxygen welding machine, a hand drill, and a small generator. The small door of the shelter's wall is 1.8 meters by 1.8 meters, and Zhang Wen needs to make it almost 2 meters by 2 meters. After all, it needs to be surrounded by the small door. First, he processed the stainless steel in the shop, and then went to the bottom of the wall to install the processed stainless steel with expansion screws. Because it does not need to be made too finely, as long as it is strong and firm, Zhang Wen's goal is to complete it in 3 or 4 hours. After taking the gene medicine, Zhang Wen will not get tired even if he works for several hours in a row. While Zhang Wen is sweating for the shelter, Yuan Jing and Li Shui are also busy with a group of women. They are making the recruitment advertisement Zhang Wen requested. They are looking for keys to residential buildings, searching for materials to transport, etc. Director Yuan, all the materials you requested to be taken out of this room have been moved out. There is quite a lot of food here, so please do the counting. After the counting is done, I will move it to the supermarket to be stored. Because there are now more people, Zhang Wen doesn't want to use the system warehouse to collect the supplies they search for all the time, so now the supplies are uniformly stored in the supermarket. There are 8 women arranged by Yuan Jing to search for and carry supplies. These are all people assessed by Zhang Wen. This time, there are 4 people who don't even have the qualifications to be assessed, and they are assigned to other tasks. 8 women. 3 worked in a factory before the end of the world, 2 were company white-collar workers, 1 was a restaurant waitress, 1 was a housewife, and 1 was a middle school student. The one reporting to Yuan Jing was a company white-collar woman in her 20s. Her name was Zhang Ying, and she was considered a little beauty, with a face that scored 70 to 80 points. She was one of the few beauties that Wang Tong had liked before Yuan Jing appeared. Unfortunately, Zhang Wen is now more selective, and basically doesn't pay attention to these so-called beauties in their eyes. After getting to know each other, Zhang Ying is a girl with a relatively cheerful and lively personality, but she is also very serious when doing things. Yuan Jing still has a good impression of her. However, as the head of the Human Resources Department, Li Shui is mainly responsible for this assessment. Li Shui listened to Zhang Wen and designed various test questions for these women. I hope they can pass, and if they pass, life will be much easier. Yuan Jing thought to herself. Yuan Jing is really glad that she met Zhang Wen when she was most in danger and most helpless. She was also one of the first people to follow him, and Zhang Wen directly gave her the best trust and treatment. Those who joined later were not as lucky. Even though Zhang Wen repeatedly emphasized that he urgently needed 30 people to become official residents, Zhang Wen still refused to relax the assessment of those who wanted to become official residents. Even those who made a mistake were not even qualified to take the assessment. And it is believed that as time goes by and the number of people in the shelter increases, it will definitely become more and more difficult to become a full resident of the shelter. Put aside the distractions in your mind. Yuan Jing answered with her mouth. Okay, I'll come and take a look right away. Just now, Director Li Shui asked me to do something, and I didn't have time to register. In fact, Yuan Jing had already counted all these supplies, especially the food. And at this time, Li Shui happened to appear again. Director Yuan, I still have an idea to discuss with you about the problem that the previous director explained to me. I'm a bit undecided. But I'm a bit at a loss here. Yuan Jing is a bit at a loss. Li Shui, however, said very seriously, there is a difference between important and unimportant matters. The director has explained that we must complete it. Okay. Yuan Jing nodded, and then said to Zhang Ying. Xiaoying, you take these supplies to the supermarket first, and be sure to tell the person organizing the supplies that they should be separated from the registered supplies. I will go to the supermarket to register them and then put them in storage. Okay, Minister Yuan. Zhang Ying didn't think much about it and immediately started carrying things. Chapter 40, Why do you want to hire someone? Unfortunately, what Zhang Ying did not see was that after she carried the things downstairs, Yuan Jing and Li Shui were not discussing the task assigned by the director, but were discussing her. Yuan Jing looked at Li Shui curiously and said, Shui, why did you design different tests for each of them? Some people had to carry heavy objects, some people you deliberately made things difficult for, and some people you asked them to carry food. Li Shui smiled and said, Sister Jing, our director is like the wind and the rain. Not only does she want to give them a rigorous assessment, she also wants it to be completed today. You can't tell anything just by talking to them or having them complete a task. So you have to break them down one by one and prescribe the right medicine. Just like this Zhang Ying, for example, I learned that her hobby is eating snacks, especially certain snacks that she has a special fondness for. And those supplies just now included that kind of snack. She found all those supplies, so she naturally knows about them. And since you didn't register them, it's up to her to choose. Yuan Jing was a little speechless. For someone who had been hungry for a few days, this was really a test of one's character. Fortunately, she didn't have to take the test. Otherwise, if she had been asked the same questions as Li Shui, she might have related them to her own daughter. She might not have been able to pass. Zhang Wen spent the afternoon finally transporting the 2 stainless steel frames to the fence and installing them. Zhang Wen looked at his masterpiece and was very satisfied. He even wanted to install one on each of the 2 gates of the shelter. But he gave up on the idea. First, the project was a bit too large, and second, it wasn't of much use. The gates of the shelter would definitely be used to let vehicles through after the shelter was stable. At this stage, the small gates were sufficient for the passage of a few people. Of course, while installing the stainless steel frame, Zhang Wen also had someone bring ladders and other tools to hang the many huge recruitment advertisements made by Yuan Jing and the others on both sides of the wall with the small door. Now everything is ready, just waiting for the ladies to come tomorrow. It's only been a short time since the end of the world, and Zhang Wen is not worried about no one coming. After all, at this time, most men and women have not yet sold themselves into slavery. And there is not yet a strong sense of caution. More importantly, there is not a shortage of food outside, and they have the strength to fight for a safe shelter. Back at the small villa, Sister Li was already preparing dinner. Li Shui also happened to be back, and Yuan Jing was still busy at the supermarket. How did they do on the assessment today? Zhang Wen looked at Li Shui, who was wearing high heels, black silk, and an exquisite outfit. When did this woman change her clothes? This is not giving the old man eye drops. Although I really like this style, I'm not ready to make a move on her so soon. After all, I promised Tang Xin. But if you come and seduce someone, then it's definitely your fault. Don't blame me for being unprincipled. This is the result. Li Shui didn't bother with any explanations, and handed Zhang Wen a piece of paper. The first thing that caught the eye was a beautiful, flowing handwriting. Then there was the content. Zhang Ying, former office worker, age 25, overall score 86. Du Xiaoye, former middle school student, age 17, overall score 75. Wang Ying, former waitress, age 26, overall score 74. Wu Xuehua, former factory worker, age 35, overall score 50. 8 people took the assessment. 2 people scored 80 points or above. 5 people scored between 60 and 80 points. 1 person scored below 60 points. Li Shui didn't say what was assessed or how the scores were calculated. Zhang Wen didn't ask. First, Zhang Wen believed in Li Shui's abilities, and second, Li Shui's assessment was only for reference. No matter how high the assessment score was. If the system showed that their friendliness was not high enough, Zhang Wen would not let them pass. Fortunately, however, after the afternoon's training, the friendliness of the group had greatly improved, meeting Zhang Wen's requirements. Li Dajie. Zhang Wen shouted towards the kitchen. Director, you're looking for me? Sister Li quickly ran out and asked when she heard the voice. For tonight's meal, the standard for the official residence has increased by 7 people, and the refugees only need to prepare for 5 people. Zhang Wen commanded. Okay, Director. Sister Li answered, and went back to busy herself in the kitchen. Li Shui glanced at Zhang Wen and said, Are you sure there is enough food in our shelter? Zhang Wen laughed and said, If it's not enough, go out and find some. Don't worry, I said I won't let you starve. You. Li Shui was so angry that she found herself getting angry very easily in Zhang Wen's presence. It was probably because no one in her previous company had ever dared to speak to her like that. What exactly are you recruiting people for? To dominate the world? The problem is that you recruit girls all the time. To satisfy your selfish desires? The problem is that you don't care about their age or appearance. To do good deeds? The problem is that you treat them differently. I'm really a little curious. After a while, Li Shui couldn't help but ask the question she had been wanting to ask.